Hey, Rugboy.
Yeah.
Do you think when Spider-Man goes to the bathroom that the toilet paper sticks to his hands?
I have no response to that.
This is the Jock and Nerd Podcast live on Blab.
It's the Jock and Nerd Podcast with your hosts, Anthony and Imran.
Jock and Nerd. Hi, everyone. Welcome to the show. This is the Jock and Nerd Podcast, episode 59. My name is Imran.
My name's Anthony.
He is the Jock.
He's the nerd.
And he's the Rug Boy because we're live on Blab, so you got to have the rugs. What's up, rugs?
What's up, dudes?
How you doing? Now, before we hit the record button, you tell us you had a little bit of issues, so why don't you tell the listener why maybe you're going to drop out here and there?
Okay. Never eat Indian food if it's prepared by a Chinese man. I'm just telling you that right now. I don't trust the whole Asian thing. I don't think it works across the board.
Listen, everyone knows Mexicans make the best Indian food. That's where you got to go. You got to check out the
chef.
The chefs. You got to check out the kitchen before you go, and then you make your decision.
Like, would you go to like a place to learn karate and the guy was Indian that was teaching the class?
Like, yoga karate?
Like,
I don't know.
Yoga karate. What the hell are you talking about?
That dude on Street Fighter, he was pretty badass.
Like, I'm gonna go take Intishan's class right now.
That guy on Street Fighter though could like stretch his arms. I forgot.
Yeah, he was
like Dalsim.
Dalsim. Yeah.
Yeah.
Listen, guys, we got a lot to talk about. This is the Jock and Nerd Podcast. This is the format of the show that I've been starting to call Jock and Nerd Weekly. Why? Ooh. Because this show we do live on Blab with the Rug Boy, and we're really talking about this week's new episodes of Supergirl, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., The Flash and Arrow, and maybe a little
other news
in the post-show because somebody kind of caught up, and other news bits. So we have lots to talk about. But before we get to any of that, we have a huge Jock news sweeping the nation. Anthony, I'm going to let you take over. What's going on?
Well, I don't know if you heard of this lady. Her name is Ronda Rousey.
Oh, yeah.
She fought at UFC, Geek Boner, correct. UFC 193 in Melbourne, Australia, in front of 57,000 fans, and she lost. She lost her title.
I saw that fight.
You watched it?
Yes, I did.
Now, this is huge because she got knocked out, didn't she? And this woman is like indestructible.
Well, that's the whole thing. Whenever somebody gets a little too cocky, that's when they're open to weakness. Now, what's your opinion on the fight, Jockey Boy?
I don't think she got a little too cocky. I think she plain out just the girl that she fought, her name is Holly Holm, had studied her so well and had the perfect game plan for her, and she just got her ass kicked. The girl, she was just in hindsight, a really bad matchup for Ronda.
I agree, but I also think that she let pride get the best of her because she tried to stand up. And Ronda Rousey's a grappler. She's a wrestler. She does judo. So she's always into throwing. She's not really a stand-up kind of fighter. How
did this take us through the fight real quick? Because it didn't last very long, so you could probably...
No, it went longer. I mean, it went longer than her normal fights. They usually go around. Again, I don't think she was trying to stand up. It was the fact that Holly Holm was evading all of her techniques. Ronda was trying to clinch. Well, she's not really she doesn't wrestle. She's more of a judo person, so she has to get her arms around your upper body. And every time she tried to get her arms around Holly would cross-face her and just get out of the way. Holly had a very good game plan.
She's like an undefeated boxer, right? Like highly trained boxer.
She's not undefeated, but she's a very high-level boxer. The only way I could see the cockiness is Ronda's stuck with a coach that a lot of people don't think is very good, and her boxing has not improved very much since she started going with this guy. His name's Edmund Tarverdyan, and her boxing is not good. It's just not good at all.
I saw a couple of photos from the fight, and there was a shot where Ronda looked legitimately scared and confused, like, oh shit, what is going on? Like, this girl had her on the ropes from the beginning?
Yeah, no, I mean, she had her from the first punch. She had her on the ropes.
Damn.
I wouldn't say Ronda was scared. I would say Ronda was definitely very confused. I think to be a high-level athlete like that, you never think you're going to lose. You think you can overcome everything. So then when you're put in a situation where it's unfamiliar to you, that's when the panic sets in, and that's why she starts to get tired and panic. And there was one point in the fight where she throws a left hook, and Holly Holm ducks under, and Ronda just falls over. Like it was embarrassing.
Now let me ask you this, Anthony.
Yeah.
Do you think now that she has exposed her weakness that all the other fighters are gonna latch on and then use this opening here, unless she figures out how to defend it?
Good question. Now they know how to beat her.
I mean, a lot of fighters don't have a lot of the women's fighters don't have the same skill set that Holly has. But I mean, this is the blueprint. So you're gonna see every fighter that fights Ronda try at least some form of this blueprint of evading her and timing her punches so that when she comes in, you throw a punch and she can't get off and grab a hold of you. So you're going to see a lot of fighters try to emulate that.
A rematch is definitely going to happen.
It's definitely going to happen. Definitely.
All right. So what do you think? What's your prediction? Do you think that I think that Ronda Rousey's pride is such a huge thing, and she's getting lit up across the internet, like so many memes about her getting her ass kicked. She's either going to completely crumble or she's going to just become a beast.
Yeah, she's getting a lot of fucking shit on the internet right now. And if I were her coach, I would say she can't fight Holly Holm for a year. She needs to either fight a tune-up fight or prepare for a year. Because the thing is they're going to do this rematch, and it's going to do huge box office numbers. But she is also filming a movie at the same time as she will be preparing for this rematch.
So there's distracted.
There's no way she's going to be able to improve enough to beat Holly Holm. She could beat Holly Holm if she had like a year of solid boxing training, cutting off the ring. But in the time span that they're planning on having this rematch, I don't think she has enough time to get good enough.
Holly Holm is an old lady.
Holly's older than Rousey.
She's 33. Yeah. But you just saw an old lady whoop Ronda Rousey.
Yes, you did.
Yeah, okay. But I mean, I think that that Ronda's going to be more resilient. First of all, this is the first time anyone's ever even touched her face.
Yeah.
Like no one's even ever gotten close to even punching her in the face before. So she just had a wake-up call. She's going to bounce back from this, I think. But
Anthony, how big this is, like, from what I read and what I understand, this is historic. It broke several UFC records, like largest live audience, largest gate, largest pay-per-view. What does this mean for the sport moving forward?
Man, I mean, like I said, the rematch is going to do huge. It's going to be record-breaking. But I mean, if you do, like, I'll pose it back to you. Do you remember, like, the other big-name fighters like Brock Lesnar or Chuck Liddell or whoever else? Do you remember who beat them?
Nope.
No, you don't remember who beat them. So long-term, they needed Ronda to be undefeated and stay like this on this crazy hype train of being undefeated and this women's progressive fighter and badass. I think a little bit of luster is going to wear off, especially if she loses. If she loses again to Holly, it's done for her. She's done.
I mean, I would argue that she's more of a household name than any of the dudes fighting.
She's the biggest name they've ever had.
So
did they build her up just to rip them down again, though?
This fight?
I mean, she needs a story, though. She's been kicking ass. It's good that she has a challenge.
Yeah.
You know, it's good that she could come back and maybe win it, and that would probably be triumphant for her. But if she does blow it, she's talking done. Dark Knight Rises.
Yeah. Well, I like that.
It literally is, though. Like,
Iron Man 3 all over again.
Live long enough to see yourself become the hero, or die a villain, or die a hero, or live long enough to see yourself become a villain. She is literally. This is like our society. We've built her up so much, and right when she fucking falters, everyone's just like, the memes and the internet is just insane right now.
Yeah, I can't believe that shit.
So do you think Dana White did this knowingly to challenge her, or was this supposed to be like serving her up for another win?
I think Dana White thought this was going to be another win, because if you look at like classic striker versus grappler, usually it's always the grappler that wins.
Grappler wins.
Because all you have to do is get them on the ground, and then that's it. But she didn't try that.
Yeah.
I think the next strategy for Ronda against Holm is that she's going to have to take her to the ground. That's the only way she'll win.
No, it really is she has to get inside and take her down. That's the only way.
Man, like there's so many levels, like how historic this thing is. I was reading about like the bookies and how it really screwed up all the bets because
Vegas shut down.
Yeah, it got to the point where betting on Rousey was going to get you maybe $5 because everyone was betting on her, and whoever bet on Holmes, they paid out, and they didn't have enough money to pay these.
Yeah, I think it was apparently like 8-1 odds or something.
Yeah, well, and it dropped. It was higher, and then the money started coming in because all the bettors were like, "Fuck, I'll throw some money on home. The odds are so fucking amazing."
Right. Well, yeah.
I think I listened to Joe Rogan and Dana White on a podcast, and Dana White was like, the Bellagio sportsbook like shut down. Like they had to shut down.
That's unbelievable. When does that ever happen for any other
Vegas
sporting
lost
event?
A ton of money. They made it back on a lot of upsets in the NFL the next day, but yeah, they lost a ton of money on that fight.
Dude, it's a fascinating story. I mean, comicbook.com was like posting stories about this. I was like, whoa, this thing is everywhere.
It's really Donald Trump tweeted about it. Lady Gaga, like everybody. Justin Bieber is talking about it.
Oh, it's crazy. It's
like the biggest fight in a long time.
Yeah. I mean,
way big.
Is she like the female Mike Tyson?
She was. She had that kind of aura. I mean, her last 3 fights went less than 3 minutes.
Yeah.
So she had this aura of being like this invincible chick. And she, not only that, but she has like, she's cocky and she's somewhat attractive and she likes doing media. So it like she'd built herself up to being this like unbeatable like woman that people could rally behind. And and she was such a big personality that she was polarizing. People either liked her or they really disliked her. So she was a huge draw.
Bigger they are, the harder they fall, gentlemen.
Did Ronda ever fight Chris Cyborg?
She did not. That's another thing that's been ruined by this, is that
I heard about this cyborg lady.
Chris Cyborg is this gigantic.
It's basically a dude.
I thought she was a cyborg.
Oh, shit.
I actually thought she was a cyborg.
Google her. You'll see how big this thing is.
Yeah, she was undefeated. No one could fucking beat her. Man. And then, did she get in trouble for steroids or something? She got in trouble. She got kicked out. But that was the one, like the real contender that Ronda never fought.
Right.
See,
she was heavier. That was always the thing, is she fights at a heavier weight class. But they wanted her to drop down. There was always this like it's politics, but Cyborg wanted Ronda to jump up. Ronda's like, I'm the champ. You drop down. You're full of steroids anyways. If you lost that muscle, you can make our weight. But that was the fight to make. That would have done a ton of money, but now that's ruined.
How was the weigh-in for that fight? The weigh-in is like the best part of the whole thing.
How was the weigh-in for which one? This past fight?
Yeah.
Well, there was actually, so the girls were actually both really respectable towards one another. And then at the weigh-in, Ronda like came into her face, and I don't know what happened, but Holly like put her fist on Ronda's face and kind of like shoved her away. So then they were like going at it at the weigh-in.
And they didn't even touch fists, right? At the beginning, Ronda refused to like touch fists.
Yeah. I mean, she was just very upset with her.
It's bad mojo, man, and caught her right in the neck. Caught her right leg kick to the head.
She got. I mean, just the way it happened too was surprising. Is what's great about like MMA and fights is when you think something is going to happen and then it doesn't at all go the way you think it's going to go, and for it to go literally the exact opposite way of anyone thought it would be, is what has caused this huge uproar.
And that's what I'm realizing is the beauty of the sport is, despite the records, anybody can win or lose at any time. Like there's no bets on anything.
Wasn't her day.
All right. Well, thanks for that's a great story, man. Thanks for filling us in.
Yeah, no problem, man. Anytime.
This is the Jock and Nerd Podcast. We're going to talk about this week's shows. We're doing this live on Blab for you guys in the Blab right now. Thanks for hanging out. We're going to open up the box at the end of the show. Geek out. Shout out. Thank you right now. Ricky Prime, Do Right, Salasi, Crystal. Everyone's hanging out.
Some of the regulars.
We got some regulars in the house. Let's get on with the show, people.
The Jock and Nerd Podcast. Spoiler alert.
We're going to spoil the crap out of some shows, so I hope you watched this week, people. We're going to start with this week's new episode of Supergirl. Season 1, episode 4. Now, here's the thing with this episode. They shuffled some of their episodes around. You may have wondered, why are we watching a Thanksgiving episode so soon? Well, CBS decided to, after the horrific attacks in Paris, they shuffled an episode of Supergirl around that, I guess the episode that was going to air, they had her like diffusing bombs around the city or something.
Too close to home, something like that.
Yeah,
right?
there was a NCI LA. There was another show that they rescheduled. So we got a Thanksgiving episode that would have been aired later, which actually I'm okay with because like I think we're seeing more development than we would have seen had they just gone in order. I don't know. And I'll tell you something. I'm slightly warming up to this show. I liked it a little bit better this week. This week's episode was called "How Does She Do It?"
Yeah, no, I agree with you, Imran. I kind of liked this episode.
I don't know what's going on with me. They did a couple of things where I was like, well, I kind of like that.
I like the progression in Cat Grant. Is that her name? Calista Flockhart. I like the progression in her character.
She's clearly like the best actor on the show, I think.
And she's like a pseudo mom to Supergirl now.
Yes.
And to Carol. Is that her name? Not Carol. Kara, yeah.
So we got to see the birth of a supervillain named Livewire that I think actually debuted in like the Superman animated show from the 90s.
Yeah.
And then they brought it in the comics. And it's comes in the form of a shock jock. I think they followed it pretty faithfully. Leslie Willis, who's talking shit about Supergirl. And Cat Grant's like, hey, stop talking shit. I'm putting you on traffic duty. And then, shit happens. The helicopter's going down. It was kind of weird because I didn't understand what happened originally while the helicopter's going down.
They explained it.
They did explain it later. Supergirl grabs her and gets hit by lightning. And the lightning gets powered through Supergirl into her, turning her hair white and giving her these electricity powers or some shit.
Turned her into Electro.
I wasn't really buying that whole thing that Supergirl is the reason, but I hate that when they do that. They make
it was a little, they have to tie. It was too much tied together.
I hate the tying in shit.
It's a little forced.
But what was I going to say? They're still doing the Freak of the Week thing.
Yeah,
they're not building any kind of mythology. They're, I mean, I guess they chose that episode because it stands alone, maybe?
Possibly. That's a good point.
I think it was a safe episode. I don't know what the plan was, but it was very safe. It was a very cheery episode that you would expect during a Thanksgiving week.
Yeah.
Yeah. And now,
family and like the mother and all this stuff and like trying to rally your family back together with the conflict between Kara's sister and her mother and then Calista Flockhart being kind of motherly and all that shit.
Yeah, I guess it's all tied in.
They're tying it together, and then we learn more about her adopted father because Helen Slater comes by for Thanksgiving dinner and explains that their father died working for Henshaw and the DEO, which is pretty nuts, I thought. So there's your overarching thing. Now, what I didn't understand with the Livewire is she gets these powers. And then, again, I'm going to apply nerd logic. She immediately knows how to go through the wires and transport herself. I was like, how the fuck did she learn how to do that already?
Yeah, she just looks at the lamp and's like,
I guess I can go there. Yeah. Well, okay. All right. That's very convenient.
It's the problem with Villain of the Week is that you don't have the exploration of powers because they have to get into it really quick.
Do-Right can sum this up in 3 letters in the chat. He says CBS. And
crappy bullshit.
Oh shit. Crappy bullshit is what it stands for. However, I like now what they're doing. I always love when they have the superheroes and they use their powers for fun little things like Kara zaps the turkey and heats it up or heats up her thing. I always love those little moments. That's always fun. And I loved Anthony, you made a note of this too. That scene, the heartfelt scene between the sister and the mom, and they were playing this awesome Hozier cover, Take Me to Church. And it was so good, it was distracting me from the scene. I was like, shut up. What is this song?
That was not an apropos song. Take Me to Church is about getting laid, about being
in church.
Telling a girl that I'm going to worship you.
Imran, wow. I pointed that out.
I'm going to worship in the church of your vagine.
Yeah.
I pointed that song out because I actually didn't like the way they used it. So it was too distracting. I was like, wait, you're taking me out of this. Now it's like a pop song in the middle of a show.
At least they're using something from this decade for the first time, as opposed to Hit Me With Your Best Shot and Girls Just Want to Have Fun. But I liked it. It was so distracting that like I didn't hear a word of that dialogue because I was like, wow, this cover's really good.
Crystal says it's about a man being gay and hated.
It's about a man being gay.
Well, I don't know. I heard him describing it on and saying that it was about a girl.
Interesting. All right, we got.
Well, regardless, I actually it took me out. I was like, oh, this is too poppy right now.
Wow, they can't win. They play old shit. We give them shit. They play new shit. We're like, fuck off with your music.
Well, I don't want to. I don't want to be able to know the lyrics to the song that they're playing.
Right.
I want it to enhance the mood, not take me out of it.
It was distracting because all of a sudden I was like, oh, wait, what are they saying? Because it was just a great song. And I kind of enjoyed like the Ghostbuster trap they made for Livewire, and Carol was like, oh, like Ghostbusters. Yeah. No, it did work. Yeah. But there was, again, a lot of cheesy lines. Like she goes, I'm finishing you off. And then she was like, oh, I guess water and electricity don't mix. Oh, fuck off with that.
There's some like deplorable script writing there.
Holy crap with this dialogue. I'm finishing you off. It's that's kind of hot. If you think about the fappening and then her saying that.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
It's the only way to make that work.
I did like the reveal that Kara's dad or stepfather worked for the DEO.
Yeah.
There might be some intrigue in the mystery of how he died.
I have a problem.
Yeah.
What's the problem?
Okay. The thing is, the guy that plays Kara's like friend, the computer geek guy.
Yeah.
Win.
He's not geeky enough. Like he's a good looking dude. And like for him to be like jealous of Jimmy Olsen, and Jimmy's only just taller and blacker, which makes him cooler by default, but still they're still two good looking guys.
I don't know. I think Olsen is in another league, dude. That dude Win is just he's not in the same league as
They've made Olsen to be a lot cooler. They've written him a lot cooler so far.
Yeah. On this show.
I'm not sure if I like the love triangle thing.
I know. He's like there's this awkward kiss that he tries to do. And plus he's supposed to be Toyman, or maybe his father is gonna be Toyman. That's the Win.
Okay.
Yeah. His character's name is eventually that guy becomes Toyman.
Toyman is a villain to Superman.
Yes. But it could be his father could come in and there could be a thing there.
Well, yeah, because he mentions not having a family or something. There's something going on with Win.
Yeah.
You know
Yeah.
Maybe he gets jilted by Supergirl and he becomes a bad guy.
I think it happened too. He's like, you drove me to the edge. What you got? You know what I liked also? I like the Arrow type flashbacks, specifically where they sneak out and they fly around when they were kids. Like that was a kind of a fun, charming moment for that one little part.
Did you guys think Kara's stepmom was kind of a B for blaming her sister for everything?
Yeah, there was that whole
unreasonable, right?
Thing going on. Yeah, and
I thought that was forced.
Yeah, a little bit, right? I mean, this show still has its issues, but I agree with Imran that this episode was kind of okay.
I know. I felt like I didn't hate it. No, I was like, I did not hate it as much.
Right.
I don't know. We got to hang in there, and the ratings kind of went back up again. Not as high as they were the first week. It took a little dip the second week, and then it kind of like bounced back. But
I wonder. I haven't looked at the ratings, but I wonder if CBS is happy so far.
Well, it was interesting. I read that Gotham and Supergirl that go on head to head, both of the ratings went up this past week.
Yeah,
and Arrow ratings went up also. So it's all good. And then I think last week Flash went up. So. That's good. We're gonna have to see what the crappy broadcast station continues to put out with this.
I know you guys hate Gotham since you mentioned it,
dude,
but I still watch it. It's horrible, but it's so memorable, even though it's really bad and it's terrible.
Yeah.
Like first of all, they're not. If it's memorable for some reason,
it's more fun to watch. It's more entertaining than Supergirl. And then I just also read that they got nominated for like a cinematography award. Gotham, because it is really well shot. The sets are really cool. The ambiance and like the mood, the tone of it's really well done.
Yeah, it's just that they don't know what the fuck they're doing.
The fucking writing is holding it back. They have no idea what they're doing. They're just throwing everything.
It's like they can't keep an even tone. But
they never could.
I don't know. I'm still watching it, even though I thought I was going to give it up. I'm still watching it.
I'm still watching it just for fun, and it's fucking crazy, dude. It's entertaining. None of it makes sense. It's off the rails filler. Just I don't know what's going on over there, and like all the characters are wrong.
Even when I watched Gotham, I even thought, although I didn't like it, I was like, at least this show is unlike anything I've ever watched.
Yeah, but like James Gordon is the least James Gordon you could ever write. I don't understand.
It's like every show is about, let's see how dark we can get James Gordon to be this episode.
I know. I don't know what they're doing. They keep pushing that. Yeah, it's annoying. Anyways, anything else about Supergirl?
No, I'm good. Rugboy?
No, nothing.
All right, moving on, fellas.
Oh, shit.
Prepare to be spoiled.
You best prepare to be spoiled. Lawyers, you can't sue us because we gave out the official spoiler disclaimer. This is the Jock and Nerd podcast. We are going to talk about this week's Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episode, season 3, episode 8, Many Heads, One Tail. Now, I got to say that the rest of these 3 shows, they're starting to fire on many cylinders.
Yep, I agree.
The shit is geek boning me all over the place. I'm very happy.
By far the best episode of Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. ever.
What?
Oh, shit.
Oh, wow, Rugboy. That's quite That's quite a statement.
I was going to say that this was the best episode I've seen this season, but you might be right, Rugboy. Go ahead.
Dude, when the turn came and fucking Coulson was like, yo, I got this shit on lockdown. Don't you worry. Don't you question me, dude.
Like,
all right, Mac, I got this shit.
Yeah.
And then he walks downstairs and he's all right, we're fucking invading their ass. I fucking banged this girl. I got the opening. Now you guys have to just run it home, baby. And then he gets Pierce, or whatever, Price, what the fuck is
Rosalind.
Rosalind in that white room.
Yep.
And he's just like, he doesn't give her any leeway. He's like, you're not getting out of here until I get what I need. And then Ward was awesome.
Yeah. It was a great spy episode. We found out a lot about the origin of Hydra. We had fucking Coulson finally just going, all right, you work for Hydra or what the fuck's up? Let's go. Just calling people out, running this spy mission in the background while Ward is looking for this vault to find Hydra's ultimate power. Bobby Max returning telekinetic batons.
Oh, shit.
What?
Wow.
What was that? That was fucking awesome. I was like, wow, that's pretty neat. Where did that come from?
I have to apologize because last week I criticized S.H.I.E.L.D. for getting duped once again. But this episode, they were like, we got our shit on lockdown. Just like Rugboy said, we know what's up. We're spying on them. We're doing a double cross. So props to them. Props to the writers for duping me. I was so mad last week
because they tied the Fitz and Simmons thing into all of this. Like
that was cool too. They tied everything. Connected. Everything. So, you finally found out that these disparate storylines actually were connected.
Yes,
which was fucking awesome.
It's such an important episode. It's for anybody who questioned S.H.I.E.L.D. being a good show. First of all, it was shot great. The fight scenes were shot great.
Yeah.
Everything was done well. Even the part where Sky is guiding Hunter, like telling him what to say to sound like a nerd.
Hilarious. Yeah,
that was funny.
Yeah,
there's some funny shit in there.
She's pulling a Roxanne with a hacker lingo. So let's back up a little bit. Fitz and Simmons again. Another great episode with these two.
Finally.
Yes,
finally.
And like I love how they match this together because Simmons is so frustrated with Fitz because he's such a good guy. But you know how real that is though. Like
she's looking for a reason. She's looking for a reason to not choose him, which is very realistic.
Yes, and you know she clearly has feelings for both of them. So, anyways, Fitz realizes that this Ram symbol, which is the NASA symbol, which you turn it upside down, it's the fucking Hydra symbol, which that was really cool.
That was,
and then in the best moment of frustration between the two characters and their relationship, he just grabs her and kisses her.
That was
she
awesome.
Kisses him back.
He's like, I hate you. Let's make out.
And she's like, why the fuck did you? She's like, but you pulled me through an interdimensional portal. Who loves you more? You know? Right. And it was so great.
Really
conflicted, good. So sincere. And even after they kissed, he's just like, cursed. And he walks away. Like, are they together? Are they not? What was that?
I think there's always going to be something between them, but it's going to be kind of like this has to pass. Whatever's happening with this dude has to pass.
Yeah.
Either they have to get to the bottom of it. She's got to sift through her emotions and see where she's at, you know?
Well, here's why Will suddenly becomes important in the scheme of things. Because what else do we find out? The question was, did Rosalind Price, was she working for Hydra? Was Malik working her? And we find out she had no idea.
Do you think that's genuine, though? Do you think that she's playing Coulson at all? Like,
I don't think she knew. I don't think she knew.
I just want to point out, I didn't realize until this episode that Malik was in the Security Council in the Avengers movies. I had no idea.
Powers Booth was in the Avengers movies?
Yeah. So remember
Oh,
when Nick
shit.
Fury is talking to like those talking heads, and they
Yeah.
that guy
Oh,
that's
yeah.
like-
He's on the screen.
yeah, he's like, they're too dangerous. Why are you
Okay,
doing like he's
that
hinting
is
at the Avengers, and it makes this show so much richer that he was
That's a great
always in
title.
Hydra, and that's why
Yeah.
he was questioning why they should use the Avengers.
Now, what side is Ward on now? Is he broken off to his own faction? Because in the beginning, Malik tried to kill Ward, but then
Ward
at the
proved
end they
himself.
came back together.
Yeah, I think
Didn't they?
Ward is like Malik's guy now.
Yeah.
They're on the same.
So we find out Rosalind did not know. They're looking for Garner, who's not there. By the time Ward finds this vault, Malik is just hanging out in there. And there's a lot of cool things here. He tells us about Hydra. He pulls out a mini obelisk. And so if you notice, remember in the main big obelisk, all these squares were cut out?
monolith.
Yeah.
Monolith.
Monolith, well, obelisk, monolith, whatever. People write it as obelisk, but all these squares were cut out. So there's these squares. A lot of Hydra dudes are sitting on these squares. And the most alarming, again, this is spoiler if you haven't watched, the greatest revelation is Hydra is like thousands of years old.
Yep.
Yeah, it didn't start with the Nazi party. It was further
No.
That's
back.
pretty dope too.
Malik
It was
says
like-
that,
The
Well, he
Illuminati or something.
yeah, he says that there was a powerful inhuman that was born on this planet and they sent him away through the portal.
He's that Grim Reaper dude on that planet.
Or is he Will?
No, I think
Or
he's the Grim
he's
Reaper
the
dude.
guy they were seeing, yeah.
Yeah, and I think Will obviously was one of the Hydra. I'm thinking Will might be Hydra, or he was obviously getting sacrificed.
Well, I think the whole NASA space program was started for Hydra. He says Hydra was formed to engineer his return. And he tells Ward, join me and we'll rule together
But
and we'll get this guy back.
They were
But
sending
he
people
goes,
over there to sacrifice them
for this guy.
for
kinda
this,
as
this
food.
Inhuman. Yeah, this Inhuman to kill these people.
And then the
No,
most
you-
shocking thing
Go
where Malik goes, here's the thing. S.H.I.E.L.D. has done one thing that we haven't been able to do for thousands of years. They brought someone back. And I was like, oh, fuck, dude.
Yeah, because we got the fits.
We
Rugboy,
got
did
the
you have
Fitz and
something
the
there?
Simmons.
I did have something there because sacrifice for what? Like food? I don't get that. I always thought that they were just trying to figure a way for him to bring him back.
I thought I remember
maybe-
them saying that they sent these people as offerings all the time.
Maybe he's just sucking their energy. Like he
Yeah.
needs their energy to stay alive.
Maybe he's just blowing you. Blowing them.
Maybe he needs a quick handy.
He's like, I need to blow somebody.
They're like, you want a guy, girl? He's like, it doesn't matter. Just send whoever you have.
So
We don't
send
care.
4 attractive gentlemen over here.
I'm an
Yeah.
inhuman from another planet. I'm a pansexual. You could send whatever the fuck you want as long as they got a soft, wet hole. I'm good.
Oh, shit.
Whoa. If they can pull that off on ABC.
Yeah. Well, and so finally, we also learned that Malik and Ward have Garner, and they're trying to activate Lash so they can like turn him and use him, which that's not
Yeah,
going
you
to
like
end
the
up.
mustard gas.
Well,
Yeah,
what they
well,
want
maybe
is
that's
they're,
in the
they're
box.
trying to create an inhuman army for this guy when they bring him back to command all of them. And then they'll have
Yeah.
a human army at their hands. Dude,
Well, if
the
he
coolest thing
gets-
was Malik narrating, and you see the logos, like the evolution
Yes.
of the Hydra logos.
And then
That I
he
thought was
turns
awesome.
it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So
And
I mean,
Powers
yeah.
Booth did a great job.
Powers Booth is always great.
And this making Ward the main bad guy and giving him this scene where he kills all the the guys try to kill him and he ties them up and starts torturing them.
Oh, it's so great.
Like that's fucking diabolical and he's fucking great. And I'm like, I never liked Ward and I like him now. Like all that shit that we didn't like about the show,
Yep.
like they toned down Sky. She's not in it all the time.
Yeah.
You know, Ward has got a better characterization. They got Mockingbird to be like the heavy. It's works so much better now.
Let me
They
can I
could've
address that
easily-
too? Because I hated on the show to start this season because I was like, it never ties into anything. There's no great character I can rally behind. This was the episode where Coulson finally showed that he's a fucking awesome leader.
Nice.
And
Yeah.
it also tied in to the movies in the fact that it enriched Hydra. It made Hydra even more than I thought it was ever. And it doesn't need to connect to the movies at this point. I
No.
just know now that Hydra has been around forever, and that's cool.
Yes, that's huge. And speaking of Ward, they could easily went soft with his characterization. Dude, that scene where he's in the plane and he's flirting with the girl.
Oh, that
And
was
he's
awesome.
whispering. He's pretty much
Oh, yeah.
whispering, I'm gonna blow this door open and leave you guys to die. And you see that girl's face turn from a flirty smile to oh shit, I'm gonna die.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was
And
cool.
then
She
he
thinks
he left them to die. I was like, oh,
Oh, shit.
he's full on evil now. Hey everyone, thanks for jumping into the
We have
blab.
a
This
lot
is
of
the
people.
Jock and Nerd podcast. We are talking about Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. If you stick around to the end of the show, we're going to open up a box and you can geek out with us. Thanks for hanging out. JockandNerd.com. But man, solid Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. episode.
Very solid.
Yeah, I think it's the best one so far. Everything's firing.
Everything's starting
on
to
all
play.
pistons.
Yeah.
Everything's clicking.
Right on. So a little bit of news moving forward. Agent Carter finally gets a premiere date, January 5, people. Agent Carter season 2. And then I think Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. returns about in March-ish.
More shit I gotta watch.
And
And don't forget, Jessica Jones starts tomorrow.
Oh, we'll get
Tomorrow,
to that in the news section. People, make room on your DVRs because we got more shows to talk about.
The Jock and Nerd Podcast.
Strap yourselves in, you fucks. Spoiler time.
Time to spoil this week's awesome Flash episode, season 2, episode 7, entitled Guerrilla Warfare. Now, on the surface, this episode may have seemed like a filler episode, but fuck, I love their filler episodes, man.
It was
They
good.
even as a filler episode, this was a really fun episode. Lots of great character development. Nothing about Legends of Tomorrow, which really helped.
Helps a lot.
And we got to see fucking Grodd.
Oh shit.
Well, you're wrong about that.
Oh, what?
Because Hot Girl.
You did see Hawk Girl.
But see, the way they did it was better. It wasn't heavy-handed. It was a little bit, and it was a little tease.
They slipped it in, just like the tip.
They
just
slipped
put the tip
just
in.
the tip in, and Cisco vibes on Kendra Saunders. And at first he thinks it's a dude.
Do right thinks
goes,
Hawk
"Is
Girl's
there-"
fine.
Oh, she is
Yeah,
fine, dude. Here's my question, though. Is she Hawk Girl now in secret? Is he vibing the future? What's going on?
I don't know. That's a good
That's a
question.
good question, man.
Because eventually
don't
we're
know.
going to meet Hawkman, who she's probably a relation, brother.
We're gonna
cousin,
meet them in
relative.
like 2 episodes.
Well, I think next week.
I don't know.
is,
Next week
crossover.
is not the crossover. I think it's a December.
is.
December
Yeah, it's
1st.
in December. So it's
December.
going to be a while before
Oh,
the
2
crossover
weeks
happens.
after Thanksgiving. Okay.
Yeah.
Do right would give her the tip, he says.
I will give her the tip and then just the rest of it.
Geek
Yeah,
boner.
why not?
No, but
Guerrilla
you had
Warfare,
mentioned
yeah.
that you had mentioned that this was a filler episode, and then so I came into watching this episode thinking, "Oh, this is straight filler," and I actually thought it was pretty entertaining. The only thing I didn't like about this episode is that Flash was kind of being a whiny bitch, but other than that, I thought it was good. I thought it was fun.
yeah.
I felt that was forced. I felt that whole disappointment feeling, all that stuff. I felt that his whole story was a little forced.
You
that
did
he
kind of
was
just
his
want
dad
to
that got
smack
by.
him. You just want to hit him and be like, snap the fuck out of it, Barry. You have superpowers. Fucking run. What are you doing?
Yeah.
Right.
But then I think that this is part of my thing that I think that Barry's dad is Zoom is why they're dragging him back in now to be like a sympathetic character. So now you like
Yeah.
him
Hmm.
when the turn happens. Because the last time we saw Barry's dad, he was Dick Dad. He's like, fuck you. Thanks for getting me out of prison. Bye.
He just
And
needed
so,
some
like,
space.
Now he came back, had some screen time, did something fatherly where we like him again.
But
And
great,
now
yeah.
when they reveal that I'm just saying he might be his dad, he might be the other guy. What's that other guy? Ebard Thawne.
He could
Eddie
be
Thawne?
yeah, he could be Eddie Thawne. I think our candidates are a solid these 3. I don't know if you guys agree. It's Earth 2 Barry Allen, it's or Earth 2 Henry Allen, or it's Earth 2 Eddie Thawne. I
Yeah.
think those
Any
are
of those.
Any of those?
I think those are the main candidates. If it's somebody else, that's gonna be.
If it's Cisco, I'm quitting the show.
not Cisco. He's gonna be vibe.
I like.
Anyways.
This Jury brings up a good point. That's why I didn't like Eddie or not Eddie. Barry's arc in this. He's riding the same
It's the
arc
same
all the
thing.
time,
Yeah.
where he's like he
Yeah.
doubts himself, and I was just like, "Fucking can Eddie or Eddie? Sorry, I keep calling him Barry. Finally, just be like, fuck it, I'm a superhero. I'll get through it. Whatever.
Yeah,
I'll
but you
fucking
know
get
what?
through it."
He got destroyed.
He did get
worse
destroyed.
than ever been destroyed. So
But no, because he grows back. He's got regenerative
Yeah,
powers.
yeah.
it was
He's
all in
gotta
his
know.
head. Well, yeah, it was all in his head. It was just
He's got to know that he's gonna be fine.
He is fine. He did get his ass beat. But that's why,
PTSD.
I thought that it was nice with the dad analogy where Henry's like, look, I was also destroyed when the Reverse Flash killed your mom, and you helped me get over it. And you have to just believe in yourself, Barry. It was a nice little father-son moment. And then I felt bad for Joe. He felt like kind of like the third wheel when the dad was around. I was like, oh, Joe, you're the daddy too, Joe. think
We got
Joe's a
we got
better
to we
dad.
got to get to Grodd because that
Motherfucking Grodd.
the fact that
Ah.
they're able to pull off Grodd and it's not like laugh out loud funny that he's on screen
No.
is amazing.
I don't know how they do it, but I'm okay with the Grodd effects. Like
Me too.
it works completely with
There's-
the tone of the show.
Everything I'm gonna get Mr. Technical again.
Go ahead.
Okay.
Everything works great except for where they show like where he doesn't have fur, and that looks weird.
Yeah, the fur though. I mean, I was looking at it, and like it was believable enough in the world for me to just.
But it's way better than the other shit on Flash.
Yeah, the Atom Smasher CGI was like so.
Oh my god!
I was
Don't
like,
even mention that.
how are they able to pull off Grodd and that looked like shit? And I was
The
like,
only time Grodd didn't look good, I think, in my opinion, was at the end when he's in obvious daylight, and then it's like, oh, you could tell the whole scene is CGI'd. But when they have him at night, I think it works really well.
in the shadows is always
In the
great.
shadows, yeah.
So
For
Grodd
TV, it's good.
Grodd is getting mind controlling people to steal some drugs so he could put some mind control to enhance his own cognitive being. No, he wanted Caitlin to make more Grodds. That's what he wanted.
Yeah, he's
It was
lonely.
very confusing.
He's lonely.
He's lonely.
Yeah.
You know what? I like the science though. As crazy as the science is on the show, they mentioned that the drugs that he was stealing are nootropics. Anthony, are you familiar with the nootropic drugs?
No.
This science is sound. Actually, this is
Is
what
it?
Joe Rogan sells on it.
Oh,
Like
it's
Alpha
the
Brain.
Alpha Brain. Yeah.
Alpha Brain. This is pills that actually enhance cognitive function and get you to talk better and things fire quicker. So
Can I get that?
Yeah,
Where do I get those?
Rugboy, you need a fucking bottle full at once. I tell you, stat.
Oh
I'll
shit.
fucking start shooting that shit up into my veins right now.
I bought a bottle of Alpha Brain. It's kind of expensive. I got to try it again.
Did it work for you?
I felt maybe a little bit sharper.
Well, he is the nerd. I mean,
Yeah, I don't know. I think some of the other self-medications I was taking may have countered the effects of the nootropics, and everything was just a wash.
Oh shit.
now if you got a pill, if you had to choose between a pill that made your schlong bigger or make you smarter, which one would you choose?
Wait. You have to qualify this. This pill makes your schlong bigger, but you're dumb as fuck. This other pill will shrink your dick, but you will be the smartest man in the world.
No, then
Which pill do you choose?
It's a big dick pill all day long.
No question.
Yeah,
No question.
because if you got like you could have what are you gonna do? Like you have no dick.
Yeah.
Like,
You're right.
I'm already going through that. So I mean,
That's a good point. That's a good point. Rugboy is like the Tin Man from or the Scarecrow. He just he needs a fucking straw penis.
yes, I need a man who's hiding behind a curtain to give me a penis. Wait,
Coming out of the curtain. So I loved Wells 2 in this again.
Oh yeah,
Great
Wells, good point. Yeah, Wells.
Tom Cavanaugh. At first he wants to leave, and this I thought was weird. Caitlin was really like, "No, you can't leave." She's like really all adamant that he stays and helps them.
Well,
I
it's
didn't
showing that
understand-
she's a really like caring girl. Like she really does care for people, and it would suck if she ends up being Killer Frost. I hope it's Earth 2.
I think it's Earth 2, Caitlin. Yeah. So they dress him up as Reverse Flash, and Cisco is training him how to be Earth 1 Wells.
It's
and
so
it was
good.
Fucking hilarious. And then he finally nails it. He's creepy.
He's like, be sincere, but also be creepy.
He's like, creep, increase the creep factor, and then he's like, "Yep, you got it."
Tom Cavanaugh is an MVP
Cavanaugh's
on the
great,
show.
dude.
Yeah.
And I love the writing of the character where at first Grodd doesn't buy it, and then Wells 2 is just like, "Look at my face, look at me in the eyes," and he just takes it and gets it done. And he gets sent. We get to see what's it called, Gorilla City.
Geek boner.
Gorilla City over in Earth 2, which again, lame names for cities, but that's the DC universe. What are you gonna do?
Well, you want to know one thing that I noticed besides Gorilla City?
Yeah,
is that the part where why the fuck do I want to call him Ollie? Barry is talking to Patty, and he covers up one lie with another lie. He's like stacking lies now.
Oh, Patty's gonna, I think next episode, she's gonna find out. She already knows, I think. She's not stupid. Their lies are falling apart. Joe says one thing about him being sick. He said another thing. She's not, she's a fucking police investigator.
That might be the only downfall is they should just tell
She's
Patty.
a detective.
Just tell Patty. Like that.
I'm a cop, you idiot.
I'm a cop. It's not a tumor.
Police officer.
Like this isn't Arrow. Like Arrow is all about
John
secrets.
Kimball.
Like Flash should not be about secrets.
No, Patty's gonna find out, dude. It's obvious. Like, and even Joe is like, I think Patty's gonna catch it on. You better go make up another lie. It's not gonna work. They're not good at making lies.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you think the truth's gonna come out?
Oh yeah, for sure.
I thought he was going to tell her at the end of the episode, and he didn't.
Well, they'll save it.
Yeah.
The only thing I had that came through my mind negative, besides Barry being a emo bitch, is like Iris really has nothing to do in any of these episodes anymore.
No,
Yeah.
which is, you know what? That's fine
Which
with
is
me.
fine, yeah.
Fucking leave her
Yeah.
out.
Oh, shit.
So all she did
Look
was
good though.
she called Henry Allen, and
That's all she
barely-
did. She called him, and then she just stands around in the back.
I don't think she even had any dialogue.
Well,
They
'cause
made
if-
her unhot.
Look at
She's
her
smoking.
objectively, though. Like, what
Yeah.
does she add to Team Flash?
Nothing.
Nothing, right?
I'm gonna write a
Wally
blog
West?
post about this.
Wally
well,
West
that's why.
eventually, yeah.
And
Like, she knows that she's got the brother.
yeah. Well,
Well,
yeah.
she knows
the mom
now,
told
yeah.
her.
Dad, though.
Yeah. Well, I just read somewhere in the mid-season finale, we will be introduced to Wally West.
I saw that too, yeah.
So
Gotcha.
where we get there, another great thing. Let's say the one thing this show does great is they don't make up fucking characters for the most part. Everything they pull is pulled from comic book canon, and I love that. As opposed
They
to
embrace the zaniness of
but like
the canon.
as opposed to Shield, like has to make up superheroes. Everything Flash pulls from is right from the book, and you're excited to see how they're gonna do it. I love that.
Yeah.
The fact that they've had
Actually-
Gorilla Grodd and King Shark means nothing is off limits for the Flash. Go ahead, Rugboy.
Absolutely. Yeah.
No, I was gonna say that I thought that this episode was the second favorite episode of the week.
Oh, nice.
Shield is up there at the top, and then we got this episode is like the second best,
I agree.
and then everything else is shit.
You know what's funny though? I've noticed that some of that King Shark Gorilla Grodd turns people off of the show. Chris Richardson from 365 Flicks podcast said he got to the King Shark and then he was like, "That's it, I'm out. I can't watch this." But to me, that's awesome. Like, so you have to appreciate it from that point of view that this is a comic book show.
I laughed. Like, it made me
Yeah.
laugh that he was on there, which is what
Yeah.
I think the reaction they were intending for, is they want you to laugh that, holy fuck, a real giant King Shark that we've teased throughout this whole episode just showed up.
Yeah, no, and it's a great punchline and still menacing looking.
Right.
And then I love the moment we talked about Cisco and Vibe, but I really loved so Cisco touches her and Vibe's out and runs away from the date, which was hilarious. I was like,
great.
"What are you doing?" He just leaves her. So he comes to the coffee shop, wanting to make it up. He's playing "In Your Eyes" by Peter Gabriel. I was like, "Nice song, dude." Very John Cusack from that movie. Say Anything.
Yeah.
He did. He pulled the Say Anything.
Now, I have a question.
Yeah.
Is anybody ever going to get laid in the show? Because nobody
Yeah.
seems to send it in.
No, it's
Nobody
very-
sends it in at all.
Yeah, that's a good point.
If you didn't know that he was vibing out, it looks like he is orgasming on the spot.
Yeah,
Yeah,
he's like,
well, that-
oh,
He is literally
hold on.
ejaculating in his pants as every
And then
time
he's like,
touches
hold on, I gotta go. I'll be right back to wipe off. Like, it looks
Yeah.
suspicious.
her.
He's a dumbass for leaving, but I loved what a great kiss that he had with her when he finally vibes her in full mask. And he's just like, wow. And I was like, God damn, that's a kiss right there.
Yeah, I can see that. But I mean,
Quite a kiss.
I want them to be men. Like, men going to get laid.
Too right.
They don't want to kiss and hold
Well,
hands. and,
Cisco was
blah, blah,
like,
blah.
he did tease. He's like, we're gonna go out to dinner and then probably grab breakfast the next day.
Yeah, and
He
then
wasn't
I love
telling
how
you
they're
that.
messing with him. Barry's like, breakfast? What are you talking about?
Yeah.
He's like,
Yeah,
yo,
that was good.
Joe's
That was a
like,
good
yo,
one,
he's
Joe.
messing with you. Do-Right said he busts twice. Yeah, so Cisco didn't need to get laid. He was done as soon as the kiss was over.
Well,
He's like, "God,
it's like the vibing thing. His eyes roll back and he like
Yes.
flitters and stuff.
you know what? That's a great. I never noticed that observation. When Cisco vibes, he's getting off. It looks
Yeah.
like he's getting off. You're absolutely right.
Yeah.
I'm getting a vibe.
Oh, I'm gonna start using that. I'm gonna be. Oh shit! I vibed all over myself. I'll be right back.
Oh shit.
It's okay.
Hey, some guys vibe early. Some guys vibe often. It happens to the best of them. I vibe
Yeah.
too quickly. I'm sorry.
It's healthy.
It's healthy.
Give me a napkin.
You know, they say vibe is good for your hair. There's a lot of protein. It's like conditioner.
Oh,
I heard
Jesus
about
Christ.
All right.
right.
Great Flash show. Hey, let's get to the best show this week. Do you guys agree?
Let's
All right,
go.
fuck you.
The Jock and Nerd Podcast.
Let's spoil some shit, Batman.
Dude, I think this episode of Arrow was maybe more my favorite for
Wow.
a couple of reasons. Season
Wow, I hated this episode.
Really? I'll tell you what I liked about it. Season 4, episode 7, called Brotherhood. I liked it because it was not there. Okay, there was no Legends of Tomorrow set up in this one. right?
They had
There was
Adam,
Ray
but
Palmer.
not that about it. That's about it.
They had him doing shit. Here's what I like. Right off the bat, whoever directed this episode, the way he shot these fucking fight scenes.
The fight scenes were great. Yeah.
Was
Oh my God, I totally disagree.
Oh, wow.
What?
Ooh.
Oh,
Yeah.
All right, Ruggs, let's get into
Let's
it.
hear it.
All right. Well, I just think that the fight scenes were very, very like over choreographed, and it looked like there was no weight behind any of the punches. In fact, some of those kicks were late. Like I think the direction was like was horrible. Like I would have made them do it again or something. I don't know. Maybe they were running out of time. Maybe they tried to do too much in one episode.
I feel like
I think Imran's pointing out the fight scene where it's like that close up in Thea and
there's a couple. There's a couple of them. They did a lot of these.
The ones where they were in like a box and they were fighting
Yeah.
in very, very close quarters. I thought those were good. The ones where they were fighting multiple people, I can see Rugboy's point.
Well, look,
Yeah, there was one where Thea like completely missed the guy, and like you didn't see it. Like she completely kicks, doesn't hit anything, and then the guy just falls. And like it was just, I'm like, oh, who's shooting this? It was very, very amateur hour, in my opinion.
you know what? I
direction.
liked the attempt at stylizing these fight scenes a little bit different than the rest of the show.
It looked like Power Rangers.
No, I disagree. They had these single camera kind of. They were trying to emulate the Daredevil's one take single camera fight. I loved it. Look, I love the part where Thea's fighting the guy and they go in the elevator and they're fighting in the elevator and they come out of the elevator and then you see them like kind of periphery, kind of like a journalistic camera like 24 would shoot. There was a lot of these shots where it was very raw. Like there was a lot of choreography and the camera is sweeping around. Instead of cutting, the camera is sweeping around and following them. I loved when Laurel jumped off the building and the camera followed her down on the shoulder.
that was cool.
That was pretty sick.
Cool.
There was
So,
some very different camera shots than we're nor used to seeing.
Yes.
Let me just before you keep going, we have a lot of people in here. jockandnerd.com. We are live recording this podcast that will be out on Saturday.
You guys, thanks for checking out the Jock and Nerd podcast. If you hang out after the show, we're going to open it up. We get to geek out with you. Leave a comment in the thing. Click Tell a Little Bird if you don't mind. It would really help us out. We love you guys. This episode, I love the fight scenes. I thought you could because they were so pulled back, like it was all stunt. The stunt doubles weren't that bad because you just saw people fighting in the distance. But however, there was a lot of wild shooting. And then my only question is, when there's a group of ghosts and they're facing one person, why don't they all shoot them at once instead of just walking into them? Like when Laurel is fighting those one dudes, they're literally just walking into her like it's a video game and she's just knocking them out. I'm like, you guys have fucking machine guns. Why aren't you shooting?
Yeah.
It's crazy how like Arrow can jump into a fight with a guy with a bunch of machine guns and none of them like turn around and start using their guns. They all start disregarding their guns and start throwing punches.
They're like, what the fuck are these things?
They forget
Fight 'em.
they forget that they have guns. But I like how they tied Diggle's brother into all this now.
But I hate that everybody who's dead is not dead on the show.
No,
Yeah.
there's a lot
That's
of
where I'll
Fucking
agree with
guys, it's getting
this
old.
whole
That's where
season
I'll
should be
agree
called
with Rugboy.
Resurrection. Yeah, nobody's dead. Everyone's coming fucking back to life. This is
I was
third
in the
person a
middle.
row.
I was in the middle on this episode because I liked the fight scenes like Imran mentioned, but I am getting tired that no one really is ever dead on Arrow.
No one ever died.
And everybody she's like, I know what it's like to have a sister that died and came back. And then everybody knows what it's like to have a dead person in their life
They
come back.
Yeah. You're
Great
absolutely right.
emotional scenes by Diggle, though. I really did like that he would not cut his brother some slack. That
See,
they
but
wanted to save him, and he's like, no, fuck that guy. We're not doing
There's
it.
an edit where Diggle's crying and they cut back and his face is completely dry.
Ooh,
I fucking watched this episode and I
you
remember.
did.
So this is why
I did watch this episode.
I did just watch
closely.
this like an hour ago as well. I did. I could see that Diggle not having like any remorse for his brother was weird. Was like moral. But I also kind of found it unbelievable that he was so angry like with Ollie about it and like he wouldn't give his brother a chance. I kind of felt that was a little unbelievable. Like your brother's back, dude. Like get him back. Figure
Yeah, I
out
don't
what's
understand
going
the conflict. He's like he's pissed that his brother's still alive.
Especially when you see Dark giving those pills and they all start like obeying him. Like,
Yeah.
dude, that's why your brother's gone. That's why your brother's not following anything.
Yeah.
Like I can understand him being pissed that he's an asshole and like lied about who he is, but you know, you got to be at least happy that he's alive and maybe he's got a chance at like becoming a good guy at some point.
Right.
Hey, and cutting him any slack. But then at the end, Diggle straight out asks him, "Is this true?" And Andy's like, "Yep, it's true, all of it." So where does that leave us? The guy is a fucking piece of shit. I don't know.
He'll come around. He'll be redeemed.
Everybody does. Like, you can't fall for that shit.
And so we also got some cool stuff about Thea a little bit regarding her bloodlust. First of all, Malcolm should be given an award for Father of the Year because he is so loving that he shows up.
I found a pedophile for you.
So great.
That's actually very appropriate. That's like the best form of Malcolm.
That's what Alfred should be doing.
Yeah, I felt that that was Malcolm was sincere. Like that was a sincere moment. He's like, look, I know the bloodlust from killing those dudes is wearing off. Hey, there's a pedophile just down the street. I'm gonna leave this here. That's all. Just letting you know. And then the lamest, the whole scene in the bar on the date with that guy hitting on her was
unnecessary.
It was ridiculous. It was the worst dialogue. The minute the dude steps away, this guy's like, "Hey, baby, what's your?" I was like, "What the fuck?"
You look like the kind of girl that no means yes.
Oh my god, it was.
But is it any more obvious to you guys that Arrow's advisor is underworking for Dark? The way when he gets the cell phone call, he's like, "I got to get this."
Wait, who?
Yeah,
the guy that's playing Thea, the planner.
Oh, do you think Alex has a?
He has a motive. It's so obvious. The guy, there's nothing likable so far about this guy except that he's dating Thea.
Oh, but he got to watch her fucking beat that guy down, and she's like, "Sorry, you saw that."
Let's interrupt this real quick.
For checking. Yeah,
Rugboy, do you have a sister?
No.
That's a random question from Mr. Do-Right in the chat. Thanks, Do-Right.
I'm an only child.
I was just saying thanks for everyone stopping in and checking us out. We're the Jock and Nerd Podcast. We're just talking about how this episode of Arrow this week, I like some things, but there were still some silly things. I love the line though. I like the plan now that Diggle and Oliver finally get on the same page and they're like, we're gonna take this son of a bitch down in the light of day. And Ollie calls him out in the open because for some reason Dark doesn't want him to fuck with the Bay, and Oliver wants to restore the Bay because that's where they were. He was training. Is that right? That's like
trading. I think he wants to control the docks.
Yeah,
he's got some military shit in there. We didn't really find out what that was.
Yeah, he wants to be able to bring shit in and out, and he wants to be able to fucking. That's how he wants to basically cripple the city so he can take it over and make it his base of operations.
Yep.
I like the course this is taking with Ollie running for mayor, and you're starting to see the hope slowly come into the tone of the show, where he's trying. I kind of like that the mayor would be Arrow. Like that's kind of badass if that actually happens. Dark may oppose him now. Do you think that's going to happen?
He opposes him figuratively in that I don't think he's going to run against him, but he's going to do everything he can to make sure Ollie doesn't get elected or stay alive.
Did you notice that they use the word hippie and crunchy a lot?
Hippie crunchy program. They used that twice. Yes. Why?
They're trying to make Ollie into like 70s Green Arrow from the comics, like crunchy.
A little nod to like the Neil Adams Green Arrow there.
Good catch, Ruggs.
That's what I'm here for. And the dick jokes.
Hey, if you guys in the blab have a question, if you just type /Q, it'll come up as a question, and we will answer it. Then the other thing, okay, so at the end when they were going in to save Andy's brother, they get caught, and the fight breaks down, and then suddenly Ray shows up because the whole time Ray is like, I don't know what I'm doing. I don't want to go back to work. He's a little bit of a whiny bitch too. He's trying to help him find his DNA markers, whatever. Adam comes in. Here's my question: when the fuck did he learn how to fight?
Oh, I don't know. I think maybe he programmed it into the suit.
What?
Like,
I did notice him ducking punches, and I was like, that's kind of lame.
Yeah, I was like, how does Ray know how to fight all of a sudden? Just
maybe when he was in that glass thing, he was just practicing kung fu moves.
He was shadow boxing with a tiny little elf.
It would be more believable if he was just like flying around and punching people, and then like getting hit, but like not just absorbing it because he's in a metal suit. Like, why do you need to duck? You're in a metal suit.
Just let him hit you. Their hand is gonna break, and then you can punch them.
Yeah.
Oh, but
These are all things that make sense. That's why I thought this episode was weird.
Yeah, I mean, to me, the fight choreography and those kind of swooping camera kind of saved it. Now, let's not forget the moment where Dark tries to whammy jammy magic Thea, and it backfires. Not only does it backfire, it reduces her bloodlust. Oh shit! Yeah. So that's gonna come in handy in the future. She could be the only one that can withstand Dark's.
She is basically like like wearing a cross against like a vampire or something. Like,
Yeah,
just bring
that's
around
awesome.
Thea.
Yeah, it doesn't work on her because she's made of magic.
Yeah. Or
Because
bring in
of
a
the
bunch of
pit.
onions or garlic around a vampire. Just bring Thea.
Yeah, so
You're
the
good.
pit kind of is giving
Or-
her a coating of protection.
Or, you get the other Lance lady to come in there and beat the shit out of him.
Well, there's my question about Sarah. If Thea is this bad, how fucking bad is Sarah jonesing right now?
Jeez.
She's probably fucking killing a bunch of people. Did they ever solve that?
I don't know.
She still has a bloodlust. Or should, anyways.
Well, if they use the MacGuffin to get Thea back to normal, then they can use the same MacGuffin to get Sarah back to normal. Maybe it's going to be both of them double teaming him.
They got a magic.
And that's how they kill him.
Oh, Rugboy.
Geek
I
boner.
think you might be writing this show. I don't know. How do you know that? That's a great idea.
Because I took those pills that make my dick smaller.
Nootropics. Big brain, small dick. Get it now.
Yeah. I'm a mutant.
Take 2 of these and I'll see your dick nowhere. Okay. So, but let's not. And then, so in the flashback, anything of value in these flashbacks? Writer has some mojo sticks that can tell if someone's lying. Conklin set up the girl that Oliver saved, her brother
Died.
Oliver had to kill her. But that's
Yeah.
really about all that happened. Oliver has a map, but needs another map to find out how this fucking map works. Of course,
I didn't get what the
It's
plan
very
was.
it's convoluted.
I don't understand. I don't understand the flashy back.
At least they're back on Lian Yu and not in China. I'll say that.
Yeah, he's got to stay there for another year and sort all this shit out.
Yeah.
But so I think, all right. So moving forward, next week, I don't think there's an arrow,
No
I think,
arrow next week.
right. And then the next one is going to be the crossover.
Yep.
So we will have Vandal Savage
Geek boner.
and a
awesome.
setup for Legends of Tomorrow.
That's
Geek
fucking
boner.
awesome.
Meaning we're gonna see all the heroes come together, team up, and fucking kick some ass.
I hope it's good.
They better do Vandal Savage right. He's a fucking awesome villain.
Did you see them in the previews? The Vandal, the
Yeah,
Savage.
he looked pretty good. He looked like a Vandal Savage
He
from
was
the
like
comics.
throwing knives, like a bunch of them.
Yeah.
At the time.
I mean their crossover last season was pretty decent.
I
But
liked
this
it last
year,
season.
yeah, this year it's more of a connected 2-parter. This will be the backdoor pilot. That's hot.
Geek boner.
Into Legends of Tomorrow. I love it to say backdoor.
We're gonna go in the
pilot.
back door.
I'm gonna pilot through the back door, people. So yeah, I enjoyed. Okay, so what was your favorite this week, you guys? Rugboy, you first out of these 4 shows.
Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D. by far was
Okay.
the most jaw-dropping. Like the whole thing with Ward, Powers Booth revealing the Hydra thing. Coulson just sticking it to that whole, what is it, ACLU, the ATU, ACDC, whatever the fuck those acronyms
the
are.
NC, the NLSCS,
Yeah.
all those acronyms.
Yeah, that's good.
Anthony, what was your favorite show this week?
I got to agree with Rugboy. I mean, the fact that maybe it's partly because I realized Malik has been in the movies and it just made everything so much more enriching. But I didn't expect Shield to blow me away and tie in all these threads that at first seemed like, what the fuck? Why is there 3 different things going on? But the fact that it's all tied in and Coulson's finally a badass is cool. It was good. That was my favorite by far too.
You guys, I'm a flip-flopping motherfucker, and you just changed my mind. I'm gonna have to go Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D.
Oh,
also.
wow.
Not to be super agreeable, but now that I think back, the fucking Hydra revelation at the end alone blew me away. That how they pull and then tying everything together and tying these threads and making it really cool. That was great.
This is the new status quo. You got Ward as the big bad. You got Hydra being fucking something that comes from the Kree or from Inhuman shit.
And then you got
This
an
is
army.
major.
Yeah, you got an army of dormant Inhumans that could be activated at any time, which is gonna be fucking awesome.
Geek boner.
Lots of geek.
And you find out that they're activating them too.
Yeah.
They're activating, and so much shit happened in this episode. If you missed this episode, you gotta go watch.
Absolutely. Go of it, news bits and some feedback. We're going to wrap up the main show, open up the post show where you guys can jump in and geek out with us.
Talking nerd.
Hey guys, you guys like Justice League, right?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Do you like Justice League Dark?
I like it with some sugar.
I like Justice League Dark chocolate with lots of peanut butter. There's been some casting rumors of this upcoming Justice League Dark movie. Couple of cool names attached. It's all hearsay, but it got me excited. For example, Monica Bellucci which you may know from she was Inspector most recently in the the Matrix sequels as Madame Xanadu. I like that. Colin Farrell possibly as Constantine. Ruggs, what do you think of that?
Ooh, this is gonna be a movie?
Yes, big budget movie. They're also mentioned Ewan McGregor as Etrigan, maybe.
Cool. Yeah.
And the best one, the biggest geek boner, Ron Perlman as the fucking Swamp Thing, dude. I love
awesome.
that.
Whoa.
That's perfect casting right there.
This is all rumored, Imran?
Yeah, they're in talks. There's also a short list of directors. Guillermo del Toro was attached to do it. He is not doing it. Okay. There's a short list of they're looking for like dark horror kind of directors to bring this. They're also looking for like a comedic personality for Deadman. And these are the names that are being thrown around. And
have you heard if it's going to be? If you heard if it's going to be connected to the main DCEU?
Hey guys, I think we're on the homepage of Blab right now.
We made it.
So if we made it to the homepage of Blab, jump in.
That's right, bitches. I got 300 followers.
Right on.
Everybody follow me right now.
Officially, this is the most people we've ever had for one of these weekly shows.
Plug the show again.
Jock and Nerd. This is the Jock and Nerd podcast, episode 59. We are an audio podcast where we come once a week and geek out about comic book TV shows. Visit jockandnerd.com. If you hang out till the end of the show, we're going to open up our Blab window. We'll get to geek out with you guys, and you can ask Rugboy a question. So just thanks to everyone. This is awesome. Thank you guys for coming in. Justice League Dark Casting Rumors, kind of fun. Another piece of news I wanted to mention. Remember we talked about Iron Fist and Netflix and how maybe it's not going to be a series and that maybe it's going to be a feature movie. Well, Joe Quesada has come out, and all he said is, we're still working on the series. That's all he said.
Someone's getting fisted.
Someone is getting iron fisted right up the slack hole.
Oh shit!
Wowie zowie!
Yes, I love it. So
I hope that Iron Fist still is on track because that's going to be a unique show.
Yeah, I mean, you know what? But like I said last time, I was okay with this, but then the more I thought about it, I was like, you can't have a Power Man without Iron Fist.
Plus, we've seen Punisher. Punisher, we're going to see him in Daredevil, and Punisher's a played-out story. Iron Fist.
Yeah. Iron Fist is something new and different.
That's awesome.
Yeah. Plus, I think in the
white guy doing karate, awesome.
Yeah, that's always good. He's got super.
You mean American Ninja wasn't good enough for you?
In the comic books, I think Power Man and Jessica Jones, don't they have a kid and they name him Danny?
They do.
They name him after. Yep. So if you're gonna have Luke Cage, you have to have Danny Rand's relationship. And maybe the way to soften the blow is in Luke Cage, Power Man, you introduce Danny as his buddy already. And then we get a little, and then you wait till Doctor Strange happens. Then you give us an Iron Fist series.
That's what they're doing sort of with Jessica Jones is they're introducing Luke Cage. So then you'll get to know him sort of on Jessica Jones, and then he'll get his own series. And from all the reviews I read, Luke Cage, that actor's killing it.
Dude, he looks great. Hey, everyone in the Blab, this is the Jock and Nerd podcast where you will hear things like this. Jock and Nerd. I want you to remember this. Jock and Nerd. And tell your friend when you see him. Jock and Nerd podcast, jockandnerd.com. Now, finally, we can't forget to mention, we're live now. It's Thursday, November 19th. When this show posts, it'll be Saturday, November 21st. In the middle of those days, tomorrow, for the live listeners, Jessica Jones released on Netflix. I cannot be more excited. Come on, how hyped are you? I was even thinking, Anthony asked me, am I going to stay up tonight and watch it when it comes out? And then I was like, when does it come out? And then you were like, midnight. And then I was like, midnight where? Anthony, what's the answer?
It is midnight Pacific. So unfortunately for us, Central and Eastern time zone, and as for Rugboy, that's 2 or 3 a.m. So
wow,
it's only fair. They want to wait till it's midnight everywhere.
Everywhere. Yep.
Only where it's important. California. Fuck everybody else.
That's exactly right. That's hey, California, we love you. We got a lot of listeners out in Cali. Bay Area, what's up?
There's like 40 people watching this. I'm sure they don't know shit about Jessica Jones. Let's give them a real quick overview of what the show is going to be about.
Absolutely. And actually, I found this little article on IO9 that brought a good point that Alias, this show is based on a comic book called Alias that came out 14 years ago today. And it's Marvel's first adult comic book. What had happened was towards the end of the 90s, early 2000s, the market became so saturated with gimmicks and over publication that comic books got really immature. And that's when it lost me, when I realized that they're still writing for 13-year-olds. And I'm like, you know what? I'm out. Now, this was also compounded with a little bit the Comics Code Authority, which is a authority that comics they can't swear, they can't be obscene. So two things happen. The 90s are over, and Marvel leaves the Comics Code Authority. Now, they are free.
This story's taking way too long.
Sorry, they're free to make adult comics. So Alias was, Rugboy, why don't you tell the people what Alias is about?
Alias is basically about Jessica Jones, okay? She's this girl that used to be an Avenger. She was like she had flying powers and she had super strength. And she got under the grasp of this guy called the Purple Man, who has psychic abilities and basically fucked up her head big time. And basically in the comics, like abused her sexually and made her think that she was sexually abused. He didn't really actually touch her, but he put the thoughts in her head that she can't get out, and just made her think terrible things. So she quits being a superhero and starts being a private investigator.
Yep.
But she drinks heavily and has sex with random guys, and she's just like bad news.
She's a flawed character, runs Alias investigations. Listener and guys,
let me read the synopsis real quick on Wikipedia, just because I think it's awesome. Critical reception for this series was overwhelmingly positive, with praise given to Ritter and Tennant for their performances. The series' noir tone, approach to sexuality, and covering darker topics such as rape, assault, and PTSD, which is stuff that hasn't really been touched in comic book culture in terms of the big screen or on the little screen.
This is the review of the show that that's gonna come on.
Yeah. There's been it's been screened. There's been a lot of reviews. It's gotten great reviews. Great reviews. Yeah. So
I think it's 96% right now on Rotten Tomatoes.
Wow. I mean, for Marvel and Netflix, this is going to be huge. You know, they said that every 6 months there's going to be Marvel content on Netflix. I can't wait to check out the tone of this.
I'm so excited.
I'm hoping Kristen Ritter rocks it out of the park. I was gunning for Lizzie Kaplan to be Jessica Jones.
Oh,
but she's already on Lizzie Kaplan.
Yeah, who's Lizzie Kaplan?
She is. She's on Masters of Sex.
Okay.
And
this girl's she's been in a Marvel short before too.
Yeah, but she's like, to me, when they were thinking of making a Jessica Jones show, she was the first person I thought of. But she's got like a lot of shows. I don't think she can do both shows. That'd be the first person I would have tapped. But Kristen Ritter, let's see what she does. I'm pulling for her. I hope that she pulls it off.
Hey guys, Emma Pond 88 asks in the chat, what's the name of the show? Well, Emma Pond 88, this is the Jock and Nerd podcast. My name is Imran.
It's right there.
My
name's Anthony, by the way.
He's the Jock. I'm the nerd, and that's Rugboy, everyone's favorite felty sensation, sweeping the nation. Jock and Nerd podcast. Check us out at jockandnerd.com, and I'll have a couple more announcements of things.
The TV show we're talking about is Jessica Jones, though.
Oh, I thought. Okay,
Jessica
I was confused.
Jones.
We're talking about Jessica Jones. Okay,
On
now
Netflix.
we have both answers. Jessica Jones on Netflix, November 20th. When the show posts in the audio feed, it'll be up. Go binge this show. We're going to have a great review. It's going to be awesome. I cannot be more geek boner. All right.
Yeah.
You guys.
And make sure that you come back on next Thursday, because we do our shows usually on a Thursday night.
Actually, next week it's Thanksgiving, Rugs.
Oh shit. Yeah. We're not doing it on Thursday.
Rugs, are you available the Friday after Thanksgiving?
I have no idea.
All right. That's when we're doing the show.
I guess it won't be on it. I don't know.
No, you guys just check out jockandnerd.com/live and you'll be able to see when the next one is scheduled. Subscribe. All of our replays are on the Blab.
We do weekly shows for any of the new people in here. We do weekly shows on Blab, like Imran was talking about, but we also do special interview shows and topical shows. So there's something for everybody with what we do.
Something for every kind of taste. Lots of content to be found at jockandnerd.com. All right, gang, we got two more things. I got an email and an audio comment. We're going to close up the main show. We're going to open it up to the blabbers in the post show. Let's check it out.
The Jock and Nerd podcast.
Jock and Nerd. We got an email. That's mail delivered electronically, for anyone that was confused, from our buddy David Malofsky, who's editor-in-chief over at A Place to Hang Your Cape, an awesome geek culture comic book website where you can find at ap2hyc.com. It's regarding Supergirl. Here's what David had to say. I have a lot of problems with Supergirl, but the biggest one is the secret identity thing. There are pictures of Supergirl's face on the front cover of Cat's magazine. How easy would it be for someone like Max Lord to run facial recognition and find Kara Danvers' Facebook page? The main way she hides her identity is changing her hair, pulled back in a bun as Kara Danvers, wild and free as Supergirl, and somewhere in between when she's just being herself, Kara Zor-El. When she showed up on the ground by that burning car, my immediate reaction was, Kara, hide your stupid face. She has the DEO behind her, and they can't at least whip up one of those lame Diggle masks for her? I think anyone who wants to know who she is probably already does. Wear a mask, dummy. Valid point.
It's stuff we've already said.
She never wear it, but she doesn't wear it in she doesn't wear it in the comics.
Yeah.
Neither does Superman.
How does nobody know it's her? I don't.
Nobody knows it's anybody. All the superheroes that don't wear masks.
Those
How
people
does
are
anybody
just
do it?
Dumb. All right. Well, speaking of Malofsky, he's an overachiever. He sent us an audio comment. I got a question for the Jock.
Hi guys, it's David Malofsky from A Place to Hang Your Cape. I have a question for the Jock actually today. This is something that's been bugging me a lot about Arrow, and I think it's really started to come to a head lately. So it's that everyone seems to have learned how to fight really, really quickly. Like, Slade and Ollie kind of worked for a few months, and then he learned a lot there. And then Thea and Laurel, I feel like they just learned how to fight like really, really quickly, and now they're all at the same level, even though they have different levels of experience. So I wanted to ask the Jock, do you think that that's possible? Because I know you're into all the UFC. Do you think that someone can learn how to fight that well in less than a year? Do you think it's all like really that believable that they can take out these guys who've obviously had a lot more training? So Anthony, I want to hear your answer. Jock and Nerd!
Jock and Nerd! And by the way, that is the proper way to end a Speak Pipe message, just like he did. Thank you very much, David. Anthony, what say you?
Short answer, no, it's not possible to learn that quickly. Long answer, you would literally, to learn as fast as they've learned, you'd have to be training every day, all day, and like never ever have a job or do anything other social. I mean, the best fighters take like 2 or 3 years at least, and these are high-level athletes to even get like pretty good.
What's the UFC fighting like training schedule regimen usually?
It's usually twice a day, 2 or 3 times a day.
How
Yeah,
long?
but you don't go into UFC just like fresh, never fucking fighting before. Usually people who go into UFC did some wrestling in high school. They took karate.
They're all coming from martial arts.
Beat up little kids for milk money. Like they had some kind of previous experience.
They've either, like Rugboy said, had experience, or they're just a super athlete. Like there's no way Laurel's
There's no way
is trained in a year. So no, there's no way.
Laurel, where the hell is Wildcat anyways?
Laurel always takes me out of it when she's kicking ass because like she didn't even learn from like an assassin like Thea did or Ollie. Like Ollie had 5 years. Thea at least learned from Malcolm, which is whatever.
Yeah, but even still, Thea, it's like watching a 10-year-old boy try to fight an adult. Like I don't get it. Like, it just doesn't work.
But Laurel like learned from Cat Grant, who's just a boxing coach. Like literally, if you train for a year,
Cat Grant is on Supergirl.
Not Cat Grant, Wildcat, whatever.
Wildcat,
yeah, right. But just
imagine Calista Flockhart trained her.
You just pulled a Rugboy. You got all the names confused.
Yeah,
the thing is, my point is that even if you train in like in a discipline for a year, like boxing, you train boxing for a year, you're gonna learn a ton of shit. By the end of that year, you're still gonna suck. Like you're not gonna be that good. So,
I mean, look at Ronda Rousey. Everyone thought she was undefeatable. Even the best, man. But the good question by David, and that always bothers me. I'm like,
I appreciate the question.
Ray, how is Ray throwing punches? Fuck off, Adam. You don't know how to fight. Just blast the motherfucker with your things.
Right.
Yeah.
All right, gang. We'll give out our final plugs. Everyone, you can follow Rugboy at Really Rugboy, right, Rugs?
Yeah.
Tell him he needs to increase his Twitter followers. Thanks for hanging out on the blab. If you want to send us an audio comment, just like David did, we'll answer your question. Just visit speakpipe.com/jockandnerd or click the link in the show notes in your podcast app. And then you got 90 seconds. You can leave us a nice little message and we'll answer it on the show. You can also record a voice memo, send it to our email, show@jockandnerd.com.
You can also find us on Twitter. See the nerd right there? Above that says Jock and Nerd Cast. I want everybody in here to follow us there. If you try to follow me, I will probably reject your follow. So reject Jock and Nerd. Follow Jock and Nerd Cast. You can also go on Facebook and like our page. We're Jock and Nerd Podcast. Also,
Can I tell
what
you
everyone.
what's funny,
Yeah, go
Anthony,
ahead.
is because your name is in your Twitter handle and
Yeah.
ours says Jock and Nerd Podcast.
Yeah.
People call me the Jock when I'm on Blab. They're like, "Hey, Jock," and like I can't explain it. I just go with it. So it's all confused. I'm actually the nerd, people. My name is Imran.
I've got my phone in front of me as we speak, and I have like 2 or 3 people trying to follow me personally now.
Fine, take them, accept them. Don't be a Twitter dick. You guys also subscribe in iTunes. Visit jockandnerd.com/review.
That's
That
important.
way-
That's very important.
It's very important. You can leave us a rating and reviewing. You will get every show right in your pocket as soon as it comes out. You will get Rugboy in your pocket, and a warm, felty vibration will happen when you get it. Also,
if you don't have iTunes, we're on all your other podcast
we're also on
platforms.
Stitcher, SoundCloud, TuneIn Radio, Player FM. Just search
Spreecast,
Jock
not
and Nerd
Spreecast.
and Spreaker.
Spreaker,
Yes.
there you go. Yeah.
Hey, I got another announcement. We have
Go
a
ahead.
YouTube channel, by the
Oh,
way.
fuck.
Yes.
Geek boner.
YouTube.
Oh shit.
Visit jockandnerd.com/YouTube. Basically, it's all our blabs. I just pushed them over to YouTube in case maybe Blab goes away. All the shit lives over there still. I don't know. Why not?
Yeah, why not?
Do-Right's like, Rugboy, wake up. I'm like, I am awake. I'm waiting for you to stop talking.
His eyes are open. All right.
I don't think it's
gang.
physically possible for the Rugs to close his eyes.
Oh,
Yeah.
only when he gets really drunk, one of them closes a little bit. It's quite a feat. All right, guys, we're going to close up the main show and we're going to open it up to the Blab. Thanks for listening. Visit jockandnerd.com for all the lovely links. My name is Imran.
My name's Anthony.
He's the Jock.
He's the nerd.
We'll catch you next time.
Jock and Nerd.
Dude, there's everyone. Thanks
Holy
for hanging
fuck.
out. Welcome to this is the Jock and Nerd Podcast official Blab post
Have
show.
you ever had this many people?
This shit is blowing up, people.
Wowie zowie!
What's up,
This
dude?
is,
Right?
officially the most.
what's going on?
Dude, what's up? How's it going?
Man, I want to talk about Flash, damn it.
We can talk
Okay, let's go.
Yeah,
This
let's
is
talk
the
about whatever
time.
you want to talk about, Do-Right.
What'd you
Well,
think?
You know what? I always enjoy Flash. And y'all made some pretty damn good points tonight, man. I appreciate that. Y'all, it was like y'all was in my head, especially Rugboy. Rugboy's always in my head. And you should take the pill to make it smaller because then you can grow a longer tongue.
I never know it's long enough.
Yeah, you can't. It's just Rugboy, get out of his head. Hey, what's up? Front page of Blab.
Oh shit.
Yeah,
Jock and Nerd.
just a little Jock and Nerd podcast for your Thursday
Imran, has this
evening.
ever
Come on
happened?
in.
Have we ever gotten this many?
No.
It only took y'all 6
Hell
weeks.
no. Yeah, this is this is week 8, 9 in a row. This is week 9 in a row for us on the Blab. I'm glad to see the viewership is growing. You guys subscribe. We'll be doing this weekly. Sorry, Do-Right. Back to Flash. What'd you think this week?
Man, look. At first, when I saw that short guy, and I was like, "Oh shit, they finna do a sci-fi thing." But actually, I like it. I like it because I don't know why I like it. I just like Flash. I just like the fact that he can move fast and he's learning how to use his powers, and it's not all quick. You know, when it's too fast, then you just don't get the enjoyment out of it. A lot of ladies say that, and
Well, even Barry's dad goes, sometimes you gotta slow down
so
to
what?
catch back up.
Did Barry's dad go back to jail or something? Like,
No, he just took off. He's like, I need some space. He went
Yeah, that
camping
was weird.
apparently and went fishing by
how would
himself.
you need space? You was in jail. I mean, how long you was in jail for? Like 10 years or some shit.
15
Yeah.
years.
How long you-
15 years.
He had
Yeah.
space.
We all thought that was very poorly handled. I mean, it's obvious
But
they
the
don't have the
only
budget
reason-
for him to be on the show.
Yeah.
So they
But it worked because they did that so he could come back and be like, look, Barry, get out of your fucking head and let's do this. Which it took forever for Barry to get like just.
I
run,
wouldn't
motherfucker.
say
What's
it
wrong?
worked, Imran. I don't know. I mean,
All right, maybe it didn't
Yeah.
work, but that was what they
They
were
were
trying
trying, yeah, I
to
can see.
accomplish.
He would have to come back every show because every show that fucker is in a funk. You know, oh, I don't need no
Yeah.
help from nobody. I don't want nobody to get
Yeah.
hurt. Oh no, I don't want a sandwich because I don't like the crust. Oh no, I don't want to take a shit because we ain't got no toilet paper. He got problems with every fucking thing.
Yeah, he's like Peter Parker, but Peter Parker talked to himself.
Yeah. Yeah, that was all internal monologue that Peter would have, all his self-doubts and shit. But you're right, Barry could be a little bit whiny. That's why I think, Rugboy, you mentioned last week, you liked Barry being a little bit more authoritative and confident and almost taking charge. He's like, no, we're going to do this.
Yeah.
And it was a nice change for Barry. And then he went back to, I can't run even though nothing's wrong with me.
He has one setback, and then he's back to being a whiny bitch.
Well, it's funny, when he finally takes charge, he get his ass stomped. Not beat, stomp, drag
Ronda Rousey rings the bell.
Everybody.
Yeah,
he does get his ass beat.
I mean, yeah. Even when Grodd had him, and Caitlyn had to come in for the save.
Yeah, that's what we were. Yeah, that's what he's referring to.
Oh, that's the part. Yeah. Wow.
No, it's
Okay. Enough of Flash. You know what we need to talk about. Come on.
Let's do
it.
All right, listener. Can I just say that, Anthony, what's the status on your Walking Dead project?
I am all caught up. We can talk about it.
Get the fuck out of here.
So,
all right.
We're going to do the mid-season finale show?
Oh, we'll do it.
We'll still do
after
that.
the mid-season finale. We'll get it set up.
Yeah. So there's
you want to tell them what the plan is right before?
Well, there's 2 episodes left this year.
Yeah.
So we'll casually talk about those in the post show. And during that break, and it doesn't come back till February. So we have from then to February, we'll squeeze in a Walking Dead Geek Fest show.
Yeah.
And it'll be awesome. Now, Daryl-centric episode this week on The Walking Dead. What did y'all think? Kick it off. You have the best insight, man.
I like Daryl. I like Daryl because he's a man of few words. And this show was no different. Look, somebody put a gun to your head, they think you somebody else, and you still don't say shit? Boy, you're a man of your convictions.
Yeah, and you're right. He's a man of action and conviction. But that was my question: is like, fucking say something. He's just going along with these fucking 3 people. Yeah, but you're right. He's waiting for his moment. Like he's scoping out. He's absorbing. Wants to find out what the deal is, and then when he can make his move, he's not going to be foolish.
When he says something, it means something. But the reason I like this episode as well is, Durai mentioned that Daryl is a man of few words. Abraham has a way with words that I really like.
Hey, real quick, before we continue, for everyone in the blab, this is your official spoiler for this week's Walking Dead. Don't say I didn't warn you.
Dude, when he is like, I want to get to know you on a different level or another level, I was like, fucking Abraham.
He's like, there's nobody here.
But you know what?
Sasha, that was a great line where he goes, "A man knows."
She didn't say no.
She didn't.
No,
she wants it.
She wants it.
I think she was.
She wants the ginger cock.
She literally. She's literally.
You think the carpet?
No,
You think the carpet matches the drapes, Rugboy? Is that what we told him?
Oh yeah, he's got fire crotch all day long.
No, but she was literally like, you've got issues to hand. Like you take care of your shit, which she's referring to as Rosalind or Rosalita. What's her name? Not Rosalind.
Rosalita.
Rosalita.
Yeah,
She's like, you take care of your shit.
Oh, Rosita. Sorry,
Rosita.
Rosita.
You take her. Basically, he's implying take care of Rosita. Get her out of the way, and we can fuck now.
But at this point they feel like they're not making it back, right? Like he feels like they're just going to be there and they're not getting out anytime soon.
2 depressed people don't need to be together. He needed to Rosalita.
I do like how both of their death wishes are kind of getting smaller. Like they're kind of getting over their death wish together, and I feel like they connect over this because they both kind of wanted to kill themselves.
Well, let's get back to Daryl for a second.
Oh yeah, Daryl.
All right, so Daryl's in the forest. He parks his motorcycle, covers it with a bush, and all of a sudden, he encounters a dude and 2 chicks.
Yep.
And I was like, "Oh, new girls."
Foursome. Oh no, that's what I thought.
And immediately, my hopes are dashed when one of the girls dies stupidly.
That was a fucking. Why are you putting flowers on? They're still alive. It's just glass, you dumb idiot. The minute she kneeled down to put flowers, I was like, oh, yeah.
She like lays on them. She like lays onto them.
Yeah. So then she falls on them, and you're like, that's just glass covering them. They're still alive.
You stupid ass.
She was an idiot. That's what happened.
That was his death on Walking Dead so far.
You
can't even blame ignorance because they've been alive long enough to know what zombies are like at this point.
Yeah. How are you still alive and not know to not go near that shit?
Yeah. They just escaped living people, and she still fell for the okie doke.
Fucking idiots.
Yeah.
So we find out these people think Daryl is part of some group that sounds like they're running a little protection racket, doesn't it?
Hey, can I point out something?
Sounds like it.
Yes.
You know how I am, right?
Yeah.
Now, I can't take credit for this because I saw Talking Dead afterwards, but they made a really good point. You've never seen that person's face, right?
Yep.
But wasn't he kind of dressed like Rick?
Yeah, it's not Rick though.
I know it's not Rick. Hold on. Stay with
It's Prick.
It's
Hey, it sounds good.
it's Earth 2 Rick. Oh, that's the different shit.
That's even better. But he's dressed like Rick. He has the boots and the belt buckle like Rick. And then when the dude gets bit, he cuts the dude's arm off like
That was
Rick.
great. That was great. Well, that dude, his name is Wade. So I love how Daryl set the trap for the guy. And then the dude right away knows cut it off. And the other guy chops his arm off and goes, all right, walk it off, bro. That's good. Let's go. Like, he cuts his arm off, tells him to walk it off.
But that's what it would be like. You'd just be like, all right, I guess we got to fucking cut your arm
That's
off.
the world you're living in these days.
Just make sure those zombies don't bite your
Rick
dick.
did to Herschel. The same shit.
Yeah.
So now take this into consideration. Now this dude, they kept saying, "Oh, you kneeling to him, you killing people for him and stuff like that."
Yeah.
Isn't Rick going down that same road? And could this be like the reverse image of Rick?
Well, if we think who we think it is. Now, we talked last week, Jeffrey Dean Morgan cast as the character Negan, announced on the show. And now you have this group that has a tanker that's mowing down trees. You don't see their heads. You see him standing, commanding them. And they're talking about these guys were trying to get away from them. We made a mistake making a deal with them. Also, a couple of things were confirmed. There was a tweet from the show account saying that character's name was Dwight, the guy's name. In the comic book, Dwight is a member of the Saviors, who are led by one Mr. Negan. So I think this is how they're introducing Negan. I think that guy in the blue was Negan. The guy, not the guy, Wade, the guy you saw standing next to the truck, and he was wearing all denim, and he was in cowboy boots. And I think that was Negan.
I ain't got much time left, but I wanted to jump to, so I'll just jump to one question real quick. I told Imran who I thought it was, but did you catch at the end when they're using the walkie-talkies and someone says help?
Yeah, I know what you're going to say.
Who do you think it is?
You think it's Glenn.
Of course it's Glenn.
But
it's
see,
Glenn.
I keep hearing this over and over and over, but check this out. Damn, come back, Rugboy. Come back.
Rugboy's dancing. Dance for the people, Rugs.
I know I ain't doing that too. But come on back, Rugboy. I got an explanation for that. Now, as we've seen throughout this season so far, that time has been sitting on top of each other. That everything's been happening at the exact same time.
Yeah.
And when you heard that on the walkie-talkie, could be when the fucking walkers are fucking chewing a hole in his ass, and that's his last word is help, and that's it.
So you think he's dead? You think Glenn's dead?
I think he's dead.
Oh man.
Or
That dude's hiding underneath that dumpster.
No,
I'm telling you. He's under that dumpster, dude.
I don't think Glenn's not dead. Negan has to kill Glenn. Here's my theory. You want to hear my theory?
Yeah.
Sure.
Remember when before the episode at the end, Rick was in the RV and then he was swarmed by walkers, right? And then remember the next time we see Rick, he is running through the walkers through the gate. Could it be Rick calling for help, needing a save from the RV, and Daryl helps him?
It didn't sound like Rick.
Shit.
You know what?
Walkers, get out of here.
I heard this on another podcast, possibly. If you have the closed captions on during that scene, it says that it's Rick.
No!
That's what the closed captions have said. So.
Oh shit!
I don't know what that.
So you think it's a swerve? Because everyone thinks it's Glenn,
it's
right?
Not. Yeah, they want you to think it's Glenn. It's not fucking Glenn.
He's
It
alive.
didn't sound like Glenn.
The fucker's
He's
alive.
He's
All
alive.
right, let's do a poll. Everybody who's watching, alive or dead, Glenn? If you watch Walking Dead,
Everybody in the
chime in.
drop yes or no, dead or alive, in the chat regarding Glenn's fate and what you think. I think we should take a poll because I don't think he's dead. I'm going to vote alive in the chat. And I don't think that was him on the walkie, but I don't think he's dead.
He's part of Team Ass Chewed. He's done. He is zombie child. Telling you.
But why wasn't he on
zombie
Talking Dead?
Or why isn't he a zombie?
Lady in the trap with his ass. That's what I'm telling you.
Why isn't he a zombie? Maybe he's
No,
a zombie.
he would be eaten. He'd be eaten. But I'm just saying, why isn't he on Talking Dead? Don't they usually have the
but they
dead character
said
show up?
that they were gonna have a special guest that they wasn't saying who it was on next week. So it's still possible.
His name is not in the credits. Also, I don't think anymore. The show.
He ain't dead.
I don't know. I think they're fucking with us.
Let it go.
They're fucking with us, and they're having a blast.
Herschel, y'all can let go of Glenn.
Herschel was badass. I love Herschel.
What do you think Daryl's gonna do now? Those fuckers took off with his bike and his crossbow, leaving him pretty much helpless.
That's one thing about Daryl. He always gets his crossbow back. He's gonna find that motorcycle and the crossbow on the side of the road, and both of them gonna have some bullets in their ass. They're not getting away. They nobodies.
Well, he literally goes to them. They're like, sorry. He's like, you will be. So it's already foreshadowing. He's gonna get some revenge.
But I don't think they're bad people. I think they're just scared, and I think they're gonna be part of maybe a semi-regular cast.
Well, you already forgot too that Daryl found a car and he's already taken him back to Alexandria, so he's fine.
Actually, found Patty, the one that they were looking for. You remember they say, "Where's Patty?"
Oh, that was Patty.
Oh, that's the car.
The car, the
car
truck,
was
Patty. Yes, it was the truck.
Good
or the
point.
big ambulance or whatever.
This fucking guy right here.
It was a fuel truck.
It was a what was it?
A fuel truck.
Fuel
They
truck.
used a
That's
fuel
right.
truck to set the fire in the forest. They
In
didn't
the
want to
forest, yeah.
This fucking guy is awesome.
Dude, that's what you got to go to Do Right for Walking Dead. I did love the way the forest was burnt, and you saw the writhing, burnt walkers, and the one still had a bicycle helmet on. Like the effects were really.
The Swamp Thing Walker was the best.
Swamp Thing Walker was awesome, dude. That's like what Swamp Thing would look like.
Fucking awesome.
Yeah.
You know, Daryl found that fuel truck, and I was thinking, man, if they would have found that fuel truck like 4 days earlier, they could just dumped all that shit in that fucking quarry and burnt up all the walkers, and they would have had no problems whatsoever.
Yeah.
They could have torched the walkers, and they just didn't bother to do that.
I also bring up some other questions.
Okay.
I've been thinking about this. I've been pondering this. Just bear with me for a second. So, damn, I just lost my train of thought because I was talking too fucking long.
Welcome to my world.
But it was just like, okay, the insulin thing. Now, it said on the cooler, keep cold. And the first thing that popped in my head was, how do you find ice in a zombie apocalypse?
Yeah.
Is it dry ice that's just been around for a while?
No, it just was maybe on there from when people used to keep things cold.
But it was insulin in there, and you have to keep insulin cold.
Yeah.
And you can shake insulin. But Daryl throws the shit at him. Here's your shit. And I'm like...
I did like that moment because Daryl's a good guy, and he didn't have to go back and give him the insulin, but the guy he does the right thing. He's such a great character. He's a good guy, and he was gonna go back and give it to him.
He's definitely not his brother. His brother wouldn't have did that shit.
His brother would go, fuck you, I'm selling this insulin.
My brother Murr over here.
Yeah. Well, he tried to do the right thing and a bit of in the ass, but I think that makes him a better character. He's gonna always try and do the right thing, even if it gets him into hot water. The same thing happened to Glenn.
Like, what have we learned? Never be nice to anyone. That's the lesson.
Be Rick.
Yeah,
be Rick.
Yes.
Be Dick.
Man, I don't know. Rick might not be able to do that shit too much longer. And poor Carl, he's gonna get
Carl
his face
took
shot
off, right? He went to look for Enid.
No.
Yeah.
The guy tattled on. Oh yeah, he did. You're right. But he did tattle on him too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, that little punk ass kid that, like, look at it. Rick and Carl say this dude, that dude is worthless. Just let him run out there and go get
Jordan of the Pies. I've never seen The Walking Dead. You need to watch this.
How would you let's turn her on to it? Why should she watch The Walking Dead, you guys?
Oh, I'll tell you why, but no, go ahead. Y'all start first.
I think I'd rather hear you say it.
You have a way with words too.
Whatever we say, you're gonna say it fucking 12 times better. So
and more eloquently.
Oh, okay. So all redheads love The Walking Dead.
Smooth.
But other than that, a lot of people focus on the zombies, and that's cool. They got cool makeup and they creepy and shit like that. But really, it's almost like an experiment on sociology. There you go.
It's a study of people, what they do when fucking
a study of people
breaks down.
Yeah, in a very extreme situation.
Right, because people see zombies, but say it's not a zombie. It's a tidal wave. It's an earthquake. It's the same thing. It's just the catalyst that pushes everybody over that edge. And how would you act or react in that situation? And I think they do a very good job in The Walking Dead at pushing the envelope. One of my biggest debates that I've had with people is the Terminus. And Terminus was this train station where these people were staying, and they turned out, and I don't want to give too much to you, but they turned out to be cannibals. And so people was like, oh man, it was evil and stuff. I'm like, so why were they evil? Because they were eating people. Now, granted, if somebody's eating somebody today in our world, yeah, that would be really bad. But here you have a world that's flipped on its head. You got threats everywhere you go. You just can't go out hunting. You go out hunting and you get hunted. You find yourself in a situation you can't get your ass out of. Food is sparse. And what will you do if you got your child right there on the side of you and you're responsible for that child, you love that child, and that child is hungry? What are you going to do? I mean, are you going to make those tough choices, or are you just going to sit there and starve and watch that child starve in front of you? So were they evil? I don't think they were evil. I think they were desperate, and desperate people do desperate things. And that's what this show sits here and throws in your face. It doesn't just politely put it there and say, hey, take a bite. It says, look, eat this.
This show makes you question your own humanity and morality, because you think about, what would I do in this situation? And sometimes the answer you give yourself, you may not like.
Rugboy, you had a point there?
No.
Okay. Well, I was just going to throw in too, you also in that episode with Terminus, those 2 or 3 episodes, you saw how they were trying to be like good people, and they got taken over. So they saw the ugliness of how society was, and they were like, well, fuck, this is how we got to act now. We got to do this. Like, we can't be nice anymore. So they saw how ugly society can be when shit breaks down.
And if you notice, like, all the groups that they've met, how we said it's not about the walkers, it's how evil people can be. All the groups that they've met, the good ones, the evil ones, the bad ones, they've all have good intentions. Initially, they all think they're doing this the right way in this time, in this world, in this zombie world. And that is fucking so fascinating, but
it's one of the things that you also have to point out is that it's a saga.
Right.
Yeah.
All right. Yeah. It's not like a freak of the week, one formulaic episode after another. It's something that you go on the journey.
Yeah.
From the moment that Rick wakes up in the hospital and he finds out the whole world has gone to shit, to now being a survivor and surviving this long, you go on this journey with these people and you grow with these people and you go through the pains of that's why they have the after show where they talk about it, to like talk people down, because you get attached to the characters and they die. You know what I mean? So it's like really like it's a phenomenon.
And it is like, you're right. I think Durant might have said it. It's like life. It's like one thing after another. Let's see how long we can follow these characters and how they change and how they develop and mature.
What's very interesting too is you see how this is literally how people would act. Like, government provides structure, and you're seeing now that there is no structure in this society. So then you have individual clans at this point building their own structure, and everyone's going to come up with a different ideology of how they should act in this world. And it's interesting to see different structures being built between different clans. I like calling them clans at this point because it literally is.
They're clans. They're, it's a militia.
Tribes of people,
but you're right. Like, just exchange the zombies for, let's say, the plague or some disease. Or a blackout. This is exactly what the fuck would happen, people. This is what you need to be prepared for. Let me ask you guys this hypothetical question. I love this question. I'm going to give you 2 end-of-the-world scenarios. You tell me which one would you prefer, all right? End-of-the-world scenario 1, you have electricity, you have running water, but there's fucking zombies everywhere coming to get you, okay? End-of-the-world scenario 2, no zombies, just shitty people. However, there's no electricity. There's no power. Which one would you rather like to find yourself in?
We made it through the first pun, like in Rome, they didn't have fucking electricity and they did fine.
That's a good point. So but they didn't know what electricity was. Now, saying losing it after having it is a different thing.
Let me interject. So you were saying zombies, but we have power.
And
the other one is no zombies.
No zombies, but no
just
power.
I'm going to deal with what I know is is dangerous, which are zombies. I'd rather have the power than have to deal with people that are unpredictable and no power.
But even with the zombies, you still have the unpredictable people also. So the other way is one less thing.
But you still have things that make society feel somewhat normal.
Zombies would be a non-issue with the power.
Right.
We have power. We can fucking talk to each other, call each other, and say, "Yo, don't go out today. There's a fucking herd coming in."
Right.
That's a good point.
You can still food. You can still shower. You can still do a lot of things. You still have something. But if you take that power away, and our society is based on
I think people
power,
in the chat might be agreeing with you. I love this comment.
Think of it like this, Imran, too. Think of it like this, like Imran. If we have power like we have now, we can warn each other about tornadoes and hurricanes and flooding and all that stuff. It's the same shit. The same.
Yeah, but just think about what's happening now in the world where there's the refugees and people are talking about this and everybody's got an opinion about that. Power just leads people to fucking have unrest, I guess, in a lot of ways. Where they, like this whole zombie thing, if it was really a zombie apocalypse and we had power, it would drive mass hysteria. Maybe it would make people crazy.
It would unite everyone. It could also be the uniting factor. Rising Mariana in the comments says, shitty people is worse than no electricity. So I think everybody wants the zombies. Yeah. They want the zombie apocalypse over the no power. That's the winner. Talking nerd. Bring on the zombies. When's that happening? Anyone? Anybody know what year? 2020, 24? That's gonna happen.
I don't want there to be zombies.
No, there'll be something.
You think it's just gonna manifest because we think about it so much now?
Hey, I think all media is some kind of great propaganda. They are getting us used to this for a reason. There's something. I don't know why.
What? I'm with Jock over there. I see Jock over there. And I'm with him. No. I don't give a fuck what they pull out their ass. That's just never gonna happen.
Well, Imran, I don't know if you've been around.
What about aliens?
What about aliens?
Imran's a huge conspiracy theorist, by the way.
It's fun. I like to entertain them. It's fucking funny.
What if aliens come and probe my slack hole?
Ooh, I think you'd like that. That's shit. I think
I'm waiting for that. I'm like, when are you guys coming? I'm ready.
And the aliens don't want to have here's the thing, the aliens don't want to have anything to do with the Rugboy. They're like, fuck, all we got is a felty. Nobody
Imagine all the aliens look like me. They just appear and like,
oh, now that would be funny.
They would come in and they'd be like, what a disappointment. We came all this way for that? That's all we're getting.
Take me to your leader.
Rugboy, did they leave you behind? Are you really E.T.? Did you get left behind when you were little? No, we know your background.
He's like S.H.I.E.L.D., the first Inhuman. They just sent him to another planet.
Hey, Ruggs, since we have a captive audience here at the moment, I would like you to tell people your origin story. Rugboy is a felty, people. Please do not use the P word. It's highly offensive. But, yeah, or that's not a good word either.
I like that. I gotta be
okay, you can call him that P word. Ruggs, tell him your deal.
Well, the origin story of me, like, where do I come from? I'm not a puppet. I'm a felty, and a felty is basically
American.
A felty American. I am an American first, and a felty second. But basically, I was born a regular person, and I became like this over time. And the reason why is when my mom was younger, she went to Romania on vacation, sightseeing through Europe, and she stopped to see a gypsy lady. She wanted to get her fortune read, whatever. And and the gypsy lady had all this weird shit like skulls and candles, and then she had this weird looking puppet. And my mom was fascinated by it, and so she went and played with the puppet, and the puppet like bit her.
Oh.
And the gypsy said, that's a curse.
Oh, shit.
And basically, when my mom ended up getting knocked up and having me as a kid, I came out like a normal baby. But then the curse took over, and as I grew older and older, I became more and more felty-like.
It's kind of
my bones started to go, and I became like limp like this.
Yeah.
And then all my features start to change into like felty features.
Wow, Ruggs. It's kind of a sad story. Like, I feel bad that
Tragic.
It probably was hard, when you were growing up.
Look at the look on Do-Right's face. He's like, what the fuck are you talking
about?
Yeah,
it's hard to get a job as a felty, first of all.
Do-Right, you got a question?
Yeah.
No, I've heard the story, and I feel for you, Phil. I mean, he's about to call you filthy. I feel for you, Rugboy. But was your
I don't
dad?
know.
So was it damn, I can't say how you say the word.
Marionette?
Like G.
No, it's just a dude.
So she got bit, she got pregnant, then
Yeah.
she had you. Okay.
Listen, it's
My mom was a slut. She banged a lot of guys.
What? No.
Yeah.
No. Sorry, Miss Skelton. Don't
the
listen
truth
to him.
hurts sometimes. He kind of his origin is kind of like Freddy Krueger. His mom. What happened to her? We all know what
geez.
happened to Freddy Krueger's mom.
What happened to
What happened to Freddy Krueger's mom?
Remember, he was born because his mom worked in the asylum, and then all the inmates like attacked her and gang raped her.
No, that's not what happened to
That's
my
not
mom.
what happened.
My mom was hot. No. My mom was a hot lady.
She's a nice lady.
Yeah.
Guys, I'm gonna drop out so that you guys can throw on another person with you guys.
All right, he's the
thanks for the
jock.
time.
I'm the
You wanna
nerd.
get a haircut?
What's
I'm
that?
the jock. What's that?
Oh,
We're doing?
you leaving? Oh, but I'm just kidding. I do have a dad. I'm just kidding. I do know
Oh,
my
you
dad.
you
Are you
going to
gonna
get a haircut?
Anthony?
No. look, you like it?
I like it. I like the fade.
No, I'm not getting hair. I'm just hungry. I haven't eaten dinner.
Oh.
Yeah.
Oh.
But hey, you guys can. I mean, we have tons of guests or tons of
Hey,
people.
so what do you-
watching,
what
We're
do
gonna
you-
open up. We'll have another
What are you gonna
open
get?
seat.
I don't know. I haven't figured that out yet. We'll figure it
Taco
out.
Bell?
What does a
Yeah,
jock
maybe.
eat?
Yo quiero Taco Bell?
Enjoy, guys. Have fun. I'm sure Imran will be on for another 3 hours. So.
I can't be on here for 4 hours, but I probably will. Look at all the people we got here. All right, gang. This is the Jock and Nerd podcast, post-show open blab. We love to geek out with people about whatever they want to geek out about. We love hearing people's stories. Jump in. We got an open seat. You can ask Rugboy a question. He's really good at giving shitty advice.
Yeah.
The advice isn't good. It's shitty, but he's really good at giving the shitty advice.
I'll tell you something.
Yeah.
I don't know if it's going to help you or confuse you.
That's up to you guys. But we do have the answer. So if anybody wants to
I
jump
do
in,
have an answer.
do right. What else you watched this week that you liked? Or
Oh well, I watch my other shows, but I got something I wanted to bring up to y'all. I thought about it today, and I wanted to bring it up. So Captain America: Civil War is coming out next year. Everybody's excited about it, and I was thinking about it. And really, why is there a Civil War?
well, it's
I mean, because really, truthfully, and correct me if I'm wrong. Y'all the experts. Y'all the experts, especially you, Rugboy. So Captain America's on one side, Iron Man's on the other side. Iron Man's with the government, register all of the superheroes. Captain America said, "Fuck that. We ain't doing that. That's not right. We want to protect our identity so we can protect our families and everything."
Yep.
Right? And so that's why there's a Civil War.
Yes.
Correct? So the question is, why is there a Civil War? Because what is there to fight about? I mean, if you're on Captain America's side and you want to protect your family, which one is more important? Protecting your family or protecting society? Because you can give up one and the other one wouldn't be any worse off.
No, well,
right?
that's the whole thing about being a superhero, okay? So the reason why, Spider-Man hides his identity is because he doesn't want people to take shots at Aunt May, and or anybody that he loves or use them against him. So that is the reason why he's doing that. Now, what they're going to do is they want all of these people that are special or that have powers to go to the government and be registered like a sex offender.
Yep.
Like there's something wrong with it. People can track them.
Yep.
People can see who they are and know their identity and that opens them up to a lot of bullshit that they don't want to have to deal with. They're already living an alternate lifestyle. They're like fucking not. They're fucking running around the world in underpants.
But isn't that still a choice?
Yeah, but
but they're forcing it. They're mandating
They're
it.
mandating it. They're essentially hunting down these masks so they can keep a track on them. It's the age-old,
basically, if you don't register, they arrest you.
Yeah, it's the age-old kind of this argument of how much civil liberty will you give up for the cause of freedom? Where's this balance lie? They should not be forced. Now, a great example of this, of the confusion, is initially, and I think they're going to do this in the movie, Spider-Man, Peter Parker, joins up with Tony Stark's side, which is a shocking move, partly because Tony had offered him some armor, like fancy new spider suit, right? Tony convinces him to, in a press conference, to unmask himself in the comic book to the world. And Peter does this, and it's a huge moment in the comic book. It shocked the shit out of me. I couldn't believe it. Now, later, Peter's thinking about this, and he realizes that the man that he admired the most, Captain America, his hero, who he loves and like geeks over, is on the other side of this war, and I'm over here. He's like, I've made a mistake. And he like defects, he goes over to Captain America's side. But that's their argument, is you can't force us to unmask because you're going to put our family, our loved ones in danger. If it was optional, that's one thing, but this is just the government trying to get control over the superheroes. I let someone in the room here, but I just see a black screen. Are you there? What happened? Tarika. I don't know what's going on here.
Tarika!
Hello, Tarika. Looks like someone from the Middle East. There's Arabic writing in the name. It's really awesome.
Hello. How
Hey,
are you?
hi. How you doing?
Yes. Can you hear me?
Yeah, I can, dude.
Yes, I can
We
hear
would like
you.
to see you. Can we see you?
Yes, I see. Yes.
Do you have a camera?
Beautiful.
Can we see you? We don't see you. Where are you calling from, dude? How's it going?
Can you? Oh,
Where are you
It's
calling
good.
from, sir?
voice is good. Good. Very good. Okay.
I don't know what's going on.
What's this?
We're having technical difficulties.
Oh,
Do you have a question? How's it going? You got something to say? Okay, sorry, I've had it with this guy. There you go.
no problem. Okay.
No problem. He said, that's it. Universal sign for get the boot.
Oh, Kingo. Oh, what you had you? Oh, hey, my friend.
No, hold on. Okay. Anyways, you guys, do right. Does that clear up Civil War for you at all? A little bit.
Yeah, it's about as clear
What
as
side
mud.
would you be on? Say you're a superpower and you've kind of got caught in between this. What would you choose?
Well, I mean, it's a tough choice, but it's still a choice, though. I mean, you got three choices to make. You either fight, you either join, or you get out completely, right?
Yeah.
I mean, 'cause not every superhero is powered, right?
Yeah, but where would you stand on this? Do right?
It all depends on what's more important to me. I mean, if I'm really worried about my family and loved ones, then it would behoove me to not be a part of that.
Yeah.
If I just feel like I need to go out there and protect the world, then if I want to protect the world, then I need to
Yeah, but
register.
what if you're not really trying to protect the world? They're just trying to get anybody who has powers. They're trying to get anybody
you
who's
say if I'm trying
yeah, you don't have to be good or bad. You just have to have powers, and they want you registered. Why do I want to be registered?
well, shit, to drive a car, we got to register.
Yeah, but like I don't have to prove that I'm like whatever. Like, what if they say, all right, if you have fucking allergies, you can't fucking drive a car. Like, that's weird. Like, they just register you, and then you can just tell you what to do.
I mean, don't they do that to us already?
Yeah, but
I
it's
don't
to a
understand what's-
degree. Everything's about how you moderate it.
And plus, if I got powers, how much stopping me are they going to actually do?
Okay.
I mean, that's why I'm just confused about this. It's like, why is there a civil war and you got heroes fighting against heroes for something that you pretty much can choose?
I think
do or not
Imran's having
do?
a problem.
Yeah, he is.
Come back on, Imran. Imran, this is your father.
Are you?
This is no.
You the
I
host?
don't know.
I made him a co-host
Imran.
just in time.
Oh, there you go.
Hi, sorry, I don't know what happened. I made you a co-host just in time so I could refresh, and kicking that guy out kind of fucking screwed everything up. What were you guys talking
Yeah.
about?
I was talking about the moderation thing. It's like he was like saying, what's the big fucking deal? Like, we have to register all kinds of shit. But like, okay, let's say you have superpowers or whatever, and you don't want anyone to know.
Yeah.
Now you got to be fucking registered, and you can't keep that
You
secret.
don't see how it's offensive? Like it's offensive to force someone to register.
Yeah.
Well, just like I told Rugboy, you got to register your car. You got to register the drive. There's a lot of things. Hell, we got to register the vote.
Yeah.
I mean, so what's
Yeah, but you don't register to be alive.
However, though, the argument can be
born that way. So if I'm a felty, I gotta register as
as soon as you're born, you register.
You should register as a felty. Here's the other side of the argument is that these people are super powered killing machines, and you know the way they think is should they be running around willy nilly without any kind of regulation? You know, that's kind of like S.H.I.E.L.D.
But also, I'm glad you said that because wasn't it also that they just the how it started is that they wanted them to follow certain rules and not just go off all willy-nilly doing whatever
it's
they wanted
largely
to
built
do?
out of like all the destruction caused by superhero fights. At some point, they're like, "All right, we gotta rope this shit in because this is caused. Who's gonna fix all this? I gotta come behind you."
I mean, what's wrong with holding some of them guys responsible for the shit?
Like if you think about the Hulk, he should have several lawsuits every day. Should be handed to Bruce Banner because he's just wrecking shit left and right without any concern for private property or people's property.
This is right.
They're gonna do Marvel's gonna do a TV show called Damage Control. They're working on, and what this show is based on is comic book that was in the 90s. Basically, it was kind of like a humor comic book about a department of the government that would come behind superhero fights, and they have to clean everything up. So it's a bunch of these miserable fucks who are cursing out the superheroes because they got to come behind them and clean up like the Thing's mess. And it's a great idea. Like I can't wait for that show. It could be a lot of fun.
Hold on a second.
Okay, if anybody wants to jump in, this is the Jock and Nerd Podcast after show. We closed out our main show. We just love geeking out about things. Thanks for hanging out. Visit jockandnerd.com for all our fun, awesome shows. Do-Right, what else is going on with you? How's the Sea Stories with Mr. Do-Right going?
Oh, well, we wrapped that up last week. So, man, I tell you what, I don't know what to do with myself.
You got a lot of time.
Yeah, I'm getting rest, and I can sleep. I'm not all hyped up. Like right now, I'll be like ready to pass out from a adrenaline rush and half drunk. So right now, I
catch
feel
up
great.
on a lot of shows and movies. You planning on binge watching anything? Are you going to watch Jessica Jones tomorrow?
Well, I'll get all the episodes and watch them. I don't know if I'm gonna binge watch it. It's gonna take me at least 4 episodes to figure out whether or not I want to get invested.
Did you watch Daredevil?
I mean, yes, and if it's like Daredevil, then I'll watch the whole thing.
It's gonna be solid. I'd like to temper my expectations so that like I go in and you're not completely like disappointed. But fuck, if Daredevil is any indication of what they're gonna do, like I'm expecting a lot of cool shit.
Well, I don't know much about this character except for what I've heard. The stuff that y'all spoke about today is the same stuff I heard about it. And this is a character I don't know. Another character I didn't know was Blade. And so when I went to go see it, I had no expectations, and I enjoyed Blade tremendously. And so if they have the same production quality in this show like they did in Daredevil, I have no problem with it. If the story is good, the dialogue is good, it's not cheesy and corny. Yeah, you have me for the whole
Here's why
season.
I see this because Supergirl is so popular. Everyone's like finally a girl superhero empowered. This is going to be the stark opposite of Supergirl. This is a real flawed lead woman superpowered character that's more real, that has skeletons in her closet, and it's gonna be better. Supergirl is fucking CBS.
Well, Supergirl's like a fairy tale. You tell your kids to cheer them up, and this is the real story. This is what would really happen if you had powers. They have similar powers. She flies and she has super strength, just like Supergirl.
Yeah.
So it's just like the fucked up drunk Supergirl.
Exactly. It's like real life fucked up.
It's like
retired Supergirl. Yeah, it's similar to Hancock too. Yeah.
And I like Hancock because I like the fact that he was damaged and had superpowers. Like, what if this depressed person that has no social skills had powers? How would they be? they would be shoving people's heads up other people's
Wait,
heads.
so
wait
that's
till
what's
you
gonna happen,
wait till
hopefully.
you find out about the Purple Man and her relationship and her backstory. It's awesome. Yeah,
I heard about
the
that.
comic
I heard
book
about
series
that.
only
You
lasted
know-
28 issues, and I highly recommend anyone to pick up those trades. Read Alias. It's not long, and it's great. It pretty much starts, like I said before, this was like Marvel's first adult comic in 2001. It pretty much starts the first panel. She's like, fuck! Like, it starts with the F word in the comic book. Like, it's gritty, and it's mature, and it's always meant for adults. So I'm really excited that they're doing this on Netflix.
So was it a
No, it was
graphic novel
28
or
monthly
it was,
issues, but now everything's collected in trade paperback. So
okay. You know, something I was saying to somebody the other day. I said that I don't want to see a woman trying to be a better man. I would like to see just a good woman. And I don't like when they make characters, and you see there's a lot in TV and movies. They put a woman character in a role and they just try to make her a tougher, smarter, better man. And there's too many women out there that's smart, tough on their own without having to be a better man. Give me those characters. Give me those roles. I want to see that. You know what I'm saying? And that's why I'm kind of like interested in seeing this new Star Wars, because looking at the trailers, she doesn't seem like, oh, she's a better Luke Skywalker. She looks like she's a woman in a situation and she's handling her own. And I want to see that. And they need to have more of that in our media.
Speaking of Star Wars, I'm starting to hear things maybe that like this movie is just going to be like the first Star Wars New Hope storyline just rehashed again, which would be kind of disappointing. Kind of like
she's gonna be the one to bring balance to the Force or whatever.
Like she's Luke, and it's just like the same story.
Well, Luke didn't bring balance to the Force, did he?
No.
No, he didn't. No, he didn't.
No, that was that Anakin that was the cheesiest shit. But but didn't Luke unbalance the Force?
No, Anakin unbalanced it. Made it really unbalanced.
Luke
was the equalizer.
Well, no, let's see. So it was Luke. Hold on. Let me get my mind straight. It was Darth Vader and the Emperor. So you got two Sith, right? Then you had Obi-Wan, and then Yoda was still alive. So that was two Jedi. So the Force was balanced.
Obi-Wan died.
Then Obi-Wan died, and so it was unbalanced again. And then Luke came up to be a Jedi, and then it made it balanced. And then they killed off both Darth Vader and the Emperor. So now the Force is unbalanced with good,
so,
right?
yeah, technically there was one Jedi left when we last left them at the end of Return of the Jedi, correct?
Yes.
Now, I don't know what the story is between. It's been 30 years. Apparently, the Jedi flourished and then got extinct again when we pick up in a Force Awakens.
I don't know. I don't want to presume all this shit and think about it. I want to be surprised.
Yeah, me too. I'm kind of glad that they're not giving out a lot, and then they know that they don't need to give anything out. That you could have had one trailer for this movie, and it said it's already made $50 million in advance. This fucking movie, it's still not out yet.
Oh shit!
Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah, Hollywood. If you want to know how to make a trailer, look at Star Wars.
They did it so right. Yeah.
I don't want to know nothing. I want to speculate because that makes it more fun. And then when you see the movie, you're like, damn.
So yeah, but I've been purposely not looking at the trailers, not really trying to read about it, so I don't know shit about it. So when I go in there, I'm not jaded. I don't really have any expectations. I just watch it for what it is, because this is Star Wars we're talking about here. This is like, something that was once so original and so great that has been tarnished in the past, decade or whatever by the reboots or the prequels, and now we have this kind of like picking up after the Return of the Jedi, and maybe a new start, a new era that we haven't even explored yet, in any incarnation other than comic books and books, which I don't read. So I'm like a complete virgin to this, and I'm like any basket here, hoping that they do something to the effect of what they're doing on the cartoons, which is the Clone Wars or whatever that's called now.
Star Wars Rebels. It's really good.
Where they managed to cobble together a new team of people that we could all rally behind.
And it feels
and
like
want
Star
to follow
Wars.
them for a couple more adventures.
Yeah.
passing the baton. It's going to be, Han Solo passing the baton to somebody, and Luke Skywalker passing the baton. The Sith, I don't know where they generate from, but I think it's always, the Force is always out there and it's always in people. And, and if someone's born, they choose what side the path they're going to take. If they choose to use their powers for personal gain and conquest, they become Sith. So I think that it's all something that's inherent in the universe. Like there's no set saying you can't destroy all Jedi. There will always be another.
Right.
Like Highlander.
Yeah.
Do-Right, what does Star Wars mean to you? Everyone has their own kind of relationship with the certain movies, certain memories growing up. I mean, this is the movie that launched the blockbuster movie industry, the biggest movie franchise ever. What's your relationship to Star Wars, and how hardcore of a Star Wars fan are you?
Were you into it as a kid? Is something that you just started watching recently?
No, not seen it as a kid. I'm actually old enough to have seen it in the movie theater.
Which one?
The first one.
Oh, really? I
Yeah.
saw Jedi in the movie theater. That's how old I am.
I mean, I remember it as a kid, and as a kid, you don't know nothing. You just mesmerized by the colors and flashing lights. And I watched it again as an adult, and Star Wars is all right. It's all right.
It's
a space pirate movie,
Yeah.
It just became real popular because Lucas put so much into it, making it original with the sound. I got more out of the behind the scenes, doing the the stop motion stuff, making of the sound effects and things like that, and that mesmerized me because it's like they had to create everything from scratch, and that was amazing to me. I enjoyed that more than I actually enjoyed the story of the movie because I don't know. It just if you look at the first one, it's all right. Now, Empire Strikes Back. Now that's the one that hooked me because that was awesome.
Yeah,
they did stuff in that movie that was great, and that was the creation of the what was it? The cliffhanger.
Yeah,
and and Luke gets his hand cut off and he falls down and it's like, oh, what the hell's going to happen next? And that hooked me there. That hooked me.
I mean, there was so much historical significance. They were literally figuring out how to make special effects. Like it all started with them being like, I need to show spaceships in space, and like this, where we are today, can be directly tracked back to Star Wars 1976.
Yeah, it was the first. It was like groundbreaking in so many ways. But the thing about it is that they started this mythology. All right.
Yeah.
They started the mythology. They started all this kind of stuff, and they didn't really explain it that much. It was kind of like mysterious. Like you always had a lot of wondering of what the fuck happened. Like, what was this empire about? Where did all these aliens come from? All this stuff. And they still haven't really touched a lot of that stuff. They've left. I mean, they tried to with the midichlorian shit, and that ruined everything. That took a lot of the mystery out. But like Yoda. Like Yoda is supposedly maybe the one or two of him, and then there's no more of him.
Oh,
he was the only. He's supposed to be the mate of the Force.
Oh,
Yoda's actually a being that's comprised of the Force,
and he just appears.
But they never address it really. They just kind of allude to it here and there. But if you watch the cartoons, it's pretty clear that he is the embodiment of the Force.
Wow.
That creature, and it's crazy. So that's why you never see another Yoda around. There is another Yoda in the prequels, but they say that they're not the same species.
That's not. Oh, that's a different Yoda, the one who's all flipping around with the lightsaber and being.
No. There's another younger Yoda with like red hair that you see in another shot. That's not Yoda.
Oh,
and you're like, oh, there's a second Yoda. Like you've never seen like another Yoda.
Yeah, I did not know that.
So Yoda is like a unique being, but all that stuff, all of the mystery, all that stuff, I have a lot of the art books of Star Wars of when they were developing it.
Yeah.
And, Lucas is talking about, he wanted to bring some of that Buddhist, the mysticism into Western audiences and in a different way, and use space as a way like to make samurais, like with swords, and they have a code, and there's like a Buddhist code. So it's like it was very deep when they explain it. when you watch it, you don't get all that.
Yeah.
But then if you actually read into it, it's all there.
I'll agree. I didn't appreciate that until I did watch some of these behind the scenes documentaries. And like the genius thing Lucas did was take a Western, combine it with a samurai movie, combine the elements of mysticism, and create this amazing mythology that nobody had ever seen before. Let me tell you, when I was a kid, that scene in the beginning of Return of the Jedi, where Luke has that plan, they're at the Sarlacc pit. And Luke has that plan, and Jabba is like, one last chance, Skywalker. And Luke's just like, Jabba, give up or you're going to die. And he's just laughing at him. And Luke's all cocky. And then he just looks up at R2 and gives him the signal. And he does that fucking flip off the plate, grabs the lightsaber. And I was like, oh, fuck. Dude, that was
shit.
I had the tiniest, biggest tiny geek boner when I was a kid when I saw that. Like, I would reenact that at home with, like, my action figures. Because it was the coolest moment. Are we going to see Boba Fett again? Was there something about that? Maybe he did not die in the Sarlacc pit.
Yeah, but you know what? A lot of the allure of Boba Fett is gone now for me.
Yeah, because we found out he's just a bunch of clones. Like there's a bunch of them. It's not special anymore.
Yeah,
Well,
he's not special.
That's some more ruining from the other 3 movies.
That was, man, that's the thing is like the best thing about the prequels to me was finally seeing how Darth Vader becomes Darth Vader. Like you were waiting for that for 30 years. How the fuck did Anakin end up in this suit in this shape? And we got to see it. What, granted, whatever it was what it was. But they just killed off. Like Darth Maul was awesome, and they just fucking kill him off.
No.
Yeah, and then he does that fucking horse shit. Mace Windu is awesome, and they just fucking kill him off. They're just like they killed off all these awesome characters. Why? What are you doing? And it was just so flat and feelingless. It was so CGI that it felt cold. It felt cold and flat, even though it was.
Darth Maul is alive though. Big Jeffrey.
Oh, Darth Maul lived. All right.
Yeah, he is. He was in the Clone Wars cartoon.
Right? He had a spider bottom.
Yeah, and he had a brother, Darth. Whatever the fuck.
Sidious?
No. Darth. No. Savage Opress. That was his name.
Whoa, fancy name. Was he French? Was he French?
Yeah, he was a Frenchman.
Doesn't that mean cheese?
He was
Fromage
like Tout l'or.
Tout
said that a lot.
Je m'appelle.
One reason I think the new movie is going to be good is because, like you said, they introduce new characters for us to fall in love with instead of trying to, tell a backstory of characters that we already knew. And, if you start saying some stuff that don't jive, you start questioning it. And then you start introducing like Jar Jar Binks. I tell you what, that ruined my whole experience when Jar Jar Binks opened his mouth. And
I hate Jar Jar Binks. That was terrible.
I don't think anybody.
Ricky Prime's in the house, by the way.
Hey, Ricky Prime, what's up? I don't think anybody likes Ricky Prime. Big Jeffrey SMK says, I'm scared Disney is going to pound it to pieces for money. This is a valid concern because they've said every year for the next 6 years and longer, actually, there's going to be a Star Wars movie. So they're
have you been to Walmart lately? Everywhere you look, they got Star Wars on Campbell's soup. It's crazy how much
they got Star Wars makeup.
Took it to the next level.
They do. They have like Revlon Star Wars.
I saw it.
Yeah.
I saw fucking Star Wars
creamer.
makeup.
Okay, let's all name the most ridiculous Star Wars tie-ins we can. I want Darth Vader condoms. Darth Vader condoms. I need a Yoda dildo.
It glows in the dark like you're using a saber.
Yeah, it's red.
And it's just
red glowing.
And then when you whip your dick out, it goes. Wow.
These all exist. I want a Kylo Ren crucifix lightsaber that's really just a crucifix, but it looks like a lightsaber because that's what that fucking thing looks like. Darth Vader chocolate. Ooh, I want like for Easter, we should have Darth Vader heads to eat instead of bunnies. Why don't we
Jordan, why don't you jump on with us?
Yeah, Jordan the Pies. We got an open seat. If anybody is feeling want to come in and give us your best Star Wars endorsed product, come on in. What's that?
I got about 10 more minutes.
All right, we'll have 2 rooms open. But yeah, this and they've done the same thing with Marvel. I get like our first blab. I talked about. Oh, here we go, Jordan Radford. She's gonna come in and tell us what she thinks. Marvel is the same way, dude. I went to Marvel Universe Live, and in the concourse, it was like Disney had thrown up Marvel shit all over the place. Hi, how's it going, Jordan?
Hey.
What's up?
Hey, you got an e-cig too, right on. Look at that.
You should get like the Star Wars e-cig.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
Of course, we need a lightsaber e-cig.
You be looking like Jabba the Hutt.
Jordan, where are you calling from?
Oklahoma.
Oklahoma. I am in Chicago. He's in Houston. Do right. Everyone's
And
all
I'm
over
on
the
the
place.
East Coast.
And Ruggs is on the East Coast. This is our buddy Rugboy. What do you think of Rugboy?
Pretty cool.
Are
I
you-
came in and I
That
was
was
like,
very underwhelming.
no, the first thing I said when I came in, I was like, what the fuck is this?
That's the
And then-
proper response. Yes, that's
Yeah, that sounds right.
that's about right. If you didn't, I would be concerned.
Yeah, I was like, what?
This is the most profound felty you're ever gonna run across on the interwebs. Are you a Star Wars fan, Jordan?
I am. My husband is more of one than I am. He's actually playing Battlefront right now.
Oh
No.
yeah,
Oh.
I heard that game is amazing.
Yeah.
Can you be a Jedi? Ooh.
Oh, look, he's an X-wing fighter. He's flying around. Oh, that's really cool.
Oh, it looks so good.
That's like
Wow.
so. This is just open world Star Wars gaming, a la Grand Theft Auto, or no?
No,
You got missions.
I don't know. I haven't played it yet.
There's
it's
missions.
missions and it's multiplayer.
Peyton, tell us about the game. Yeah, tell us about it.
You know, it's living out your Star Wars fantasies. The game looks so much better than anything else that's kind of come before it. You know, at least Star Wars wise, the environments look awesome.
Can you be a Jedi?
Yeah, you can be Luke or Vader.
Whoa.
Powers are pretty OP, but the maps are so big that you can get them on that they just kind of get swarmed and overrun at times. But you can get at least you can go on 9-10 kill sprees.
I feel if I got that game, like no one would ever see me again.
Jordan, we're getting a little bleed through. Turn your thing
around.
Yeah.
Okay, I'll fix
There we
it.
go.
Put
Put that headphones back in.
I'm working on it. I lost one of my earbuds.
Boba Fett is the best hero to play ass.
I
I
agree.
agree.
Yeah, Boba Fett gets lots of ass. He plays ass all over the place. He's got that missile on his back. He uses it.
Dude,
He launches that thing right into any orifice.
he's got an ass missile. Oh, on the game, he's like,
Oh,
Boba,
on
you
the
can play
game.
Boba Fett. That's fun, dude. I've heard nothing but good things about that game. So, Jordan, did your boyfriend turn you on to Star Wars then because of him?
Yeah, I mean, a little. I mean, yes and no. I mean, I've watched all the movies and stuff, and I knew about it before, but I mean, I was kind of like that closet nerd kind of
Mhm.
person in high school, and then when I went to college and I met him, like it kind of.
You don't have to be in the closet to be a nerd anymore, Jordan. This is a new era. This is 2016.
Yeah.
The nerds are taking
Come
over
play with
Blab.
us.
Listen, we are on the front page of Blab, and the nerds are This is a geek takeover of the interwebs, and we're glad you could join us. Are you excited for the new movie?
Yes, we already bought our tickets.
Oh, wow. Everyone's bought their tickets. I'm never going to get to see this movie.
Do right. Did you get your tickets?
Hell to the no. I ain't bought no ticket. I ain't got no
Oh,
tickets. I ain't
Jesus.
about to go see right now.
I'll be right back.
I could die tomorrow and then I have tickets.
I'm
I mean,
just afraid that I'm not going to be able to see this for like 2 months because all the tickets are fucking sold out.
Oh,
Yeah, I mean,
it'll
we
be
had
fine.
we pretty much had to fight to even get them because all the
Jeez.
movie websites were down.
That's unprecedented. I can't remember another movie that's done this. It's going to be on every screen, on every IMAX, on every goddamn theater, everywhere.
See,
For
the only
like
good thing
3
about
days
me is I can
straight.
sneak into the theaters real easy.
What'd you
What's
say,
that,
Ruggs?
Rugboy?
I said I can sneak into theaters real easy.
Yeah,
I
you
just
can find the person.
Jump on the
true.
backpack.
That's true.
I just jump on someone's backpack. Why are we getting echo?
I know. Where's that bleed through coming from?
I have headphones in.
You have headphones. Do right. What you can. I don't know. There's some audio. Let me see. Hold on. I'm gonna mute Do right.
Okay.
And I still hear it. Okay. Hold on. I'm gonna mute Jordan. Hello. Oh, it's coming from Jordan. That's where the bleed through is coming from.
Aha!
So I've unmuted you now. But that's a good test. See the mute button on Blab.
Man.
Very important. I muted her again. I think. Okay. So it's because. Where's the other earpiece of yours?
It's in Peyton's ear.
Oh, why would it be bleeding through then?
Here, I'm gonna go to another room.
Let's see if it bleeds through now. Yeah,
No.
it's still bleeding through. That's weird. But anyways, I'm excited for this movie if I ever get to see it. Nolan Bailey says there's 12 trailers already out for Star Wars. 2 more months, you go watch the. Wait, there is that many trailers? Do you mean like TV spots? Because I thought that there was only going to be like one, that main trailer. But there's a lot of TV spots, and it feels like they're giving this out like a minute at a time. Is that what you're saying? They're like showing a minute at a time in the movie, the TV spots. That's crazy.
There's 12 trailers?
That's what he says.
That's too many trailers.
That's way too many. We were just saying how we like the fact that they're not telling us anything, and you can. It's not spoiling anything.
Well, yeah, I seen teasers, I seen trailers, and you know they got different trailers for different countries, and then they had the TV spot, and it wasn't really telling you much of anything that you haven't seen already. You know the Millennium Falcon is in it. You know Han Solo and Princess Leia is in it. I don't even know if she's a princess. She might be Queen Leia or something by now. Hopefully, older she is. She better not be no princess no more.
I mean, again, the fact that J.J. Abrams is mixing practical effects and actual sets and puppets and animatronics with CGI, that alone makes this movie feel so much more like Star Wars than the first 3 movies.
Well, it's very subtle on like what actually is going to happen.
Yeah, which is good. I don't want to know. Don't tell me. Like I hate Terminator Genesis. Great example.
I just hope that the characters that they give us. I hope that the characters that they give us are interesting. That's all. And they have some kind of charisma.
Yeah. I mean, despite even the movie is shit, it's going to make so much money. It doesn't matter. It's Star Wars.
Yeah, but then again, that might be a bad thing.
Yes.
And it makes a lot of movie, then we'll get more of those shitty-ass movies. And we already got enough of those shitty-ass movies. Just like you said, we had Terminator, Genesis, that bullshit. You know, I was talking about that today. They fucked up time travel in a movie. And you don't even see that much.
Yeah.
You know, you go back in time, you come back, the future's changed. They fucked up the time travel in a movie. They made it to where John Connor doesn't actually get born.
Yeah, that was retarded.
Oh, that's a good point. They took him entirely out of the equation.
You see what I'm saying?
Well, you did a whole show on this, didn't you?
We did, yes. That was a long time ago. We have a Terminator Genesis review. And listener and viewers, I guarantee you this, our show is way better than the movie and way more entertaining. Just go listen to our review. Now, another example of this is Jurassic Park. This was a big, dumb movie that made big, dumb money that's just sending signals to studios to make more big, dumb movies because we, as fucking idiots, will go see it.
Well, and they made Jurassic Park, and then they made a shit show like Lost World, like soon after that.
It just proves my point that mediocrity sells.
Well, you know what it is that people get nostalgic for shit that they grew up with, and they'll go to the theaters to see it. And they have this kind of thing where they have to make these big, crazy effects and kind of appeal to like a mass market. And that dumbs down everything. The minute that you try and take a risk or you try and do something that's off the beaten path, the fucking studios, they're pumping all this money into this project. They don't want to take a risk. So they're just making safe bets. And safe bets equal stupid movies.
But they've set the precedent. This is what I'm afraid of, is the suits are taking over and we're not getting fully realized creative new ideas. We're just getting stupid shit rehashed over and over again.
You know, the safe bets are always, you have white characters, all right? You have a sexy girl.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah. You have very interesting drama happening. And everybody has a happy ending at the end and everything gets tied up. All the loose ends get tied up, real easy. And it's easy to follow and everything's over explained.
It's ridiculous.
All right. So that's the formula that they're using for all these movies.
Well, even in Jurassic World, like you said, the sexy girl, girl's running around the jungle in heels.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry.
The whole time.
Yeah. You remember what I said about a woman being a better man? That's the example.
It's true.
And you know what would have made that movie great? If they didn't have that stupid ass dinosaur in it, they had all that ex machina fucking special abilities. They could have just told a regular Jurassic Park story And just the fact that they had people in the park, that's all they needed. That was all the story they needed. Give us some characters that we want to follow. You know, you could have still had them two little kids, but give them more personality and make us feel for them. Like, oh shit, they in a park full of people and there's dinosaurs running all over the place. You didn't give a damn about them two kids.
No.
But you
Nobody
think about
did.
the first movie, and when that T-Rex was coming in on that car, they was holding up that plexiglass. I was like, oh my God, these kids gonna get their asses ate. You know
Or
what
they
I'm
getting
saying? You gave us
by raptors in the kitchen. Yeah.
Yes. They just missed the whole mark. They were so busy trying to recreate the first movie, trying to be nostalgic and everything else. They missed the point. And like you said, we want to see another Jurassic Park. I want to see another Jurassic Park because I love the first one so much. But they dropped the ball, you know.
We've already seen everything they have to deliver, though. So now what they're doing is they're trying to change it into something else.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You know, they make it like the mutant dinosaur, which was, you know, if you're going to make a mutant dinosaur, let's make it look fucking awesome. Let's not only make it like a glorified T-Rex with longer arms. That's all it was.
Yeah.
Pretty much.
Like, it didn't even do, like, come on. Like, give me something awesome.
Yeah, like a T-Rex and a Brontosaurus put together. Now that would have been
Well, they like made it out to be like a super badass dinosaur, and then you see it, and you're like,
That's it?
okay.
Yeah. You're like, that's all? All right,
I guess that's awesome.
Just a movie with stupid people.
and let this motherfucker walk around and talk and shit.
You want to know why? Because they were scared. They went with something safe. They went with something safe. Let's make it red. No, that's gonna be. Let's make it a different color. No, like, you know, like red is too. You know, and then they have like the fucking pencil pushers going. Yeah, we can't make it blue because then that'll, you know, like, you know. So people just fucking.
That'll cost too much money. Blue is expensive to make.
Yeah. So let's make it gray.
Dude, all this means,
boring ass gray.
all this means is we, as consumers, we really have to vote with our dollar. You got to find the good shit. It's also made it hard for people with the stories to get those stories made, you know, in the Hollywood fashion, pushing a lot of people to just doing it yourself, putting it out there. But then there's no money in it anymore. They're ruining the whole industry.
You watch any movie that doesn't cost any money, you'll see some fucking risks taken.
Yeah.
Now,
Yeah.
that's the thing. The trade-off is that the effects suck balls, but you're always sacrificing something. You want top-notch special effects. You want to see like living dinosaurs walking on screen. You got to swallow the pill that there's going to be a bunch of bullshit story and the character's going to be retarded.
I just feel like that they just have been focusing more on just merchandise thing rather than actually making the movie better.
Yeah.
I mean, even with Jurassic World and Star Wars, I mean, before Jurassic World came out, that's all you saw was dinosaur stuff or Jurassic World themed things everywhere. And the same thing's happening in Star Wars. I mean, for the past year, and everything is Star Wars themed now. Everything.
Yeah, it's the merchandise.
I just feel like if you have a movie that doesn't have a shared universe, that doesn't have any kind of merchandising licensing rights, that isn't a big, like, it's just, they're not even going to bother. Like, everyone wants the shared universe. Everyone wants these franchises. They're trying to, you know, Marvel started it, but they did it right. Now everyone wants to jump on this. Like,
they want that moolah.
Yeah. Hey, Jordan, let me ask you this. Are you a fan of the superhero movies, the Marvel movies?
Yeah.
Now, do you think that there's going to reach a bubble? Is there too many superhero movies? There's still like 40 superhero movies coming out in the next like 4 years. Are people going to get fatigued of the superhero genre?
I feel like people are already getting there.
Wow.
Honestly, I feel like that they're reaching now. They're finding obscure other superheroes to make movies about. Instead of sticking to, like, say, the original Avengers, just make their specific movies and be done with it. Like, why does there have to be like 5 to 6 other movies about different superheroes along with the original Avengers?
That's a good point. Do you a new Spawn would be awesome. Yeah. Go ahead, Brooks.
No, I said this is the thing. As soon as you prop up the Avengers and you get everybody in the same movie, you really don't need to do the Captain America movies or the Iron Man movies or the satellite movies.
Absolutely.
I mean, even though the best movie that Marvel's ever made probably is a Captain America movie.
Yeah.
Well, but even if they do that, I mean, yes, you have the Avengers movies to tie them all in, and even if you do have the separate Captain America and like Iron Man movies. I just don't feel like that there's a need to have anything else.
Yeah, you're just oversaturating the market.
Yeah.
Part of it's probably a money grab. Money grab, yeah, power grab. But man, it's Marvel has gotten to the point where they can put anything out and people will just go.
I mean, they're planned in for movies for the next 10 years.
Yeah, at least till 2020.
Let's get off this topic real quick and just let me ask you a question. Let me ask you to ponder. Okay, superhero genre gets played out. All right, there's all this dystopian shit that's coming out, like Mockingjay or whatever, the Hunger Games, that gets played out. So what's going to be the new thing that's going to come around after we're all exhausted of this shit?
A good video game movie.
No, they have yet to
you
make
think video games are going to be the next top property?
They have yet to make a good video game movie.
Like Grand Theft Auto the movie?
It's a possibility.
Halo the movie?
It's almost a movie.
It is a possibility.
Halo?
Oh, yeah.
Destiny
Oh,
the
yeah.
movie?
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. Assassin's Creed movies.
She's all for the video game movies.
Yeah,
they haven't really made it work though. They did that Prince of Persia
Name me
sucked.
one good video game movie. There isn't one. They fucked them all.
No, there's one. There's some ones,
Which one?
but I can't think of.
No,
I
there
can't
like
think of
the Tomb Raider. The first Tomb Raider wasn't too bad.
Yeah, it was all right. Yeah, I mean, I like seeing her
for the time.
For the time,
it would never work in this environment.
Angelina Jolie is perfect though as Lara Croft. Like,
Resident Evil sucked balls from the beginning.
Yeah,
they have not. Can anybody tell me in the chat a good video game movie that hasn't happened? Also, do you think it'll come back to just realistic drama, gritty movies after too much of this sci-fi fantasy superhero?
Well, they haven't gone anywhere. They still out there.
No, that's true.
Gone Girl was beautiful. Gone Girl came out last year, right?
Gone Girl? I think it was a couple years ago.
Was it that long ago?
Let's look it up.
Yeah, it could have been. But I know Whiplash was last year.
Oh, yeah.
Birdman.
What I'm afraid of is they're going to start making movies like 50 Shades of Grey shit.
Ugh.
No, that's not going to work.
Oh, like
who's going to have that?
Just take every bestseller and make it into a movie, even though.
Well, they're already starting that now.
Well, they've been doing that. That's not.
Yeah, but there's some terrible ones. Like that Maze Runner movie is fucking terrible.
Those teen novels, they just pulling shit off the shelf now. They open in boxes that's never been opened before to make movies on.
Running out of ideas.
Disney is also, they're going to make a live action version of like every cartoon that they've ever made. Like that. Come on.
Too bad.
A new what?
Well, they're making, you know what I think they're going to do? Japanese animation next because anime's big.
Oh.
That's true.
And they're going to take all of the old school anime movies. They're going to do Akira. They're already trying to do Ghost in the Shell with Scarlett Johansson.
Big Hero 6
Well, Rurouni Kenshin already exists.
Which one?
Rurouni Kenshin live action. It's in Japan, but it exists.
Oh, and
yeah, but I'm talking about Hollywood made. Like, there's Japan is constantly making shit. They made Attack on Titan. Yeah. They made they're making shit all the time.
Hell, give me another Pacific Rim. I'm ready for that one.
Oh, I love Pacific Rim.
Is that sequel happening? Doesn't it?
No, they're not going to do it.
I know. I can see them going to more like kid-friendly ones too, like a Naruto or something.
Oh, there's definitely going to be a Naruto movie. There's definitely going to be a Bleach movie.
Yeah, I was going to say
some
Bleach.
Point.
Yeah, Cowboy Bebop maybe.
Because M. Night Shyamalan will fuck it up because you see what he.
Oh, Evangelion.
Okay, I can see. Yeah, don't give any of these to M. Night Shyamalan or to Zack Snyder because they're just gonna fuck these things.
Hey,
so that's what we're calling it. We're calling it right now. Anime movies are going to be the next trend.
Anime will be the next superhero.
I almost hope so.
Look, you can.
Well, later. Rugboy.
If that Ghost in the Shell movie is good, that's gonna fucking change everything. First of all, Ghost in the Shell is naked the whole time.
Ooh.
All right. If you ever watch the anime, she's butt naked.
Right.
But so Scarlett Johansson's not going to be naked. Are you leaving?
Right? I'm out, man. I'm gonna keep listening to y'all, but I gotta go.
All right. Thanks for stopping by. Do right.
Yeah, love you, boy. Love you too, man. Jock, nerd. I keep calling you Jock. You ain't no damn Jock.
No. Do I look like a jock, people? Come on. I am the nerd. This is the Jock and Nerd Podcast live after show open blab. Do right's gonna jump out if somebody wants to jump in. Feel free. We're just kind of geeking out. Check everything out at jockandnerd.com. We actually have an audio podcast. That's our main product. You can subscribe on iTunes, Stitcher, SoundCloud. Rugboy is on it. We do great interviews. We review TV shows, movies. We talk to creatives like filmmakers. Emmy-winning photographers, Oscar winners, comic book writers, artists. It's a lot of fun over there. JockandNerd.com. The homewrecker. Oh, it's Big Jeffrey SMK. He's trying to cam up here.
I see you pulsating.
He's
down
pulsating. It's quite alluring.
Geek Jock and Nerd.
Uh-oh. It didn't. All right, let's try again.
there. Ooh, so now that is the color.
Hold on.
Thanks for hanging out, guys. Once
Hey, look,
again,
there's
what?
a ceiling
there's a-
fan.
Ooh, I think he's on.
Whoa, here he is.
What's up, dude? How's it going?
What's up, Big Jeff?
You're in the darkness. That's very spooky and creepy. I love it.
Yeah, I'm vamping out right now pretty hard.
Where are you calling from, dude?
I'm from around St. Louis, but I live in Arkansas.
Oh, nice. Oregon
Is it echoing and shit? Or?
No,
I think you're good, man.
Yeah, you're
Okay,
good.
cool.
She was echoey a little bit, but you're good. Hey, that state has legal recreational marijuana, doesn't it?
What, Oregon?
Yeah.
Yeah,
Oregano.
yeah, they do. I live in Arkansas. Is what I said.
Oh, you said Arkansas. I thought you said Oregon. I think we
No,
should
no,
all
I-
move to Oregon. Road trip.
I think
to Colorado.
I think I would be all right for Oregon. That'd be pretty cool.
Yeah.
Hey.
Yeah.
Am I still echoey?
No, you're better now.
It's better now.
Okay.
So, Big Jeffrey, dude, what's on your mind? You got a question for Rugboy? You wanted to chime in?
I'm just listening. Like, there's so much. Dude, I get into some pretty nerdy shit, to be honest.
All right, let's nerd out.
Yeah.
What's the nerdiest thing you nerd out about?
I mean, you guys are hitting all over it, to be honest. So, I've been listening to you guys. I mean, it's always interesting to hear people's thoughts on some of the shit. The shit you love. It's always cool to hear what people think about the shit you love.
Absolutely.
Like you guys didn't like Genesis. I thought that it was a good sew up job from what fucking
The last one.
Christian Bell one. The Christian Bell one was pretty fucking. I didn't like it. A lot of people didn't like how the Christian Bell one was lack of tech in that one.
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah, that was a bad movie. I mean, I can appreciate.
I didn't think it was as good.
What did you like about Genesis? I can appreciate that they try to reboot the timeline to keep going with another their own universe, I guess.
What's going on over there? I hear rattling of chains.
Yeah.
You have
What's going on
Bob
back there,
Cratchit.
Jeff?
Me?
Oh
Wait.
no,
Let's see who it is.
the ghost of whatever his name is.
It stopped.
Oh,
I think that's the ghost. He's one of the ghosts from Arrow who shoots and misses wildly.
no! Did you just shut Jeffrey off?
No, he muted himself, I think.
Oh,
Right? No? Oh, he's fixing something. Okay, give him a second. Oh, we can see his
is
face.
there reindeer?
I'll
over
come
there?
back on my phone.
Okay, yeah, just get
Okay.
some headphones, dude. It'll work out right good.
Yeah, I got
Right.
the phone.
But yeah,
It's just-
feel
I
free to
think
watch
you're
and talk to us whenever you want. Wow.
Jeffrey would like our show. If he likes all the stuff we talk about, Jeff, you should subscribe to the podcast, jockandnerd.com.
Oh, I will.
All right, right on. Because that's all we do is like to geek out about stuff, and we like to geek out with other people about what they're geeking out about. But Jeff, back to Genesis. What did you like about that, really? Oh, he's gone. Okay. Oh, hey, somebody else is coming in. Jeff, Joel, and Bo Show. Right
Yeah,
on. This is
this-
the Jock and Nerd podcast.
This
Oh,
is the
that's
one.
different.
Yeah,
Whoa,
this is
there's-
the one that's on my phone. To be honest,
That's way better.
You look just like some guy that I know that just came on earlier.
Yeah, you look like
He's
the
got
same
two-
dude.
Was that your brother? Was that your brother?
Yeah,
no,
twin
so,
brother.
Yeah, it's much cleaner sound. I heard a lot of background noise before.
Yeah.
This is a lot.
The thing I liked about it, I liked how they sewed up the paradoxes, because there were some paradoxes. I mean,
But didn't they create more paradoxes?
they did. You guys said that. I did. I heard someone say something about how John Connor cannot be born anymore. That's not really true.
Yes.
He just can't be born in 1987 anymore.
Because he's still going to get born.
Yeah.
But will it be Kyle Reese? Will Kyle Reese be the father still?
Kyle Reese and Sarah can totally do it. And I mean, dude, if Khaleesi's being Sarah, I would do it
Yeah.
too. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
But
That's right. I'll give her some dragon eggs.
That's right.
Light that shit on fire.
She looked very young in that movie.
Oh yeah.
To me, I know she was younger, but like she looked too young to be Sarah Connor. I don't know. At the same
No, I
time.
think she looked fine.
You think
I
so?
thought she looked like a very good '80s Sarah Connor. I mean,
Now, weren't you upset though that they cheated you out of the revelation that John Connor is a Terminator in the trailers? I was angry
Yeah.
when I got to that point.
I did say that. I told all my friends. Once I saw that, I said, if you haven't watched the trailers, don't.
I
Because-
forgot that movie.
You did?
I don't even remember what the plot is anymore. I remember that just all the timeline got fucked up, and I couldn't. I was trying to sit there and piece it together when I was watching it.
No, you can't. That's the thing. It makes your head hurt.
I think one of the things that was kind of lame was how Doctor Who apparently took over Terminator.
Yeah.
It's like, let's have Doctor Who play John Connor, and let's also have Doctor Who play Skynet. I think that'd be cool, right?
They just wanted to set up like a villain that they could bring back. It was like it just falls apart if you try to put the timeline together. It's very confusing and convoluted, but I don't know. There was some shit that was like, why? Like when he held that guy under the acid rain and the Terminator got demolished, why didn't his hand melt? Shouldn't it have melted his arm also?
Well, it's because there are different metal alloys. Like,
But that's an older metal alloy. Like you think the older one would be more susceptible to acid, not the new fucking fancy shit.
Well, I think what it is because I'm trying to remember what there's a.
I think the
certain
liquid metal is different.
Yeah,
They
the liquid metal
not
is
as dense.
susceptible to acid, whereas the coltan is what they're made out of. That's why they're so heavy and shit.
Wow.
But yeah, I don't know. I get pretty nerdy with some shit.
That's awesome.
What else do you geek? What else do you geek out about?
You're in the right place,
dude. A lot, man.
A lot.
A whole lot.
Hey, there's a Jersey girl. She just signed on.
Hey, Jersey girl.
I bet she doesn't know shit about comics or nerd shit. I guarantee you. She knows about fist pumping, probably. Going to clubs.
When you guys were talking about the bubble of comics, comic movies,
yes,
I do think it'll reach burst limit before too long because I think the problem with them now is they are going to do the new age of comics.
Yeah.
Okay, for instance, like
Deadpool.
Deadpool. You know, I'm really excited for the Deadpool movie because I think Ryan Reynolds.
Yeah. I am too. Yeah.
I think Ryan Reynolds is going to be really dope.
Ryan Reynolds.
Plus, it's an
might as well
R-rated
be
superhero.
An actual Deadpool.
Yeah. I hear
it's
that
R-rated superhero movie.
He's supposed to break the fourth wall a couple times too,
That's
and I can't
Deadpool,
wait.
Yeah.
I think that they're going to start doing for instance, they're going to start doing the new Superman, Alex Hernandez, I think is his name. They're going to be doing that, or not Superman. I'm sorry, Spider-Man. They're going to start doing.
Morales.
That's his name. Okay, there we go.
Miles Morales.
Well, Peter Parker. They're still doing Peter Parker in Civil War, Spider-Man.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yes, it's because because it's kind of a new beginning for this character because Sony and Marvel made a deal. And I'm most excited for Spider-Man in Civil War because I think finally, like those other movies kind of nailed it. Spider-Man 2 by Sam Raimi was probably the closest, best thing, but they all missed things. Like you had to combine all that shit. I feel like now that it's in Marvel's hands, they know how to treat their characters. We're going to get an awesome Spider-Man.
Yeah.
He'll be a young teenager, but to your point, it'll probably be like the new young ultimate Peter Parker kind of thing. You know, whereas in the comic book, the regular timeline, he's an adult, blah, blah, blah. But you got to introduce him again. But don't show us his fucking origin again. We know how he becomes Spider-Man. I don't want to see that again.
Who's going to be the next Uncle Ben?
Third time's the charm.
Yeah, well, they have, I don't know who Uncle Ben is. They have Marissa Tomei as Aunt May. I wonder who they'll get for Uncle Ben.
Marissa Tomei as Aunt May?
She's Aunt May. So everybody,
damn.
they've younged, everything is younger.
Whew, Aunt May is hot.
Yeah, she is.
Marissa Tomei is hot.
That's a smoking Aunt May, but
what is that, John LaJoy?
The problem is, though, Aunt May's supposed to be old and frail because then you feel for Peter that he's got to look after this old, frail woman and he needs to make money and he's just a kid and he's got all these problems and responsibilities.
Yeah. She's supposed to be Aunt May, not Aunt May I.
Yeah,
No
I would. Yeah.
You bet your bippy I would hit that.
Dude, I'm surprised. I'm so excited for Spider-Man and Civil War. What movie are you most looking forward to, Jeff?
Out of the superhero movies?
Yeah.
Okay, that's the easy one. Dude, I'm really anxious to see what they do to Apocalypse.
Whoa, we forgot that they're making this X-Men Apocalypse movie. We don't even talk about it.
I'm kind of worried because from what I saw so far in the pictures, it looks like Apocalypse looks kind of weird, but I'm thinking that they're going to go with Apocalypse's first go round.
Hopefully he changes too.
Because like the story of Apocalypse, like he can go to the end of time and then come back.
Yeah.
And then go through into the time again. And each time he went through, he was adding to himself. Like like the alien technology he gave himself and, strengthening himself over time. And I think that this is going to be before the alien technology, hopefully after he gets it. And after he gets it.
Yeah, because he looked like that dude from the Power Rangers in those photos, and I was very nervous.
Yeah, he did look like Ivan
What
Ooze.
the shit is this? But I think they heard a lot of that, and they worked on it. Now, it can't be said that despite Fox fucking up Fantastic Four, I like what they're doing with this X-Men franchise. Like they're doing good. They're saving that X-Men franchise. They just need to get fucking Fantastic Four back tomorrow.
I haven't watched the new one again. I watched the new one when it came out in the movies, but I want to watch it again.
Days of Future Past.
And I heard that there's a one with extra footage with Rogue in it and stuff. I want to see that.
Yeah, I like Days of Future Past. I thought they're doing a good job reintroducing that and kind of saving that franchise.
I heard that. I heard of what happened with the Fantastic Four movie. I realized what they did. I think it's bullshit, but I realized what they did.
And what is
what it is? It's all about licensing. Okay.
Yeah.
Like
we know.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, they got to make a movie every 7 to 9 years, or they're going to lose the rights to the goddamn Fantastic Four, and they'd rather just make a shitty movie than just let it go. You have X-Men.
But they didn't make enough money now, so they're actually lost money on this one, so maybe they won't do that anymore.
I mean,
you can just let it go.
Before that, Roger Corman made that horribly bad Fantastic Four movie that never came out, just so they could hang on to the rights for another 20 years. Hey, Zaniology was wondering where everyone is. Everyone's right here, Jock and Nerd Podcast. I believe we were on the front page of Blab. Thanks to Blab. Shout out to them. And
I'm really sorry. I didn't mean to come on under the show.
No, dude, that's what we. This is the part. No, this is our after show. We did our main show,
cool.
And the after show we open it up, and this is the most people we've ever had on one of these shows. We're here every week talking about the week's superhero TV shows. So subscribe to us on Twitter, follow the podcast. We love geeking out about Supergirl, Agents of S.H.I.E.L.D., Flash, Arrow.
But we can talk about anything.
Well, we really can talk about anything.
Yeah, anything anybody wants to talk about, you throw it up in the chat, and we'll make you hop on. If you have anything interesting you want to talk about, you can ask about me. You can ask about Imran. Why is he wearing a Spider-Man shirt? What does that Spider-Man come from that's behind him? Why does he have such professional equipment? Because he's a professional broadcaster.
Yeah. So go ahead.
What are your thoughts on because I came in at the very end of the Star Wars thing, I think. Like, do you think you know the story?
But you came at the end. I mean, you finished.
I came right when I heard it. I was like,
that's how good we are, people. Jock and Nerd Podcast. We'll make you come in your pants. Now only at the Jock Cock and Turd.
Oh, you mean you joined us at the end?
That's the best testimonial this podcast has ever gotten. I came at the end of your podcast.
Thanks, Jeff.
Here's what I can deduce. Here's what I think the story may be. I feel like Rey may be related to Han Solo. I feel like Rey will be the Luke of the movie. Han Solo will be like the Obi-Wan. He's going to be training Rey to be cool. And I feel like they're looking for Master Skywalker throughout the movie. And maybe we don't see him until the very end. And they save that.
I got a pretty long drawn out thought of what I think is going to happen. I don't know. I don't want to bore you guys though.
Brief, well, compact it into a nice minute bite.
Okay. They went with the two kids extended universe idea. The girl is the sister. Han and Leia are the parents. Luke, Yoda himself, because something happened to the boy. The boy had the Force, and the boy was interested in Grandpa. And he got hurt, got taken by Emperor Snoke, or Supreme Leader Snoke, which is Andy Serkis.
Oh, yeah.
And becomes Kylo. And then in the end, they go to Tatooine, where Luke has Dagobah himself. And they kind of teach each other. The Finn, I think it's his name. Is that the okay? He has a Luke-ish, like he's going to be the new Jedi, the pseudo Jedi, because he's not going to get taught all the way, because I think that at the end of the movie, Luke and Kylo are going to face off Obi-Wan style, and that's going to kickstart the next 3 movies.
Ooh.
And then at the very end,
that's a good theory.
At the very end, Ren finds out that Kylo's her brother, and Finn just goes through the movie, and they have to fight him at the very end of the series, I think.
Oh, that's interesting.
Wow.
So Rey and Kylo are related. Hey, so what's the deal with Finn? Is he like a turned stormtrooper, or is he like undercover?
I think that they're going to go with the whole rounding up all the relics, because supposedly he has Anakin's saber.
Yeah.
And
yeah,
that's where the blue one comes from when you see it, when they face off in that trailer.
That was Anakin's lightsaber. Okay.
Yeah. And dude, I don't know. I don't want to ruin anything if nobody's like researched anything at all or thought about this.
No. Well, I don't know. I kind of want to go in there not knowing anything. Like, I'm enjoying the fact that they haven't spoiled much.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, I haven't looked up anything. I haven't looked up any like plots or anything. This is all just me going off of what I think.
Yeah, that's the best thing to do, man. But that's part of the fun, is the speculation and seeing if maybe you were right. Part of the thing you said was right, but maybe they surprise us all, and it's some crazy story.
Yeah,
I've looked at
think about all this. I want to think about this theory now.
I looked at the hilt. The hilt looks just like Vader's saber that fell into the pit of the Death Star.
Oh,
and
man, you did some research.
Yeah.
In the extended universe, the crystals, like, do you guys know how they make the crystals, right? Or how what the story of the crystals?
They gather the crystals, and the crystals go inside the lightsaber.
Well, the Jedi do. The Jedi,
they choose the crystal.
Yeah.
Crystals choose them.
Yeah, and they meditate with the crystal, and they become one with it. And then the Sith make it with their hate and their rage and their power, and they synthesize it. Well, if you use some Sith crystal without cleansing it, it can take over your body. So, let's say that Kylo is infatuated with his grandfather.
So you're saying
his grandfather's saber, he
Yeah.
becomes Darth Vader. That's Darth Vader's spirit living on into his grandson, which he would have a tie to because he's family with.
That makes sense.
Wow.
And then, because the Kylo toy says, "That's my saber, give it to me."
Oh shit! You're getting the toys. The toys do give a lot away. The Lego sets, surprisingly, Lego gives away a lot of movies.
Yeah, they fucking fail on keeping shit secret.
Yeah, I the only reason I know that is I was looking up Kylo's hilt, and then that toy.
What's up, Ken?
You see the toy, and it has like the action bubble, and it says that above it. I'm like,
yeah.
Damn it, man.
Shit, you should have looked at that. You're like, I can't even avoid the spoilers of the toy.
I don't know. It might not be a spoiler. I could be looking too far into it. Maybe they didn't.
And somebody told me that like the reason that he's got the little side flares is because it's like it's not, he made it himself and it's kind of malfunctioning.
Yeah, well, if you look at it, like I went into this idea too.
It looks awesome.
If you look at any lightsaber, it's smooth, rounded, pristine, perfect, like
His
a samurai
flickers.
sword. His is jagged, crude.
It flickers.
It looks like that's why I think it is Vader's saber that has fallen into the Death Star, because it looks burnt.
It's
broken.
It doesn't have a pure light.
No.
It's more like an energy dagger sword, like
Claymore.
dagger.
It's a rough, busted up sword. I mean, if you look at the hilt, it looks like some hillbilly took it. I'm gonna put some fucking pipes on it.
Yeah. I noticed that. It looks like it's been pieced together. I did not notice that about the pure light. That's a really great observation. Wow, you guys are good, dude.
So do you guys have a show? You said Jeff, Joel, and Bo show. You guys do like a blab or something?
Yeah, we do a blab. It's nothing like
nerdy
this.
blab?
No. It's nothing like this.
What are you guys talking about?
We talk about current events. We're still rolling into our own. We're probably going to be more along the joke side. We like to have fun. It's just three dudes talking about shit, current events mostly.
Right on.
Well, that's what we do. We talk
That's
about
kind of
shit.
what we do. The guise of comic books is just like, so it has some kind of structure, but we just end up talking about fucking everything. Like, and then as long as somebody mentions a superhero during the show, it counts. Fuck it. I'm wearing a Spider-Man. That should be enough.
Dude, thanks so much for coming on and enjoying the show. Like, we'll be back, from time to time, like every week. So make sure you check and see. We're gonna try and see if anybody else wants to come on.
No doubt.
Anybody else want to come on?
Yeah, I can jump off.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
So much, Jordan.
Later. Nice talking to you guys.
Nice to talk to you, Jeff and Jordan. This is the Jock and Nerd Podcast. We're here every week talking about superheroes, comic books, TV shows, what's not. This is the open post show. If anybody wants to come and hang out, ask Rugboy a question.
Yeah, Ken, jump on if you want. Anybody
Ken
that wants
Champion.
to jump on.
I am Ken Champion. That's a great name. Thanks for hanging out. jockandnerd.com. There's so many fun geek boner things that are coming up.
I want to see if we could talk to non-geeks because let's see. We got like Gianna. She's been watching this shit and want to know what she thinks of it.
Let's if a non-geek. So NR Impressions says he's a big fan of Arrow and Flash, but that's a geek. I would love to see that's a good one. Let's see a non-geek challenge us because we can talk about anything.
Yeah, let's talk about some shit.
We could talk about I don't know.
I could talk about girls. I could talk about guys. I could talk about goats. I could talk about afros. I could talk about cotton balls. I could talk about chocolate.
Pez dispensers.
Yeah. Let's see who wants to on. Anybody wants to? Hey, thanks, Jord. Thanks for coming. Who wanted to talk about? Somebody wanted to talk about NR Impressions. Is he still here? Or is he gone?
He's a big Arrow and Flash fanatic. NR Impressions, if you want to jump in and give us your thoughts on this season so far, we'd love to geek out about Flash and Arrow because we love Flash and Arrow.
Now, Imran, did you catch that Into the Badlands?
Yes, I did. Did you watch it?
No. Was it good?
Well, here's what I liked. It's beautifully shot. The colors and the cinematography is great. There's a whole thing with poppy fields. These guys work in poppy fields and it's beautiful red lines of flowers. The choreography, there was an amazing fight scene in the rain. And there's a lot of detail to the choreography because in the rain, in the puddles, there was like white liquid. And then he would kill these guys and they fall in these puddles and the liquid would turn red. But the whole time it's raining. There's a kid that has powers, which is cool. I was not expecting that. And when he gets mad, he got punched in the face. When he bleeds, his eyes like flash and he gets super martial arts strong, like Iron Fist or something. And I was like, oh, that's interesting. I'll give it another try. It was the guy's voice is a little thin for me to be like a big bad martial artist guy. The martial art fight scenes are really cool. I wasn't really sure who was a good guy, who was a bad guy. There's these barons and they hire things.
I felt like it was going to be not interesting. Are you hooked on it, or are you just going to give it another episode?
I got to give it another. I don't know. I got to give it one or two more episodes to see if I like it. If you like martial arts, though, man, the martial arts is not bad for.
Hey, look, it's Corey. Hey, Corey, get on here. Jump on.
Where's Corey? He's
the Corster.
Wire Fu. It's a lot of Wire Fu. It's a lot of stunt fighting. It's kind of steampunk-esque. Even though it's in the future, there's no guns. Everyone has weapons. There's going to be some badass woman. I'll give it another shot. Anybody, this is a Jock and Nerd podcast live.
Get on here, Corey.
Corey, jump in. We'd love to hear your thoughts. There's a bunch of people here. Doctor Who. That's the only thing we don't know anything about.
I've watched Doctor Who.
You do?
I haven't watched the new one with the old dude.
Who's your favorite Doctor then?
I actually like the first one that they launched the new series with the guy with the big ears. Oh, come on in, Jordan. You want to talk about Doctor Who?
He loves Doctor Who.
About Doctor Who?
Hey, you got Jordan. I've never got into Doctor Who, and it's largely because isn't there like 5,000 episodes and 2,500 doctors? Like, how am I supposed to get into this show?
Okay, well, first of all, I mean, I haven't watched a lot of the old Doctor Who. So if you really want to try and get into Doctor Who, then just start from the 9th Doctor and go from there.
Why the 9th Doctor?
Well,
is that the most current?
No, that's what happened. They rebooted the series on Sci-Fi.
Yeah.
And they went from David Eccleston,
Yeah.
right?
No, Chris Eccleston.
I'm sorry, Chris Eccleston,
And then David Tennant.
who was the cute one that everybody likes.
No,
and then
that was Matt Smith, but David Tennant was the best of the new doctors, in my opinion.
He's going to be amazing in Jessica Jones, from what I hear.
You think Matt Smith is the good-looking one? I think David Tennant is the good-looking one.
Oh, I think David Tennant is definitely the good-looking one, but according
That's
to
Matt Smith in the chat right there.
The fan base of the female fan base of Doctor Who, the Matt Smith is like their guy. I mean, I wasn't the biggest fan of Matt Smith. He was okay. But the reason why he was as popular as he was is because of how good-looking he was.
I was going to say Doctor Who seems to have a lot of female fans these days.
Yeah, and you want to know what?
It's like,
I mean, I've watched Doctor Who. I enjoyed bits of it, but I don't think it's the best sci-fi I've ever seen. I think it's like some of it's laughable, like how silly it is.
Oh, absolutely. But that's what makes it good, though.
Isn't it meant to be campy? Like campy a little bit originally?
Yeah, absolutely.
Yeah.
I love phone booths. Does that count for anything?
I mean, no, it's like there's enjoyable aspects of it, but I mean, go watch like Farscape. That fucking shit will blow your fucking balls off, like the crazy sci-fi that's going on.
Battlestar Galactica reboot on sci-fi.
Yeah.
That's fucking amazing. It's so good until
Absolutely.
the last season, apparently, which I couldn't get through the last season.
Firefly, that's another great one.
Firefly is great. Farscape is great. You're absolutely right.
I mean, and those are nowhere near as popular as Doctor Who. People love Doctor Who,
but
because I don't know. I mean, like, he's asexual. He doesn't bang anybody, right?
Well,
or he rarely does.
Well, yeah. I mean, I don't even know if he has, but I mean, he did get a wife or whatever.
Yeah.
So I don't know. Look, I don't know anything. These are gonna be stupid questions. Does Doctor Who have powers?
No, he has like a stick that does things.
Sonic
He doesn't even fight. He doesn't fight even.
No,
he doesn't ever raise his hands to anyone.
He doesn't like to fight. He's not violent, but a lot of people
talks
die
his
when
way
he's
out of
around
everything.
him. Yeah, he's clever. That's his superpower.
Okay. So what does he do? What do they do in the show? Is it like aliens? Is it interdimensional shit? What are they doing?
Yeah.
It's a lot of everything. I mean, around when when the Ninth Doctor was around, it was really more of them going to different timelines and dimensions and things. But I've noticed recently they've been kind of picking more recent, kind of more modern.
Thing.
Yeah.
Oh.
Well, I mean, not like specific to events going on in the world, but it's in the timeline of like now. Whereas in the beginning, I felt like that they did a lot of like, let's go to the end of the world and let's go to the beginning of time and
I see
kind of thing.
See.
And
now they're staying in present day,
right? And they did stay in present day in some points, but I feel like they've been doing that more recently than they used to.
I just can't wrap my head around why so many people like it though. I mean,
like,
it's okay. I mean, it's fine. It's fine. It's all fine and good, but it seems like a guilty pleasure at best. Like watching the Power Rangers.
Almost. Yeah.
That's what when I watch it, I feel like I'm watching Power Rangers. Now the acting is not as bad.
But Star Trek, the original Star Trek was similarly campy and kind of cheap sets, and does it not have the same kind of feel?
In a way, maybe it's akin to a Star Trek, an early Star Trek. Maybe I'll give it that, but you know, the Next Generation and all the other ones after it,
that's different.
You know, they really upped the ante and were really tried to make something, worthy. I mean, the newer Doctor Who's I haven't watched, so I really don't know what I'm missing with the old guy. But I will watch them at some time.
I mean, Moffat's an okay writer with it.
Yeah. Oh, he's great. Have you watched any of the Sherlock?
Oh, hell yeah.
Sherlock's
No,
great.
Shit, dude. The Sherlock BBC is
fantastic.
Yeah, but the quality from Sherlock from Doctor Who is like huge. The leap is huge.
Oh, absolutely. You know, and that's what I'm saying. Like Moffat's really good with Sherlock, but I'm it's okay with Doctor Who. It's all right. You know,
like Doctor Who feels like a show that is made now, but it was made in the early '90s. Like that's what.
It's very weird. Yeah.
He's due for a new companion. So, I mean,
who's the companion? So each Doctor has a companion.
Well, they can even have multiple companions too. Like, I mean, Peter Capaldi right now, he has Clara, who's his companion, and she's been his companion since day one. But she was also companions with Matt Smith a little bit too. So, I mean,
Hey,
she's been on for a long time.
Vincent Orlick in the comp chat has a good comment. He's like, a question. He says, "Is a puppet saying a TV show is too campy?"
No, it's not that it's nothing wrong with it being campy. I just don't understand the popularity. Like, okay, let's say you watch a show and it's offering something that no other show is offering, just doing it badly because whatever. There's plenty of time travel shows. There's plenty of shows where whatever. So like this is a show about a guy who's a Time Lord who is asexual and non-violent that has a girl and takes her through different periods of weird characters in time and they like it. I don't understand what the phenomenon is.
I think the reason why that it even got so popular in the first place is, like I said, because of a good-looking doctor. But the second thing is, I feel like David Tennant's story was just really good. And I feel like that's when a lot of people started watching it, is when David Tennant was in, because that was I mean, it was great. Like,
what number was he?
Fantastic. 10.
He's the second Doctor in the new in the new lineup.
He's the 10th Doctor.
He's the guy who's playing the bad guy in Jessica Jones. Purple Man.
He's gonna be amazing in that. Do you feel also that maybe there's like because it's been around since like the 50s?
Yeah.
Isn't there? Maybe there's like a generational thing where that's passed down. Plus, I can appreciate that it's kind of like a James Bond character where you could just switch the guy out and the character keeps going.
I just think that when they did the original reboot with what's his name, Chris Eccleston, like he seemed more badass.
Oh, he was very most of the Doctor's personalities carry over from their experiences from their previous incarnations.
Wait,
or
so
whatever.
are they all the same Doctor? It's the Doctors.
It's the same guy, but
they're reborn.
He's like the Dalai Lama, pretty much.
Yeah, they like if they die or if something happens to them, then they get like reincarnated as somebody else.
And what's the role of the companion? Did they have a job? Like, what's the deal with the companion?
All the companions are different. I mean, they're pretty much there for support, if anything.
The way that I see it is the Doctor needs something to focus his time on.
Yeah, he's lonely. I mean, he's a lonely Time Lord. His race is gone. I mean, supposedly. But so, I mean, I think it's just kind of like that, I need a friend kind of thing.
He's like a god with no powers.
Well,
he can't really do anything. He can't really impose his will. He can just appear anywhere, and he must get lonely.
Well, yeah, and the reason why that, the Ninth Doctor's personality was so dark is because he was alone so long. Oh. And so he feels like that being with a companion makes him better. Just in general. Because if you notice, the Ninth Doctor, he's just very dark, very sullen. Like he is a total badass, but he's got a lot of hurt and feelings going on. And we kind of learn a little bit more about that when you watch, like when the War Doctor came with Day of the Doctor and stuff like that. So.
That's crazy how popular this is. So you're saying Ninth Doctor is a good place to start?
Yeah, I mean, look, I gave it a whirl during the, some time when I had some spare time, and I jumped around. I was like, I did. I went on Netflix and I'm like, watched the first Doctor, and then the full season of that, and I got the gist, and then I just jumped around to the episodes that I went and looked up, like best Doctor Who episodes, and just watched them individually. The thing is, you could just jump in on any episode. Like, there's really nothing that ties a story thread that really ties through. That you
really.
Well, sometimes there is. I mean, sometimes you'll like meet a character, say
that's been there before.
Then you run to him again. Like it happened in the lady with the Ninth Doctor. She was like a stretch of skin, and then like later on, I think with like Matt Smith's Doctor, she came back. And she was like an actual person.
Oh yeah, so it helps to have that context. But I mean, yeah, I managed to jump around and be fine. Like they went to kill Hitler.
Oh yeah,
in one episode.
How'd that work out? How'd that work out for them?
It didn't go. I mean, I don't remember. It was a while ago. I saw it.
It sounds like it has a pretty rich mythology and backstory, and that kind of keeps people interested. And you can have your favorite doctor.
A new place where they're at, a new kind of people that they meet. I mean,
I think Imran might like it, but he likes everything.
I do like.
I'm very picky with the shit that I like. I mean, I like shit that's bad because I like it, and then I know it's bad, and I don't expect anyone to like it. But this Doctor Who, I can't believe that you walk into any store, there's Doctor Who shit, there's T-shirts
it's everywhere.
So check this out. I've done I'm in Chicago, out in Elgin, Illinois. There's another podcast that they do a live show every Saturday, and I hooked up with them and I went to hang out with them. But there's a cafe. It's called the Blue Box Cafe. It's a Doctor Who themed cafe. The whole place. And these guys do a live show every Saturday streamed, and I went and hung out, and I was like, holy shit, look at this Doctor Who cafe. It was so nerdy. It was great.
They do that here?
In Elgin, Illinois.
Oh.
Not on Blab. They do it. He might be on Blab. I know they're simultaneously. He's streaming on Periscope, YouTube, everything. He'll probably start doing Blabs too.
What's it called?
It's called South. If you look up Southgate Media, he has a network of 80 geek podcasts, and they have a couple of Doctor Who podcasts. But this is the Jock and Nerd podcast. We got an open seat. If somebody wants to come in and geek out with us, we're here every week talking about comic book TV shows. Yeah, but Rob Southgate is great, and he's got some good stuff. So
I would say check it out, Imran. Check out Doctor Who, and let me know what you think.
First of all, I haven't watched Game of Thrones. I got to watch this other shit. I'm gonna have 13 episodes of Netflix of Jessica Jones to watch.
Whoa. You haven't watched Game of Thrones, or you haven't caught up with Game of Thrones?
I haven't both.
He hasn't watched it.
I need to sit down and watch it, but there's no fucking time, dude. Oh, she's like, fuck it, I'm out of here.
Fuck you. You don't exist to me anymore.
I know I would like Game of Thrones, but honestly, my question to a lot of people is, how does everyone consume all this media?
Look, when it's coming out, it was on Sundays. All right, and it was staggered. Walking Dead wasn't on. It was on opposite.
No, but I gotta go back to season 1 and watch everything. Here's the thing, dude. I have comic books to read. I've got TV shows to watch. I've got podcasts to listen to. How do people keep up with all this shit? I got podcasts to record and produce and put out. There's no fucking time.
Well, look, Game of Thrones is necessary.
Yeah, and it's all on HBO on demand. And I know.
Absolutely.
How is she not on the seat? How?
I don't know. We don't see her, but we can hear you.
She's not even in a seat. She's somehow hacked Blab.
You did hack Blab. You're invisible. That was weird.
Yeah, that's some crazy shit.
That was kind of strange. Yeah, I gotta watch the Game of Thrones. I guess I just need 50 episodes. I gotta power through. Something like that.
Dude, once you watch 5, you're gonna be it'll be crack.
Dude, okay, somebody's in here. I don't know what's going on.
People are sneaking into our room.
I know, and I can't see them. I don't know what the fuck is happening.
I mean, whoa.
Wait, we can still hear her, but we don't see your window. That's really strange.
Let's lock this. Let's open the seat. Let's lock this.
It's open. Oh, there it goes. We locking it. Open it. There. Oh, there she is. Okay, that was weird. Anybody else want to come in and geek? That was weird. That was really weird.
I don't know what happened.
It's Blab. It's magic, people. This is technology.
It's Blab. Hey, Corey.
But really, Game of Thrones. You have to.
I will. And then we could do a whole show about it. I know it's not going anywhere.
What are these people like? What are these people like in the room and not participating? What's up with that?
Here's the thing: is what Jordan? Can you tell me? Because when we came on to Blab, we just kind of brought this show right over. I didn't really hang out in a lot of Blabs. We pretty much just jumped into the deep end. I'm noticing patterns of behavior. A lot of people just like to watch, like they're watching a show. So
they like to learn.
I feel like they like to learn, and I feel like it's a little bit of pressure when we try to get people on. Like me, I would want to get on right away because this is the fun part. Oh, yeah. So we'd like to open up the seat to have and we won't bite hard. We'll be nice. See, Rugboy has soft teeth anyway, so even if he does bite you, you won't die from the zombie infection like in The Walking Dead. But people, and we love all you guys coming to check us out, man. This was a great show tonight. We've been on for now a little over 3 hours.
I know, my Slack hole is really loose.
Rugboy's slack hole needs some tightening. He's gonna have to go for a tune-up at the Felty hospital. But this is the most viewership we've had, guys. This is Jock and Nerd Podcast. We're here every week,
and
Subscribe
nobody's
to us.
talking.
Nobody's talking. Nobody's commenting. They're just hanging out. Which, you know what? That's fine. But here's the deal. I love geeking out with people about what they're passionate about. There's nothing better than talk to someone about their passion, because they clearly, you could tell they love something. And I also think everyone has a story. Everyone has a crazy story. It's a matter of asking the right questions.
Yeah, learn something new.
And we're always about learning. Like Do Right last week, who was here earlier, he told us what it's like on a submarine, dude. He was in the Navy and he had awesome submarine stories. It was so fucking fast. Yeah, it was fascinating.
What's your claim to fame, Jordan? What do you do for a living? Are you a student?
I used to be a teacher, and now now I work at a bakery as
what kind of teacher?
I was a 5th grade teacher. I did social studies and English.
You didn't like it?
It sounds like fun.
No, I mean, I liked teaching. I don't like the just the administration part of it.
Okay.
And I live in Oklahoma, and we're like 47th in education in the country.
Geez.
So
yeah.
And the salaries are just really bad, and like
So was it like too much work?
No, I mean, it was a lot of work, but it was more of
probably.
just.
So I feel like that you went to school for this and you trained to be a teacher, and now you're like, fuck that, I don't want to do that anymore.
Well, I mean, and I have other passions too, which is what I'm doing now. I mean, I've always been really good at like baking and cooking, and I did like cakes on the side and stuff. So I decided to take the leap and go and work at a bakery and learn what it's like to actually like work in that kind of setting. So.
That's ballsy. I respect that.
But Jordan, the world needs good teachers, Jordan.
You're right. But when administrators like push you away, you don't really want to be there.
What was like the worst thing an administrator did that pissed you off that you're like, that's it, I'm done?
Well, I had a problem with like the assistant principal, who was she was like an administrative intern. And she decided to just kind of micromanage me all the time. She would walk by my room. She would like peek in my window like 5 or 6 times a day. And she would tell me constantly that like my class was in chaos, or she didn't think that I was really doing anything. And I kind of called her out on it, and she got a little mad at me. And then we sat in front of my principal, and she pretty much told me that I didn't know what I was doing and that I was a terrible teacher. And I mean, she was just rude and hateful in front of the principal.
Wow.
And I mean, she just really put me down, like, told me that I didn't know what I was doing. And then I proved her wrong, because my kids had the highest social studies testing scores in the district, and they were 3rd in their English exams as well. So
you want to know what I think, though? It's like, now, did this administrator ever teach a day in her life?
Probably not.
Or was she a former teacher?
I'm pretty sure she was. Usually people that are like the administrators, they had some kind of teaching experience, but now they've been in administration for so long.
Yeah, they're not in it in the moment that you're in it. So they don't know what it's like.
Right. They're so far removed. And the thing is that education has changed so fast.
Kids have changed.
Yeah.
Technology has changed.
But education,
the parents will allow has changed.
But the way that education has been, happening, though, it just in general, everything is different. I mean, from trying to switch over to new standards to trying to teach different ways, small group instruction, differentiated things, finding kids. You have to pretty much teach lessons to an individual child rather than like a classroom.
Yeah.
I mean, there's just a lot
I understand.
of stuff.
The thing is, I feel like what they're doing is the government's trying to micromanage the shit out of these teachers, and they can't do their jobs.
Yeah.
They're getting so bogged down with all this bullshit that they can't just, like, let's say like you love social studies, right?
Oh,
you love everything about social studies. It's your passion. Let it come out of you naturally, and the kids will absorb it.
Oh, and here's the thing, I did. And that's the point, because what they would do is they would be like, here's the unit that you have to teach in 4 weeks you have to teach this one chapter about, say, the American Revolution. You have 4 weeks to teach that. At the end of the 4 weeks, you are required to give them this specific test. We are not allowed to create our own lessons. We were not allowed to create our own tests. We had to follow this timeline.
I know, what's the point? They should just have a computer in front of them if they're not going to fucking use you.
But here's the thing is, I said, fuck that. And I did my own goddamn thing.
Oh, wow. Good for you.
Good for you.
Yeah.
I mean, if I ran out of an idea or something, I might have picked something from it. But I looked at that and I was like, no, this is bullshit. And I didn't do it. So.
Well, I applaud that because you know what? I think that there's a lot of people. This is not the first time I've heard this. I've heard from a lot of people who are in this profession that they want to get the fuck out because there's too much pressure, too much expectations, all of these micromanaging shit, and you can't. If you're good at something, you will be a great teacher. All right.
And there's not enough of getting up and doing things or doing more hands-on things. There's not enough media. There's just books and there's worksheets and there's papers and like that's all they want you to do. Whereas like, I want them to actually play Indian games that they used to play. I want them to learn how big the Mayflower was by mapping it out in a field.
That's good.
I want them to do that because it's a lot better than reading in a book saying.
And it requires imagination skills and creativity.
Yeah.
I mean, they can create their own cultures, their own civilizations. Like instead of saying, here's black and white, like what it is, it's like, let's learn on this, but let's let you also build, what you think it was like then and what you think it would be if it was now.
Has this problem with education, has it always been this bad, or have you guys noticed it's gotten worse as time has gone on?
I feel like it's getting worse. Some of the problem is the funding of education is not going in the proper places. I mean, a lot of people say that a lot of money is going towards education, and it might be, but the funding is not going in appropriate areas.
Well, it's not. Teachers get paid shit for what they're tasked to do, which is raise our future generation, and you're paying them fucking minimum wages when there's a guy sitting on a bench in a basketball game, never played, making $2 million fucking dollars, and the teacher for your child.
The highest paid educators are coaches, by the way.
Wow.
Yeah, they are.
Do we actually educate? Is Garrett Burge's comment? I
don't
know.
Sure as hell try, but let me tell you, the reason why that I was able to do something different with my curriculum is because I had a principal that supported it. But there's a lot of principals that are very, you need to follow the guidelines.
They're spineless.
You need to follow this. Yeah.
Yeah.
And the thing is that, a lot of the funding goes somewhere it shouldn't be. So therefore you have old buildings, you have poor food, you have bad books. Sometimes you don't have enough books for the kids. Teachers have to buy their own paper. If kids run out of supplies, it comes out of our pocket. I mean,
that's a lot of the stories I've heard coming out of these inner city schools out of Chicago. And in fact, I remember when Rahm was running, or when he became mayor, Rahm Emanuel, like he was going to shut down these underperforming schools, and it was a big scandal, and it caused.
Didn't you guys have a big scandal with striking teachers in Chicago or something?
Yeah, that happens every fucking year, dude. The union and them, like it never. Like, how do you fix this? What is the solution?
Well, this is what I think. Me being an idiot, this is my opinion, is that look, there's plenty of money for schools.
Yeah,
there is plenty of money that we get taken out of our taxes. But I know that these fucking schools are ripping off and not putting it into use properly. There's also these coaches and this and that, they're overpaid.
Yeah.
They really don't.
It's not even just the schools either. It's also whatever the government of the state legislates it as too, because they can give them money, but they tell them where to spend it and how to spend it.
Jeez.
Yeah.
So I mean, but you're right. There is plenty. I mean, there is plenty, but it's just not going. It's not being and things are not being funded properly.
The biggest problem is, all right, you have all of these individual states that are making their own fucking rules about what to do with this tax money, right?
Yeah.
So they could say, we're going to mandate this, we're going to take away this, you're going to have to pay for this. Like teachers used to have paid health care, right? Because they were a government worker.
We still do.
Oh, you still do.
And in some states you don't.
Yeah, some states you don't. Oklahoma, you do.
Yeah.
Wow.
So they take that away. Then they started taking away pension funding. All right. Wow. So they used to pay into the pension. Now they don't want to do that anymore. And now they're going to try and fuck the teachers out of money to get paid. So they don't get shit anymore. And now they're piling more work on them too. More accountability, more all this stuff. So
I worked probably 70 to 80 hours a week, and we don't get overtime, we don't get bonuses. We don't get that. The bonuses we get is our kids. The things our kids give us, the reactions, the aha moments that they have, that's our bonus. We don't get monetary bonuses. And
she's a good teacher.
I probably paid like $500 to $600 out of my own pocket just for my classroom in a year. So
Jordan, you are clearly you're one of the good ones, and it's a shame that it's disenfranchised you so much that you just you had to leave. I hope someday you go back, because just hearing you talk about teaching, the kids could use you, man. Do you think this is also causing the rise of this homeschooling a little bit, that even the parents are done with schools?
Absolutely. I mean, some of it is, they're just very, they don't like the way
not every
things are
parent
being
can
done.
homeschool their kid.
That's also true.
Oh yeah. Well, but some of the homeschooling is also just this kind of idea of government indoctrination kind of thing. Whoa. I mean, a lot of parents think that. I see it all the time. I hear them talk about it at schools and stuff. I mean, I even had a parent in a parent-teacher conference say, so what's the government feeding my kid?
Oh, Jesus. I mean, I've heard stories where they won't allow the kids to bring a packed lunch in some cases, where they have to eat what's at the school. And then that would be my question. What the fuck is in that food? And why do we not have an option to send, I can't send food with my own kids? That makes no sense.
Well, and here's the thing. It's it depends on what school you're at, but I mean, at my school, we had 3 options of things, but everything that they had, it wasn't very good. No. It was the typical bean burritos that are really old, and chicken nuggets that had probably
pizza rolls.
No,
Totinos.
No pizza
Totinos.
rolls.
Yay, Totinos. I love Totinos.
Totinos.
That's the worst awful shit ever, dude. Oh my God. It's like fucking styrofoam when you take that out of the microwave. Okay, sorry.
It was always some kind of entree thing like that really wasn't that good for them, and be greasy and it'd be cold, and I mean it'd just be really bad. But then they'd have a salad, and the salad would be the chicken strips from the day before, and they'd call it a chicken Caesar salad.
Hey, Ricky Prime.
Yo, what up, boys?
What's up, Ricky?
Jordan, this is our buddy Ricky Prime. He's in New Zealand. He's on the other side of the world. Yeah,
hey, Jordan.
That's pretty.
Look at this handsome dude. What's going on, buddy?
What's up, Ricky? What's the state of education in New Zealand? You got any insight?
How
was your education?
Okay, I'll be honest with you.
I did not go to school. That's what he's going to say.
He's I went to kindergarten, and then I said, fuck this shit.
I'm out.
I made things happen, is what I did. I made things happen. I left school because, I felt
you did leave school?
Yeah, I left school.
When? At what age?
15.
Wow, okay.
When do you end, though? Did you end at 17 over there?
Pardon?
What age are you done with school? 16?
18.
Oh, really? Oh, okay. In England, they do 16 for some reason.
Yeah.
So at 15, why did you decide to leave school?
Well, I actually found that I didn't get on with the teachers, and I felt that teachers are favorite. It's not that I didn't get on with all my teachers. It's just I felt that the teachers favoritized certain kids. Do you know what I mean? Mm-hmm. And I'm not I don't have anything wrong with me. Well, I don't think I've got anything wrong with me, but I always felt casted out, and I'm just an individual. It's not my fault. I wasn't trying to be be like sandpaper and cause a bit of friction, you know?
I mean, that totally happens. I mean, I'm not gonna lie. I mean, I had my favorites, but here's the thing: it's like if a teacher is obvious about who is their favorite, that's not right. You shouldn't do that. I mean, the kids always like speculated, you know, I'm her favorite, or so and so's her favorite, but I was never like, you know.
Is it really important that a teacher likes you? Do you remember that being important, Imran?
Oh, it's
not like you, but like they gotta want to teach you as well. You know what I mean? So when they're like not showing you attention and they're not teaching you, they're teaching other staff. I mean, other students. You know, and like I was an A grade student. Like as soon as I started high school, I was A grade student. Then come like middle of like you know just before I was leaving. Like I couldn't concentrate. I didn't want to be in class anymore. I just really didn't like school. And
you're how old were you when this is happening?
Oh, like 15.
Yeah, I think that I think what happens is that's boner season. All right. All right. That's what's going on. That's why you don't want to be in school. You got a boner.
Yeah,
because like that's when the major growth spurts are happening, right? No, I'm serious.
It's really funny.
No, but it's true. It's scientific. I read this in a scientific journal.
The kids can't concentrate.
Boner season.
It's chemicals.
No, like your body is so busy trying to grow and create new synapses in the brain that it's overcharged and it's responding to females for the first time, and it's scrambling your brain. Your wires are all crossed. It's impossible to pay attention.
Let me just say, since we got a bunch of people hanging out, thank you guys right now for checking us out. This is the Jock and Nerd podcast, live after show blab. If you like what you're hearing, check out jockandnerd.com. I just got a shameless plug, Jock and Nerd podcast. Jock and Nerd. Just remember that.
Jock and Nerd. You guys have come a long way. You guys have come such a long way. I'm so proud of you guys.
Thank you so much.
I come the long way. I come every way.
Crystal also is like...
Rugboy, you just make sure you come. That's it.
Again,
no.
I came on the Jock. I want everyone here to say I came on the Jock and Nerd podcast. Jock and Nerd. And mean it. Here's the thing. Thank you guys for hanging out. Ricky Prime, Crystal is like, we're so proud of you. This is the best viewership we've had. We've been doing this 2 months every week in a row, trying to build up a thing here. Check out jockandnerd.com. Back to the discussion. Usually we talk about comic book geek stuff, but here's what I wanted to say is it always bothered me in education that they would try to teach all the kids one way. And as I grew up, I realized that I learned things differently. And then I realized that all the kids learn differently. And for them to have one blanket curriculum countrywide and expect everyone to absorb it equally is fucking bullshit and just silly.
Yeah, but the thing is, you can't have one person be 10 things.
Well, and here's the thing. They try and do that, you know, teach differently kind of thing with differentiated instruction and stuff. But the problem is they, like, say there's a kid who has a 2nd grade reading level, but he's in 5th grade. That kid is required to read a 5th grade exam, a 5th grade state test. So not only, even if we give him assignments in like, say, a 2nd grade level, when it comes down to tests, if he can't read the 5th grade level curriculum.
Yeah, but why is this kid even, if he's got a 2nd grade reading level, why is he in 5th grade? He should get left back.
No, because there are a lot of kids who are on IEPs, who have disabilities. You know, I had a child who was
what's an IEP? I don't know.
Yeah, what's that?
Yeah.
It's like, okay, if there's a kid who has like a learning disability, or if they are disabled, or if they're
I thought he peed on someone's eye.
I peed.
Oh, okay.
Or if they're like mentally handicapped or something, or just delayed. I mean, you have to have an IEP for them, and what it does is it gives you guidelines on you know what you have to follow in the classroom to meet this child's needs.
Does it tell you what's wrong with them? Like, let's say a kid. Does it tell you that if a kid's got ADHD or some kind of problem like that, or?
Yeah, but it's more than just ADHD. I mean, there's children that have, like, I had a child that had Williams syndrome, and I mean, he
But is there like a
It-
description of the syndrome? Like,
Anxiety.
I don't know what that what Williams syndrome is.
Yeah,
Does it
you'd
tell you
have
exactly
to
what?
you'd have to look it up. But bottom line is just he was just very delayed in everything from speech to reading to vision, anything. I mean, so you have to have an IEP for them. And I was lucky enough to have like a teacher assistant to help him, but you have to have that for the kids, or they're just going to sit in the classroom and they're going to stare at you blank face and they're going to learn nothing. But the bottom line is that everything is just the same across the board as far as trying to assess them. But then they're saying, well, you need to teach them differently.
But
They don't match.
Yeah, but Imran and Jordan, my mind is blown here. Like, okay, let's just do the scenario.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's be real. Okay. There's like however many kids, 30 kids sitting there in a room.
Right.
All right. A dude or a woman is standing up there and they've got information that they're disseminating to all 30 kids. Now, let's say like 5 of those kids have got a problem, or 6 of those kids have got how is this person in like 40 minutes or however long they get to go in there and now re-explain this shit to that? I don't think it works. I think that's a flawed plan.
That's the point. That's why it doesn't work. But the thing is that we are required to, stand up there and curriculum as a whole. But then what you're supposed to do is then go and pull those kids separately in like a small group or an individual.
But who has time to do that?
Well,
that's
look.
right.
Plus,
Who does
if you
have
paid,
time to do that? Because I
however,
sure as hell didn't. But I
Tony, how's it?
Hey,
how's it going?
I'm doing
buddy?
good.
We got Anthony.
I'm doing
Davis
good. I
here.
forgot your name, Jock. But
my name's Imran. That's Rugboy.
Yeah, I remember.
And that's
Rugboy. I know you through the web series community. I'm the guy who told you that.
That's right.
Yes. Yeah. I wanted to hop
He was
in
here. Yeah.
I wanted to
go
hop
ahead.
in here because this goes right up my alley. I have a lot to say about this situation. Jordan, hey, how are you?
Hey, how's it going?
Hey. I kind of covered this a little bit on a vlog that I did probably about 2 years ago. And if you want to look it up, my name is Listener's Mate 2 on YouTube. I did a vlog entitled "Why Are We So Stupid?" And
I know why I'm stupid.
Yeah. Yeah.
Well, he's got felt brain.
Yeah. You're not quite Muppet. You're kind of yeah. Okay. But no, I did a vlog that just called "Why Are We So Stupid?" And I found a website that talked about what critical thinking is, and how critical thinking works. And personally, in my opinion, that I think that we have lost the ability to critically think anymore.
Absolutely.
As critical thinkings, we do not have the permission to ask the question why, what for, how come. We don't have the liberty to have debates. I mean, not a heated debate, meaning you're right, I'm wrong, meaning a debate of this is my
to be fair,
forum,
though, I did have those debates in class. And
But doesn't that derail the class and slow it down?
you know what? Even if it did, the fact of the matter is like sometimes I didn't even care because the kids were engaged in the conversation and they were learning.
And I always remembered I'd be in class and some dick would like derail the teacher. And I'm like, now we're talking about his stupid agenda.
Well, there was a lot of times where we're supposed to be finishing a chapter in like a social studies book, and we would get off topic and they would start having discussion with each other. And sometimes it would last the whole rest of the class and we just didn't finish the chapter. And I was fine with that.
Yeah. Yeah. And there, that was my main point, but there's a lot of other things.
Well, but here's the reason.
Teachers
aren't
allowed teachers aren't allowed to discipline anymore.
You're right.
No,
you're right.
Yeah, that's true.
That's another situation that comes into play. Kids just take advantage of the whole situation and do what Jordan just said, just monopolize the whole time, and so yeah.
Here's a big reason why though. We are put on a timeline. So,
Yeah.
usually if we go and talk to a administrator, like I said, and they give you the units and you have 4 weeks to cover it or whatever, and they pack all this stuff in there. Well, they want you to teach all of that in that 4 week span, even if at the end of the 4 weeks, I feel like that they're not ready. It doesn't matter. I have to move on. But, we're on a timeline. So it's like 20 minutes of reading the chapter. So you have to read the chapter in 20 minutes. They're saying, you need to have small group instruction with them, 30 minutes for every day, or at least every subject if you're a specific subject.
Sounds like a bunch of bullshit to me.
It is. No,
It is. It is.
they
yeah.
wanted to get rid of like our drop everything and read time because they wanted to put intervention coverage in there instead. And
Jordan,
so
I take it you're a teacher.
I used to be.
Okay.
She was.
Was a teacher. Okay.
Tony, were you a teacher?
No, I wasn't, but I come from a homeschool type background, and
You were homeschooled?
Yes, I was homeschooled from my 7th grade year to my
Hold on.
my 11th grade year, my junior year. And
so
then,
was that your parents' decision or your decision?
it was a little both. Yeah, it was a little bit of both.
And why the homeschool decision?
Well, I kind of decided that, private school was fine and dandy, but we just couldn't afford it. And you got a lot of cliques and stuff in private school. And then homeschool, public school, the public school system just sucked. You got bullied, and you got bullies and jocks, and no production, and then guns was starting to come into play then, and violence in school and that kind of thing, and I just said, nope, I'm not going to go to a school where I'm not going to be able to function very well, where I'm going to constantly be afraid of a bully or constantly afraid of not fitting in well or whatever. So, I said, okay, well, let's try the homeschool school route. And even though it did kind of help me scholastically, it did throw me back to a point that, it did hurt my social level quite a bit.
There we go.
Yeah,
That's
yeah.
what I was going to ask.
Yeah,
and my husband was homeschooled, and so I see that in him as well. He has very he's gotten a lot better, but he's not
I've gotten a lot better because of situations and things like that.
He has a hard time with like socializing with new people, and if he's not comfortable with it, then he can be a little awkward, or he just doesn't talk or whatever.
Wow.
It's, I don't know, like there's pros to homeschooling because he's very smart, and because he had that individual learning going on.
It also hurt me to the point that, when I went to a college, I honestly tried to go to a college. I couldn't keep up because I had social problems with the teachers. I had social problems with other students. I couldn't keep up with the work, and just.
Well, and his problem is that he would procrastinate too much, or he would just take longer to do things.
That's my point.
My main issue with the schools, I think that the classrooms are too big. Too many kids are in there.
Yep.
That's number one.
Yeah.
Then you got too many different kinds of kids in the class. You got all kinds of kids that should not be necessarily in the same room, in this crowded room either. And if there are a lot of kids that have disabilities, they need to have an assistant or something in there to help them. Because you can't expect one person to be able to teach 30 kids in one shot. It's not going to happen.
Well, and when I had children that had, disabilities, at one point I had like 7 children in my classroom that had IEPs.
Wow.
So I had an assistant. I was lucky enough to have that, but a lot of schools don't have that resource. They don't have a lab teacher. They don't have aides that can come and help. It's pretty much left down to them. Sometimes some schools don't even have a wide enough like special education program. There's a lot of students that, they're maybe not be on the extreme level of special education, but they're more on like a mild to moderate sort of special education,
Yeah,
and a lot of schools don't
I have a
have
slight
that.
case of.
I remember when I was a kid, all right, like in my elementary school, all right, like let's say you had the general population of kids.
Yeah.
And then some lady would come and say, okay, 4 or 5 kids need to go into your special class for the whatever. And they would basically go over what was taught in the class and made sure that they knew it. And then they sent the kids back.
Wow.
So one teacher would kind of do like that differentiated instruction using the teacher's lesson plans and then send the kids back. Why don't we do that anymore? We don't do that shit anymore.
Some do, and some
Some
don't.
do. You get it. You get it in private schools, like church-run schools. You get that.
Well, that's what a lab teacher is for. That's a lab teacher. We had a lab teacher, and that's what she would do. We would give her what we gone over with them, and she would help them with a more simplified version of the same content. And she would work with them in a small group setting, and help them learn. But there's a lot of schools that don't have that. They just don't.
Yeah.
And that's where the allotted funding needs to go.
Yeah. It's a cluster.
The whole education system really needs to be looked at as far as how things are taught, how things are presented, how different people learn. Are you a visual learner? Are you do you visualize better? Do you write things down better? Do you speak things better? Do you are you a combination of all three?
Yeah.
There needs to be a better. The whole thing really started, in my opinion, it started back in the late 60s, probably around 1966, 67, when this Common Core junk started coming into play. And then for about 20 years, we went with the Common Core thing. And then George Bush backing it up with the No Child Left Behind, thing. And
that is what did it.
And that's what did it. Even, that's kind of what, took the knife and just went like
that. Was the nail. That was the nail.
And another big issue was discipline in the school. There, we have no moral standards anymore. Not to necessarily say.
Well, here's the thing. No. It's not even.
Back in the 60s. Back in the 60s. Well, okay. Here's
why. Here's a big reason. It's not the only reason. Here's a big reason. It's the parents.
Yeah.
It's true.
Well, the parents have a lot to do with it too, but
they don't discipline their kids anymore. They just coddle them and give them everything.
They show up and if there's a problem, if a student had an issue, they said, "So what did you do wrong?" Like, what did I do wrong?
When I went to school, if I got a call home, my parents never even questioned the teacher. They were just like, all right, it's time to kick your ass again. Yeah. And that was it. Yeah.
I had a teacher that worked at my school that had a child in our grade. And every time he got in trouble a lot. And every time he got in trouble, she would say, well, so what's the big deal? Or like he used a racial slur to another student, and I took him to the office and she saw me and she said, well, I would like to know what your definition of racist is.
Oh my God, this is fucking ridiculous.
Sit in on this meeting.
Yeah.
This blaming society.
This is bullshit.
Plus, I also hate this whole everyone gets a participation award. These kids aren't being told the truth that they're, hey, maybe you shouldn't draw because you're shitty at drawing. Try something else. Not that, oh, that's wonderful. You're going to make millions. You should go. Listen, look at the shit. Now, if the kid is not good at soccer, he's not good at soccer. Just tell him, try something else.
Truth.
Yeah. But I mean, the biggest point is, I was making is that critical thinking is not applied in school anymore. It is all wrote out to you, and I'm not talking about WROTE. I'm talking about ROTE, meaning
Wrote.
da 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 da. But it's kind of like Morse code.
Yeah.
And You're not allowed to ask questions. You're not allowed to debate. You're not allowed to bring different viewpoint in or whatever.
Well, and
You're
it's
just
it's
you're
not that you're allowed. It's that the administrative people of schools, they don't allow the time to have that.
Yeah.
Listen, that's Tony. That's probably the scariest thing I've heard that you said is that if we're not applying critical thinking, nor are we teaching critical thinking, what does that mean for the future? That means we're all.
Oh, it scares the living what
Have
out
you
of
guys
me.
seen that movie Idiocracy? Mike Judge. Watch this movie. This is a satire spoof movie about 500 years in the future where everybody is stupid. And it's really scary because it's coming true, and it only took like 10 years. Like the shit of this movie that he was making fun of, how we're gonna get stupid, it's all happening.
Well, but here's the thing: they're lying to themselves, because there's a lot of things that they would present to us and be like, "Here's some higher level questions. This is critical thinking." But so they think that they're putting critical thinking, but they're not. It's not. I mean, I don't know how many times I would be studying with them for a test, and we'd be playing like a Jeopardy game with questions, and they would be like, "Well, what's the answer? Well, let me look. Can we look it up?"
Look, we could solve this problem like tomorrow if we wanted to, because the funding is there. It's the money is there. The tax people have been taxed enough for this shit.
Yeah.
But the money's there. They just have to get, number one, the parents have to understand. You send your kid to school, he's beholden to the school. Like
right.
The teachers are allowed to discipline these kids in a way. Yeah. All right. They can't even make the kids do shit anymore. They can't make them do anything.
Right.
Yep.
So it's like they can't punish them, and they whatever.
That's crazy.
That no longer. Number two, there's too many kids in the classroom. Got to get rid of a lot of the kids in the classroom. All right, that's another thing. And another thing is that these kids that have, what are they called?
IEPs.
Yeah, the kids, the special kids, they should have an assigned person that will break it down. It shouldn't be the teacher's job to try and teach us the thing 6 times. They should always check with the kid and say, well, "Are you okay?" or whatever. But like, I don't know. I think the fact that you have to go and dig up all of these files and look up this shit yourself, like, and remember it and have it on file with you all the time. Like, how are you gonna do that?
Listen,
like, how are you gonna rewrite your curriculum every year for every different affliction that a kid has?
Exactly.
Listen, all this being said, it's got to be said that if you're a teacher now, or you want to be a teacher, you're studying to be a teacher, fucking God bless you, because this is a thankless job, and I feel bad that it might turn people away from actually good people who are good teachers from trying to pursue this. Like, you guys are like soldiers. You guys should be.
I don't know how anybody does it. Really?
Why would you willingly put yourself? It sounds so frustrating now, and like it would turn me off if I was thinking about being a teacher.
It's not a career. It's a lifestyle. It's a lifestyle.
You gotta be committed.
My husband
and Jock,
said when I quit teaching and I joined this other job, he said I was a completely different person, because like when I was teaching, I was constantly stressed, I was constantly irritable, like I just seemed unhappy. And then when I switched careers, he's like,
and they hold you up to a different standard, I think, too, than regular people.
Yeah. No, absolutely.
Wow.
And John, this isn't just happening in elementary school and in junior high and middle school. This is happening all over the world in all kinds of colleges, in junior colleges, in 4-year degree colleges, in seminaries, or whatever. The students are pretty much just sit there and forced to look at this crusty old man or this decrepit old woman. And like, take care of that, whatever. Can't ask you, whatever. And there's no interaction. There's no debate. There's no. Well, why is this? What about?
I did have one college class that was like that, and this man, he actually was my supervisor for my student teaching, and he's a very prominent person in Oklahoma education. He writes blogs and he writes news articles. He fights for the right things, and he definitely displays that in our college classes. There was a lot of things that at my school that I went to, a lot of teachers were on the same kind of thought that you have, Tony, the critical thinking, debates, discussions, all that, and they presented that in the classrooms, and they said, you need to do this, you need to try and put this in the classroom. But then the problem is after we went and got our degrees, after we had that thought in our head that this is what we need to do, we showed up to our schools, we were given a curriculum that was written down for us, and we pretty much had to forget everything that we learned in that school because it was not in a way that we were required to do it.
Cool. Well, listen, thanks, Jordan. Thanks, Anthony. We're going to move on.
Yeah, sure. I have another blab I got to go jump in.
I know you do.
Yeah. Well, I can hang around if you're going to stay around for a while.
Great educational.
Well, I think I'm going to actually get going,
I think we might. We've been. We're coming up on 4 hours on the.
I wanted to cross the 1,000 mark, but
we almost got there. Listen, okay, we're gonna wrap this up. I'll give out the final.
Everybody, tell a little bird and see if we can get 1,000.
Everyone, click that tell a little bird. All right, you guys, thank you so much once again. This has been the Jock and Nerd Podcast After Show. We do a live show every week, and then we open it up and blab. And I'll tell you, the last 3 weeks, I haven't been able to keep this under 4 hours. Every time, it's a 4-hour show, but we meet awesome people. We have awesome discussions, great observations. We'll be back next week. I think the Friday after Thanksgiving, possibly, it will be the date. We're here every week. Check out jockandnerd.com. Subscribe to the podcast. We have a lot of great audio content. And if you're a comic book nerd, you're going to love our show. But we like to, as you can see, we like to talk about everything. Lister Mate, I know Tony, you've hung out and watched a couple of our shows. I really appreciate that, dude. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks everyone for checking us out.
Yeah, you need to get involved in the web series community. They're the kind of people that like your show. They're into comic books, Star Trek, Star Wars, Stargate SG-1, all this kind of stuff.
Crystal says they're building an audience right now, so 4 hours is a good thing. Hey, if that's what it takes to
Hey, Crystal, you can jump on if you want.
Yeah, Crystal, we'll come say hi if somebody.
Yeah, I'm gonna head out. Thanks for having
Jordan,
me, guys.
thanks,
Jordan.
So
come back anytime.
Yeah, I'll come back sometime.
And I hope you go back to teaching eventually.
Maybe we'll see.
Okay.
Thanks, guys.
Bye,
Good
Jordan.
night.
Crystal, pop in real quick to say hi because we want to talk to you. Yeah, so we're gonna wrap it up, but you were giving us such love and props, and you tell us from a blabber, an experienced blabber, Crystal. Dude, tonight was unbelievable.
Hey, Crystal.
This is
good
Tony.
seeing you.
Oh, you guys know each other. Everybody knows each other.
No, I don't.
I've seen her around.
I've never met him.
I've seen Crystal around before, but I've never been in a blab with her.
Crystal, this blew up tonight.
I know, dude. There was one point I checked in here. You had like 56 people. I was like, oh my God, I'm so proud. I don't know why I feel that way, but I totally do. I remember when you had like 4. I was like one of 4 people in here.
Yes, you were there on the ground floor, and I love that you feel proud. Like that just makes a big smile to my face. But you're right. Remember when we started? Like there was nobody here. This is crazy, and hopefully we keep this up every week and get the buzz. We were on the front page of Blab for a while. Apparently, everyone kept telling us.
You weren't just on the front page. You guys were the featured Blab. Like it was. I heard Rugboy's voice, which of course I know like the back of my hand. And I heard his voice, and I'm like, what the fuck? What is this? And I look up, and sure as shit, there you are. And I'm like, what? I've never even made it there.
And that's something.
Thanks, Blab team.
Especially.
That's awesome. Thanks, Blab team. So wait, so you logged on to Blab, and it was just there. Wow.
It was.
Yeah,
you know how they just
Anthony's back. I think Anthony's back.
Oh shit, Anthony is back. He's like, you fuckers.
No, I hadn't left.
No, we have our co-host. Our co-host Anthony left 3 hours ago, and he's back, and we're still on. No. Hey, we're going to let me get
we're gonna trade Anthony.
Anthony, can I trade you for another Anthony real quick?
Yeah. Well, I was just gonna say if you were on the front page, that means something because there's that 168 area blower going on. That should be, going on. That's going on. So if you were topping that, that's special.
Shit.
So anyway, let me let the other Anthony in real quick. So yeah. Rugboy, it's good seeing you.
Hey, thanks, dude.
Jock, it's good seeing you.
Thanks for your thoughts, man. Take care, Tony. Come back and see us later.
Listen, the Jock, if you're listening, dude, Anthony's on his phone. He's not coming in. You can come in. Just do it real quick. We were on
Yeah,
the
you can
front
do it on the
page.
phone.
There we go. Yeah, you can do it. Okay.
Oh, he's masturbating.
Dude, this thing went crazy, dude. We were on the featured front page of Blab.
Yeah, I noticed.
Hey, wipe your hands first. Okay, you good?
All right. Yeah,
That's great.
I don't know. We got into a discussion about education. We talked about Star Wars. We got to meet a bunch of people. Ricky Pride.
Emron's building an audience. Look at this 46 people right now. That's insanity.
We had 50. We're trying to hit 1,000 views. So
yeah, I want to punch out at 1,000. I want to go 4 fingers deep.
We're gonna punch through the slack hole and hit 1,000. Ooh, 980. All right, we're gonna stretch this out. Let's all say stuff that's controversial.
Okay. You go first. You go
first. All right, let's play a game.
Okay.
Let's do stream of consciousness cursing. Go, Imran.
Motherfucking cocksucker ass shit, bitch. Fuck.
Oh,
that's pretty good.
That was better than what I was gonna say.
All right, you go now.
I was gonna say linty balls.
That's not swearing.
It's not swearing unless you say cunt, and Emron didn't even say cunt.
There you go.
I can't do that.
I cannot.
I can't and won't.
I can't not do that. I'm sorry. 981. Keep it going. Listen, this is the Jock and Nerd podcast. We've been on for 4 hours. We're gonna punch out at 1,000 views. Anthony, we've been on for over 4 hours.
Unbelievable.
I think I'm gonna tell my
do the
friends
podcast
on
like
Facebook.
this all the time, Anthony. I like this relaxed.
I like this relaxed Jock view. Yeah.
Oh, this camera angle's way better. Yeah, your camera angle's way better.
Yeah.
Right? Hello, Coach Pac-Man. Hey, we've 982. We're trying to punch through 1,000. Jock and Nerd podcast. So what will get people? I can't believe we were featured. I can't believe this fucking blew up like.
How does that happen? How do you get featured though? Like, what is?
I blew a couple of guys.
Oh, Rugboy,
that's what I did.
Well, felty hand job will get you far. I'll tell you what.
Rugboy handed out mouth hugs to everybody.
Yeah, I was like, "Come here, let me show you something."
The beauty is it's a nice soft felt texture, so it feels like a velvet glove. People.
Oh shit!
Yeah, and now I'm like a lot more crusty than I used to be. I'm like cracking when I open my mouth.
Make sure you run yourself through the dryer before
I felt
you
like
go to
I
bed.
just poured Elmer's glue on my face and then let it dry.
May the force be with you. Who's excited for? At this point, I will be awake to see Jessica Jones at 2 a.m. when it gets released on Netflix.
So, Crystal, I saw like some people from Kermit and Friends pop in, but they didn't want to get on cam. What the fuck's up with that?
I don't know. Are you sure they were from Kermit and Friends? Well, there's some
Corey.
people from that crowd. Yeah. Well.
Crystal, how's it going? How's it going over there at Kermit and Friends? What's new? Any exciting news?
I actually, you guys are this. I cammed up on Blab earlier today with Charlene, but this is the only like big show that I've been on. I've been kind of like on a hiatus or just doing my own thing. So I haven't been on that show in a while, and if I'm not on it, I usually don't watch it. If I'm not going to go on it, I don't watch it. Usually.
Oh, okay.
That is the kind of fun part.
Here, that's like us.
I don't mean I'm not being.
No, it's kind of the fun part of that show is like I'll watch when I'm on it too, or occasionally when Rugboy's on it, then I'll watch. Like
if I know Rugboy's on it, yeah, then also. Well, I go in there probably maybe once or twice a week just to say hi to people in chat, and then because the chat's really where it's at for me. I love the chat. So,
dude, who's giving us mad props? Whoever that is, thank you. Who's this person? This is fantastic.
That's Angel. That's Angel. She's got her own show as well. She's got.
Thank you, Angel. She's blowing us up. 986 people, 986. We're busting through to 1,000 viewers. Jock and Nerd podcast, jockandnerd.com.
We're making podcast history.
So
are people calling you the Jock?
Yeah, because that's what doesn't it?
Yeah, because look at the muscles on this guy.
Look at my fake abs that I was drawn in.
Yeah,
that's a drawing.
Yeah, I was just gonna say Emmer's got a chiseled out the 6-pack there, probably with that sweatshirt.
Only in certain angles and in a darkly lit situation. But
I don't know. Do I got a 6-pack?
Let's see, Rugboy. Oh, look at Rugboy. Rugboy, where's your 6-pack? You haven't been doing your squats and crunches.
You got some nice pecs there.
But it's flat. I don't have any fucking.
That's true. It's flat.
I don't have any belly or anything. I just have abs.
Yeah.
Maybe I can get someone to draw some in.
Rugboy only does upper body exercises, so like he has no muscle in his legs. There you go. You need some bench presses, some.
Sounds like you're taking a shit. You better be careful. You're gonna pop a vein or something. Tony, don't listen to the Mexican American Elvis because at least you're not a stalker like him. So don't worry about him saying you're boring. He's a
Tony's
Mexican American Elvis.
I don't mind at all. I'm just amazed that you guys are still on right now.
Dude, my Slack
It's
hole is
called
aching
dedication,
right
Tony. You should be dedicated.
We're at 993.
We got our
just
first.
got it.
Hey, we got our first troll.
Come on, let's go.
We got our first troll in Mexican American Elvis. He's fucking giving a shit. This is a huge moment. Oh my god, we have a fucking web series troll. He goes, "What a dumb show!
What a dumb
this
show!"
Is Kermit and Friends on steroids.
But you know what though? This is the guy you don't want trolling your show. This is a guy who told another girl on Blab that she looked like she had the kind of looks to be assaulted, like raped, and he would be the one to rape her. So you don't want. Yeah, you don't want that guy. Yeah.
Listen, we're all.
No one's afraid of a Mexican American.
No, that's like a American Mexican.
No,
now you got
not anybody to be afraid of. But he's a drunk. He's a total drunk, and he's disgusting.
Holy shit! There's lies being told. Listen, I'm just glad we have a troll because then you know you made it. Is when you get some internet hate. Now, it has to be
wait
said,
till they make accounts. Then you know you made it.
We are a positive show, so we don't.
When Rugboy's vagina juice becomes an account, then we really have made it. When someone is making like Rugboy's lost teeth, like when someone's like,
I'm doing it, and Rugboy's penis,
like Jock's,
if there's a Twitter account that's
Jock's crunchy socks, like like we got or Imran. I don't know.
We're gonna have
Imran's spider balls.
Rugboy Smegma. That's a good Twitter account. Rugboy's foreskin.
God.
I'm Rugboy's foreskin. I got a new Twitter.
What would be the best troll name for our show?
Like it'd be cock and turd.
Imran's vitiligo.
Vitiligo. Fucker.
No, it would be Tony.
That was a low blow.
It would be Anthony's chin because usually the lower part of his face you can't see because of his camera angle.
Yes, Mexican American Elvis says this show sucks Crystal's dick.
You have no idea. It's probably bigger than mine.
I love this. That makes me so
I love that there are 2.5 people here that actually have penises, and he didn't let the show suck your guys' dick. It's got to suck mine. That's amazing.
Yeah, it's very conceptual. I don't know. It's a very abstract. 9.95.
Well, he's very mad because mine's bigger than his.
I want to know how that kid came out of your pee hole.
Very carefully.
You just shot him out like a spitball.
Yeah. Yeah. A bit. One sneeze.
Imagine you could shoot a kid out of your dick.
Still recording everything, Imran?
Oh yeah. This is all on the record. So oh man, I think we made it. 995, 996, and we got a troll. You guys, we're punching out right at 1,000.
We need 4 more people, and I can go to bed.
Oh, he loves you though. We're punching out at 1,000. This is the goal. We need 4 more people. Mexican American Elvis does love Crystal. He's giving out conflicting signals. I don't know. Maybe are you really a troll?
That's his MO. That's his MO. When he's drunk, he goes back and forth, and he's always drunk. So.
Have you ever cammed it up with you?
Oh my God, yeah, this guy, I've known this guy for almost about 1.5 years now. And he's gone back and forth. Sometimes he loves me and he's asking, people, to put a good word in for him, and he wants, because he lives in California. And then other times he's talking about what a piece of shit cunt I am, and it's just he's all over the place.
Why do you want to send her money?
What's that about?
Send me money.
He says I want to send her money, but she refuses. Hey, Mex American Elvis, send all your money to show@jockandnerd.com. We'll take it. No problem.
Does he have his own show?
Fuck you too, Mexican American. I love this. We got a hater. You don't understand. I've been dying for this for 6 months.
Escúchame.
Yeah, what are they, Holmes? Come on, Charlie, man. Forget it, man.
3 more people. We need 3 more people, and you can end it.
998. We're at 998.
Oh, more people. Come on, people. I'm about to go log into my other account.
Hey, Mexican American Elvis, go get some of your shitty friends to log on. Oh, you only love Crystal. Hey, what?
No me gusta.
I'm the only. Well, I'm not a friend. But I'm the only person.
No hambre. Escúchame.
One more.
What
you got something to say?
Yo quiero Taco Bell.
Yo quiero.
Órale, man.
Yo quiero do pinga pequeña.
One more. Come on.
Me encanta biblioteca.
You called yourself Mexican.
He's not. He's only sort of a wet.
No, he's an anchor baby. He's an anchor baby.
He loves shit. Oh my God! One more. I'm gonna play some celebration music, and Rugboy is gonna dance.
Shit.
We are so close to busting through to 1,000. I will stay here all fucking night if it takes to get
You
that
will.
one more.
You absolutely will. You
It's been
absolutely
4
will.
One more,
hours.
Anthony. You're gonna be here. It's great that you're here, Anthony. We can make history together.
Glenn is not alive. Is
1,000.
alive. Glenn is alive. Glenn is alive.
4 digits in the butthole. Let's do it.
There you go.
Yes! We did it! Suck it! Suck it, Mexican Elvis!
I think Rugboy
Suck
just.
my dick!
I think Rugboy just came in his filthy pants.
Chupa me venga!
We did it, everyone! My life is complete. Tony looks like a douche, Mexican American Elvis. Good line. That's the line of the night. You win everything. Thank you, everyone.
We just won the entire internet.
Thank you so much for letting me be a part of this. Oh my God, I'm so honored.
Oh, thank you, Crystal. You launched us into
you
the
helped us.
stratosphere.
You helped us bring people over, man.
Oh,
You're a
thank
part
you.
of this. Holy
Wow.
shit, man!
We really did it.
I don't even know what.
1,000 people.
I don't even know what that means.
1,001, you guys. You guys are taking over the entire block.
That 1,001 new people, Tony, know about the Jock and Nerd.
Holy shit! I don't
Were
even
you
want to
guys-
shut this down now.
Were you guys nominated for any of the Best of the Blab awards that they have
Oh, there's
going on?
awards.
No.
Well, I
You
no.
guys
Who
didn't know about
nominates?
that?
How do you?
Oh no.
I got the breasts of the Blab Award.
He gets.
No, there's
said
well,
that.
there's like best body, but that's it. But you know what?
That's me.
I'm gonna get a
That's
hold.
Ruggs right there.
That could very easily be you
If
for
it's
the
me-
males.
if it's
Yeah.
me,
There's 2 categories. There's males and females, and so there's a bunch of different categories. Like there's some like there's best blab show, which I think you guys should
What about
get
best teeth?
nominated for.
Wow.
Best teeth you would totally get, Rugboy.
Yes.
That is you got that shit in the bag.
Most cleanest. Even
Yeah.
teeth. Wow, I did not know about these Blab Awards. We need to nominate ourselves or something.
Yeah, you guys can go to bestofblab.com and you
cool.
can make votes. But I'm gonna get a hold of the guy who created it and ask him if you guys have been nominated. So
Oh, boy,
Jock and Nerd.
you are the best. Tony,
Geek boner.
Tony just he can't take Mexican American Elvis. I think he hurt his feeling.
You were nominated for best show, best smile, best body. Jump
That's
on
it,
here. I
and-
gotta see
yeah.
all this.
But,
And
Angel,
I was
let's,
I'm actually nominated in 7 categories. I'm
Wow.
nominated for best resting bitch face. I'm nominated for most likely to fuck up a jailbreak. I'm nominated for most crazy. I'm nominated. No. Oh.
I love you, Chris.
I let this guy
I
in.
love you, Chris.
Mistake. Hey, buddy, what's up,
What's up,
dude?
man? Pretty
How
good.
you doing?
Chris, I love you. Crystal, never mind. Forget about it.
Hey, you go, hey,
Oh, see,
hey
he
man,
doesn't
you
like
going
you.
to say
it
some
seems.
romantic things to Crystal?
Yes, I love
to me
it.
first.
Get married pretty soon and we make babies. How's that? Oh, no, but that's not more like a Habib, huh?
I noticed.
Thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much, sir.
Yes,
Come
sir.
again. You smell like lovely
I
biryani.
noticed you have a very nice goatee.
Oh, thank you very
Does
much.
that mean you are evil?
Yes, I'm like Dracula.
It's evil.
You're the
goatee.
evil
Oh,
Elvis?
yes.
I'll leave because Crystal don't like me. Bye, Crystal.
I like you.
Yes,
I like to talk to you. You will talk to me. I am Toyo Bandes.
I want to see Angel. Sorry, I shouldn't have let him in. Sorry.
I wanted to
All right.
say that to him. I
did
wanted to go all. I
did
wanted to
sound
go all
like-
desperado on his ass.
Antonio Abanez.
Yes. I am
How you
Antonio
say-
Bandes.
This sexy.
So I'm gonna get a hold of the guy who I'm
Okay,
gonna-
she's not on camera.
I'm gonna
That
get
would
hold of
be
the guy
awesome.
one of the guys who put it all together. He was just in my blab a few days ago, telling me, if anybody should be nominated or you want to add onto it, that we can do that because they're not going to close the voting polls until I believe after Thanksgiving Day. So we'll have time to, and I will push the hell out of having Jock and Nerd. But you'd be going up against Ricky Prime's web show because he also got best blab show.
Oh,
Hey.
Ricky Prime. I'm going to do this Mexican
Whatever
accent
the-
for the rest of the time.
That's fine. Hey, I'll go up against him. It'll all get shaken out in the votes. That would be awesome, Crystal. Mexican American Elvis wants to know how often you guys come on
your face.
We come on the Talking Nerd. We come often
Every day. Every time I see your face, I want to down.
Oh shit! We've been doing this every week for 9 weeks in a row, so we'll be back next Friday, I think. Just subscribe to our
Aren't you every Thursday nights though?
We do Thursdays.
Next Thursday though is Thanksgiving, so we might have to do it on Friday.
Fuck that! You blab on the holidays too. Damn it!
We could
No, I can't do that.
No, we're just gonna shift it to Friday, and I'm wondering if Friday has more people hanging out because it's a Friday night after Thanksgiving. Maybe everyone's home.
Well, probably they're gonna be doing Black Friday shopping.
Yeah, fuck that. You need to buy shit. That's just a scam. Don't listen. We don't need to buy anything.
I don't need to buy shit. I make my own.
Just
toilet, it comes right out.
Homegrown. I grow my own shit. I'm not buying anything. I mean, make my own shit.
That's what I just said.
Finger banging Crystal at Mexico. Well, so every week, guys, just follow us on the Twitters or go to jockandnerd.com/live. We'll be doing this every week throughout the TV show season, as long as the new show's up, and even if not, we'll try to hit this weekly. Oh, Angel, thanks. She says you guys are awesome.
Angel, I like you.
I love Anthony says this show sucks. You motherfucker left the room to troll us. That's fantastic.
I know. You want to become the number one troll.
Oh, he's up. Okay, they're uploading a GIF for us for Really Rugboy. Excellent. Listen, follow us on Twitter, Facebook, jockandnerd.com. Just Google Jock and Nerd podcast. All the links are there. Our main product is an audio podcast, so you can subscribe. You can listen to us in the car. You can listen to us on your way to work while you're doing the dishes. We put out 2 shows a week. We interview lots of fun people, and then we geek out about comic books and stuff too.
Are you going to be interviewing? I did catch your appearance, Rugboy, on Kermit and Friends. You said something about how you wanted to interview
She doesn't want to do it. She doesn't want to do it. I don't know why.
We want her to come on the podcast, but not
this. Like
not
on
this,
our
just
podcast.
like a regular podcast where we could just have a conversation, get to know her, turn people on to her stuff. And just like if she listens to any of our interview podcasts, that's what we do. We have people on and we get them to talk about what they love.
And we make them entertaining.
Yeah,
that's what I used to do. Like because I used to interview people from the Whack Packers from the Howard Stern show.
Oh, okay.
And so that's what I used to do. But she's not really, that's not really her thing. Like, I don't know, maybe I think at one point
I think if it would help her out, she would do it, but it's not going to help her to be on our stupid little show.
Yeah. So that's what I wasn't going to say that specifically.
No, you can say that.
But she said it to me. She said it to,
That's right.
She said it to me on the thing.
She told you that? She came out and said that. I mean, that doesn't surprise me.
She says, I don't know what it would do for me. What would it do for me?
Oh my God.
She would get in the ears of an audience that does not know her. That's what it would do.
I would never. I don't understand that about her. Like I don't know people who are picky about who their audience is going to be. That baffles my mind. You would think.
Don't you want the exposure? I would go on.
Totally. I would totally do it. I would be honored that anybody would think that I was interesting enough to be somebody that they wanted to interview. So I don't understand. Like just someone asking that would be enough to make me do it.
Well, it's not like a big deal. Like it would be nice to have her on and everything because I think she's interesting. And I think we could do an interview that's different than any other interview that she's ever done.
Yeah.
Because first of all, I'm on it. Okay.
I would give my left boob to be interviewed by you, Rugboy. You're amazing.
Ooh, left boob. That's a good.
Yeah, because the left one's the bigger one.
Oh.
Listen, let it not be said, though. We have interviewed some interesting people. We've interviewed a producer of a lot of TV shows. We've interviewed an Emmy-winning photographer. We got an interview with an Oscar winner coming out. We've interviewed filmmakers, comic book writers, comics historians. Like, we got legit guests, and she would just be a legit guest, and we would treat her like the rest. And the whole idea is it's exposure to our audience. That's it.
It's true.
You know who I might be able to get? I might be able to have. I don't know. Do you guys listen to Howard? Did you guys ever listen to Howard Stern?
Oh, I listen to Howard all the time.
Ruggs is a fan.
So do you know? I'm not going to say it on here because I don't want to ruin it if it ends up happening. There's a person who was a big part of that show that I know that I could probably get to come on here.
Let's hook it up, Crystal.
He's lots of fun. So
I love it. Send us
Eric.
a direct message.
Oh wait, not that. Yeah, Eric is. Anyway, yeah. So I'll
send
talk
us like
to him.
a direct message. Yeah.
Is it Casey Armstrong?
Yeah, how did you know that?
Shit,
I'll fucking talk to Casey.
I would talk to anybody, dude.
I don't know, but is he good on the show though? Is he fun?
Oh my God, no. Casey has been on when I was doing Crystal After Dark on Podtrash. Casey was on there like probably 2 or 3 times, and he's been on my Hangouts too. I'm really good. I'm close with him. I did a one-on-one exclusive interview with him on that's on YouTube right now. That it's on an obscure channel. Yeah.
Let's get him on. Do you think Lisa will come on the Blab then if we did it on Blab, or she's just not seeing the benefit at all?
I have gotten that girl to come on. She's been on one of my Hangouts one time, and she refused to come up. She just came up, it was just her picture or whatever. She doesn't do this. She is, and I don't mean to say this in a disrespectful way. She's out for herself and whatever she's going to gain the most by. And I don't think she listens to your podcast. That's why when I told Rugboy, I'm like, Rugboy, you should totally go ahead.
She doesn't have to. We had her on the Blab. She did appear on a Blab with us once.
That's impressive, then, because she's come into my chats, but she's never been actually like on my Blab.
Well, I think this is the thing, and not to sound like I'm like I just like our show.
Yeah,
Imran and me and Anthony talking. I think that we have a lot of great chemistry, and we have something that's not like putting some guy who just doesn't, who's sitting there looking at his phone in a Starbucks for 3 hours, and that guy's on. But
oh shit!
But like to actually be involved in a banter that's gonna show people that you're funny and witty and cool and
absolutely,
and, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
And
I know what works. I know what makes a good show, and definitely a good camaraderie and banter between the hosts and stuff is a very good thing. And you need someone who can crack jokes, and that's the thing. That's where her and I are very, very different in the way we run shows. Like I will just talk shit and I'll banter and I'll crack jokes, and her sense of humor is much more subtle.
Okay.
I guess than just
Anthony's been trolling us. He's coming back.
I know he's been talking shit from the chat. I've been listening or watching.
She has no sense of humor.
Which now, if someone is to go back and watch this, it's gonna seem like this guy hates the show.
And then he's gonna cam up, and they're gonna be like, "What the fuck?"
I favorited.
She has no sense of humor.
She does, but it's like I said, it's very.
She laughs at my jokes.
But it's not. I think I made her. I've made her laugh. I've made her laugh one time, like where she like actually out loud laughed, and I did it by saying to her, I said something to her about like you should start thinking with your vagina more often, and then we'll get along much better. And that was the only time.
That's a good line. Ruggs, you make her laugh a lot, dude, when you're on. You catch her off guard. You get her to open up. Like, she starts talking about, like, herself.
That's what I'm saying. So why can't we do that and just, I don't know. But
I have gone.
I don't mind going on her show. I don't mind going on there. I just hate having to sit there and, like, all of a sudden come on, and then I got Chris Dickens on there who's just dead weight. But people seem to like him.
He's so annoying. He is so annoying. Like, it's disgusting how annoying he is.
Do you think she even knows what it's like to like talk to someone without people watching and commenting all the time? Like, maybe
I don't think she's used to talking to like real people.
She's been doing the show.
Well, I had her on. I was doing a hangout one night, and it was like really super late at night, and especially for her because she's 3 hours ahead of me, and she it was almost like I was having one of my moments, and so I was like talking, I was opening up myself and crying and stuff like that, and I was saying something, and she, whatever I was saying, she felt compelled to get on the hangout with me, and so she got on the hangout with me, and it was such a comfortable and easy flowing conversation that we had, and it was about real shit. It was, I was bawling, And
That's
she
what I
actually
want.
she did open up some, and she did start talking to us, and we were talking, and it was actually her and I don't know if you know this, but her and I started, we were at war like for a long time. Like we were going back and forth, and I made a song about her called You're a Cunt, and she and she made a song about me called A Bitch Named Crystal. And I mean, we were she was my arch nemesis, and we were constantly going back and forth. Well, this particular hangout that I'm talking about, when she came on there, ended up resulting in me calling a truce and saying, I just don't want to fight with you anymore. I saw a totally different side of her. Her guard was down, and I really respected the fact that she even came into the hangout in the first place, because I had told her up until then, come on my turf where you don't have control of that fucking kick button, and come on my turf when you can't mute me, and then we'll talk, because I'll destroy you. But as long as you're in control, and so the fact that she even came on my blab, I could not do anything but respect her after that. But she opened up, and there was a totally softer, different side to her. It was absolutely just fascinating. It was probably one of the best hangouts I've done. And
I could totally see that, though. I could totally see that being more interesting than, because like this is what happens is like she's in the middle of producing a show, so she's reading the comments, she's asking questions, she's passing it off to other people to talk, but you're not really engaging her in her show. And that's what I do when I go on there. I just try and talk to her, and I don't really give a shit what she's talking about, whatever. I just want to talk to her, and get a conversation going. And I want to be able to do that. That's all. That's what I'm about. I mean,
there was
keep working on it,
point at the hangout towards the end. She was like, "Oh my God, we're still live. We're live right now. Like, there's people watching." Like, she totally forgot. We all forgot. I'll give you the link. I'll give you the link.
That's what you want.
To that hangout.
It's getting good. I'd love to watch that.
You can watch the last 2 hours of it.
But that's all we want. We just want, she would Skype in. It would just be like the four of us, and we just have a conversation, and it's not live. If she doesn't like stuff, I can cut it out before I post the show. I'll even let her listen to it before.
I'll try.
Let's work it.
It doesn't help that Anthony's insulting her.
She's not watching
this. She doesn't watch. She's not gonna watch this.
She ain't watching this.
She's not gonna watch this. Hey, maybe it'll.
You know what though? I have to say, my liking for Anthony and my respect level for him just shot through the roof, because he's one of the few men who have seen her or watched her and are not walking with such a hard on for her that they just are blinded. But not saying that you, Rugboy, or you, Imran, are like that. I'm just saying that for Anthony to have this kind, this is a refreshing response to see, because usually it's she's
well. Listen, I mean, she probably does this to everybody, but she sent me some nice responses and nice encouragement, and has never done anything to me that was ever bad. She's only been very encouraging. I'm just amazed that either she doesn't want to do the show because she thinks it's beneath her. I feel like a little insulted by that, because I figured,
you should be. But the great thing is that she at least has the guts to say something like that, though. I think she's rude. She's very rude in that respect, but at the same time, it's so refreshing, that kind of honesty.
You have to respect the honesty.
Yeah.
And it's in the honesty, her being that blunt, I'm shocked. It's shocking, but it's so funny to me to think that she told you, well, I'm not really going to get anything from your show, so I'm going to pass. What? Who the fuck do you think you are?
What do we got to do? What do we got to do to get you in this car, man? What do I got to do?
Smell a rag with chloroform on it. I don't know.
I'm gonna drop out from this shitty podcast. I don't know.
All right, I think I'm gonna go too. I think we should end on a note.
Listen, 1,035 motherfuckers.
Oh shit.
Thanks for hanging out, everyone. We're going to wrap up. It's been over 4 hours. We've had lots of fun. Hope you guys enjoyed hanging out, watching us fucking be idiots. I don't know. We had fun. I'm so wired, I'm not going to be able to sleep.
I'm about to go on.
This is the problem every time, every week. Oh, shit. Oh,
I'm going to bed. I need to.
But, man, I do have to go to work tomorrow, but this has been amazing. This is the most successful
Follow
show
me
yet.
at
Week
Really
9
Rugboy,
in a
you
row.
jerks. All you guys.
Follow at Really Rugboy. Follow at Jock and Nerdcast. Visit jockandnerd.com. That's all you got to know. jockandnerd.com. And thank you, Crystal, for helping us and bringing people over.
Thank
She's
you.
always been
Thank
very
you.
positive.
It's been
I'm very, very proud.
Yes, you're always positive, and we love the positivity on this show. Even though, and we had a troll. This is a historic night. We had a hater.
And
we had
he comes
everything.
from being one of my trolls. I gladly give him to you. You guys may have him.
I busted
needed.
out the Mexican accent for the first time.
Oh my God, Rugboy, that was amazing.
I'm Antonio Banderas.
Yeah,
I did it.
That's great.
That was actually
Don't
really
bring that
good.
back.
We're gonna
Bring
have
it back.
to. That's
I
gonna
want to
be
hear that
Mexican
again,
Rugboy.
definitely.
We need to.
One day you will, my child.
Holy shit! There's still 45 people here. Yeah, you guys, we gotta put the Jock and Nerd to bed. The Jock's tired. Rugboy's tired. The Nerd is tired. But
Join
this
us
has been
next
so
week.
Great. We'll be back next week. If you're still full after Thanksgiving, we should be here on the Friday evening after Thanksgiving. We'll help you digest some turkey and geek out.
Okay,
about
Imran.
more.
I'll see you later.
Bye, you guys. Thank you.
Catch
Bye,
you on the
Crystal.
felt side. Bye.
Catch you later, dude. Wow, 1,039
Catch you later,
behind.
Rug. That's right. Suck it, Blab. What?